Lennox, bring the drums in. That's why you don't f*** the big dog. Now listen here, you tired of spanking your mates week in, week out? Come on, this sad little loser online from Albuquerque, New Mexico, without any rewards other than glory? Try Stakester now. Start using your legendary skills and making some real motherfucking money. Go on. Press it.
Parsec lets you play your entire library of games on any device, anywhere, with anyone, at any time. It's easy. Install Parsec and boom, your PC game library is at your fingertips. Are you bored playing solo? Share a link with anyone and go multiplayer. No friends online? Jump into Parsec's arcade and play with people from all around the world. Parsec's available for most things with screens. Download now.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the ESL Premiership Rainbow Six Siege Finals. Unfortunately, we're not all live in the flesh, but we will still be providing you with an amazing, amazing day of Siege. It is going to be massive, and I've got two of the biggest boys that are not only powered by Intel, but bring the Intel here on the desk with me. I'm, of course, talking about the dashing Desert Chew and my favourite Brainiac host. It's Ace of Pyro.
He does look like he belongs on Brainiac, doesn't he? The old TV show.
To be fair, it's all swings and roundabouts as this non-live, but it's sort of not LAN broadcast, isn't it? Because I haven't had to iron the back of my shirt, so, you know, there's positives to be found everywhere.
There's all benefits, hidden little secrets there. We'll get a back of the shirt cam later on, but for now, let's delve straight in, of course, to our teams that have made it to this point. There's 4 teams that remain in the competition. We've slowly been whittling them down. So why don't we start to guide our viewers at home through them, boys?
Yeah, I think there's a lot to say about this because I imagine right now we are, of course, on the main channel. Massive celebration moment for the UK here to have this global coverage. No doubt lots of you at home are seeing these team names for the first time. If you're looking at the top left corner, Crazy I think is the main one that people will probably recognize the most. They used to be known as M&M Gaming, the team that in the SI calls managed to bring down multiple Pro League teams, Vitality, Chaos, and G2. So they are definitely coming in today as the big favourites. The other teams around them definitely really raising the bar, I think, for UK competition overall. This has been one of the best seasons, I think, for team quality overall. You could say that Crazy's definitely the ones that have pulled ahead into the lead, but all of us have been saying now for the last couple of weeks, the other three have a very serious chance to threaten that perfect season that they've had so far.
Totally agree with you there, Des. I think looking at the season as a whole for the Premiership, we did see a bit of a rich-poor divide, but all four of these teams certainly fall on the rich side of things. Kuwana have been the big surprise package coming through. I touted them a few times throughout the early season when they were known as Burning Foxes. They've really grown as a team. They've really developed. They've got a lot of confidence and self-belief. If you've seen any of the interviews with the coach, Prophet King, he never makes any bones about their expectation to win and do well. Very, very entertaining to watch as well. It's an aggressive play style, and I really enjoy Kuwana. Fierce and Demise, obviously, they need no introduction in the UK scene. We're very familiar with all of their players. Fierce, I know the consistency seems to sort of go up and down. They've had a bit of a tough run in Challenger League qualifiers, maybe not done everything they would have wanted to, but I can tell you now, we've got four fantastic teams that are going to show you some spicy siege today.
Oh, I should hope so. I really do, as they are brilliant, as you said. Of course, if you're wondering how they actually got to this position in our finals, let's have a look back at the past before we move on to the future. This is the format that the teams have competed in through and through, tried and tested inside of the Prem. Des, why don't you give this a bit of an explanation for people at home?
Yeah, the Prem normally works in the same sort of format as you're seeing here on screen. We have 8 teams that play over the space of 7 play days in a round-robin format against one another. We then have the first and second teams proceeding straight into the finals. That's what you're going to see from Crazy and Fierce today. The next 4 teams, so those sat in 3rd to 6th place, make it into the playoffs. Those that are in the playoffs then face off against one another, and the winners of each of those playoff games then proceed into the finals, and that's where we've got ourselves to today.
We are indeed. We'll actually take a look at those standings from the regular season as well to give you a bit more of an in-depth look under the microscope. Now, Tim, what were your key takeaways from this one? Obviously, a pretty damn good season.
It's been fantastic. The really interesting battle was in and around that 3rd and 2nd place area. We had a good inkling that Crazy were probably going to come through things unbeaten, especially, with Team Secrets issues and moving away mid-season. So Fierce and Demise there had a real battle, and their final match was 6 apiece, and we're going to see them showdown once again today, and there is very little to separate those two teams. So, yeah, the top half of that was extremely interesting. Down at the bottom, Kuwana, Randy's really did play off against each other. And again, the points don't necessarily give a full picture of just how close that battle for the final sort of top 4 was, really. But it's been a fantastic season. It's been one of the most enjoyable for me. Even seeing the likes of Audacity and Enclave coming in, they really played their part. Make no mistake about that. They stepped up and they gave these games a team, and I tell you, they learnt an awful lot from this season.
Oh, yeah, and that's the important part, right, is there's also the benchmarks of the improvements that this team can get going on in the future after competing in a tournament like the Prem. Outside of this, though, we then moved on to our playoffs, and these are the results from those. Some interesting games occurred here, shaping up for, obviously, the finals we now have. But, Des, what was the moments that really stuck out to you?
I think in both of those games, to be fair, we came into the day saying, yeah, we kind of expect this, and both results went the way I think we all looked at it at the start of the day and said it's going to go that way. Demise, for Audacity, unfortunately, it's another season of, dare I say, mediocrity in some way. Demise has just come into the season as a last chance qualifier, it's worth mentioning. They came in as seed number 8 and have stormed their way through the competition, so that result was very much so expected. I think Cabana versus Randy's had a bit more variety to it, dare I say. Randy's do like to bring us a little bit of chaos in their games, but Cabana showed a lot of grit and being able to be resilient in the face of such strange adversity and still managed to take the 2-0. So fair to say, both games went as expected, and we have the right teams, I think, here in the top 4.
We do indeed. We can actually start to have a look a bit more in depth to that as well, as we have our individual team routes. So we can tell the storyline of each one of our 4 fantastic squads, as we'll start off with Kovana. Tim, obviously the results up on screen here, basis of the season they've had, their attack stats, their defense stats, but what is really glaring to you, and what do you think is backing up the Kovana mythos we've started to see?
I mean, the interesting result on that list, obviously, is that week 1 result against Crazy, 7-5, taking them all 12 rounds and a much closer game than probably anybody expected going into that. Now, lots have been said about the fact that Crazy had just come off the back of qualifying for Challenger League. Maybe the focus hadn't been on that game. There were other things going on. I don't think they felt they'd necessarily played as well as they could in the Challenger League, so they didn't come out of that all hyped, even though they'd sort of got that success moment. But that being said, they would still have been expected to roll over Kovana, and that wasn't the case. And I think we have to put some of that at Kovana's door. They have got big performances in them. I've kept out in them all the way through. You can see all of those fixtures, 11 or 12 rounds, but for that last match against Audacity. This is a team that will take anybody the distance. If they're going to lose, they're going to go down swinging. And that really is what is the takeaway for me for Kovana.
Incredible stuff. Moving on from them, of course, with Demise as well. Now, Des, I think Demise are one of these squads that people should not be sleeping on. Would you agree?
Absolutely. I mentioned it earlier on. They came through in the last chance qualifier. So we had an extra spot going and we were like, let's see who else can kind of slide their way in. Expectations not necessarily strictly high, but Demise have completely shattered that in everyone's face here. Having some really impressive results on the board against some decent teams as well. Crazy being the only team that they have lost to all season. Now, Fierce crept into second place with the equal number of wins, draws and losses, but it only came down to round difference between these two teams as to who got that auto buy-in to here in the finals. And the fact that that ended 6-6, that just shows you how good this team is as well. And for a team that came in as the 8th seed, they have improved so much as the season has gone by. Personally, these are the dark horse literally for me in this competition, and they're the ones to watch out for today.
Ooh, scary stuff. Potentially going to need to keep our eyes peeled for Demise. Hopefully they won't be demising too soon. From them, we have the high-flying fraggers of Fierce, high octane, high skill. But Tim, what should we really start to talk about with these two boys? What is coming up from them?
Consistency is key for Fierce, and that's something that they've struggled with a little bit. They've had a few sort of, not surprise results in there, but Crazy taking them apart 7-1. It's all or nothing with Fierce. They either come in and absolutely run over teams, as you can see, 7-2, 7-0, 7-1 there as 3 of the results, or on the flip side, it's all 12 rounds and it's a thriller. There's very little middle ground with Fierce. So I think that's something that they maybe need to look at, is that consistency of their performance against the sort of quote-unquote lower half of the table teams, and their performance then against the upper half of the teams, against teams like Crazy. Ultimately, this is a team with big ambition, and it is a team that I think can achieve that ambition. All the players are very, very talented, been around Siege for a long time. There is no reason this team can't make it to international competition like the Challenger League, but they just need to improve that consistency of performance against the other top teams like Crazy, because they just didn't really show up on that day for me. Whereas if they do, they're going to make a great game of it, and hopefully that's what we'll see from them today.
Now, you've invoked their name there, so let's have a look at their stats. Crazy. They do live up to the name, Des. They are pretty damn mental in the way they approach Siege. Really
Absolutely.
quite a dominating season, wasn't it?
It was absolutely dominating. Yes, 7-0 and a flawless season for these boys coming through. The closest game, interestingly, against Kovana Gaming back in week 1. And from there, they only got stronger and stronger. The one stat I really want to pull everyone's eyes to here is look at the win percentages between attack and defense. This is a team that is very happy to start on attack on maps like Clubhouse. Nope, you heard me right. They like to start on attack on Clubhouse. They are a team that feel that they are very commanding on attack, and they know that once the pressure switch is over, once they're at, say, 3-3 or 4-2 at the half, the other side are not having a good time. And I think with these guys, you're going to see them trying to bring out this aggressive play style that they've been regarded for. And especially with the recent addition of Madman to their side, they'll tell you themselves that he will say, hey, we can crouch through there and go and kill a bunch of people. Let's just go and do it. He's really added an injection of flair to their play, a bit of aggression that we didn't really see from them before. And these guys have just gone to strength to strength to strength in the last year. I think 9 months ago, you'd have looked at them as M&M Gaming and gone, who are these players? Today, it's very hard if you're in the UK scene to not know who these players are.
Well, that's our team breakdowns of the individual routes they've taken. So let's put away our fine brushes and bust out one that's a little bit more broad as we go for some wider strokes here and talk about our favourite plays, of course, from the group stage. Just key moments, anything that really stuck out to you boys over the course of the season. Tim, what's glaring in your mind as the one big one?
It's Mounty Crip. I'm going to shout him out again. I did it countless times on stream. Mounty Crip, 1 versus 3 against Crazy. Clubhouse all the way from Dirt Tunnel. He got a great couple of kills and then finished it off. And it was probably a real highlight on the season for Enclave, I'm sure. But, you know, jokes aside, it was very entertaining. But for me, absolute play of the season probably goes to Grizzly. Top floor cafe for Kavana game who we're going to see today. 1 versus 2. Versus Fonkers and Jonas, 2 of the most experienced players that we've ever had inside the Premiership, and he clutched it out, and it was absolutely perfect the way that he played it. So for me, that was one of the big moments.
I'm getting chills just having it described to me. It's bringing back memories. Now, Des, I've got to ask you, I've got to pick your brains. What were yours?
I think my favourite one, and I know it's obviously sad to speak about it now, we did have Secret here as an 8th team for a while, but they've had to drop out to deal with some things going on in CL, for example. My favourite actually was Crazy facing off against Secret on Coastline. We said, it's going to be a really interesting game, and literally in the first 5 seconds, Secret had done a double run out and got 2 kills onto Crazy in the first round, and we were like, Secret are here to play. And then in the next 2 minutes or so, Crazy came back and got all 5 kills and destroyed Secret, and we were like, this is the kind of game we're in for today. And Dats on that map especially had a phenomenal game, 3 or 4 kills in multiple rounds on that. That was generally a slugfest in the UK scene that I think anyone would really enjoy watching back. So for me, actually, it's not an individual moment, but in fact, that whole game.
Wow, there you go. That's such a good little tidbit to base this off, you know? It just shows just how important these matches in the Prems can really be. They are spectacles, and they have given us some fabulous, fabulous moments. So we've prepared a little package for you. We're going to show you some of the best plays over the course of this season. Check this out.
Although the diffuser is down, the question here is how much control do Demise have in this post-plant situation? The answer is not an awful lot. Users will get a kill though, and now Packbull gets caught in a reload. Will he get the shotgun kill? Yes, finishes it off with the knife. 2 versus 1 now. Nathan does have the opportunity to go onto the diffuser, but he needs the support of Packbull here in order to do so. Nathan is on there. Can he make this stick? I'm not sure Users is aware. He's just getting in there. He keeps trying. He will get the first kill onto Packbull. Moves around the corner. Users with a huge round for Demise.
3 kills very quickly. Nathan hitting the double, and Packbull will fall. Maricrit finds 1. Jonker trades that out instantly, and it is now all down to the smoke. He's got the SAS shotgun. He's got a chance of being able to do this. We've already seen what shotguns can do in this scenario today. I just think that Jonker is playing this a little bit smart. He's quite far away for that shotgun to affect. The Toxic Babe canister comes out. That's going to force him to move. The SMG-11 can do this. Has Maricrit got it in his locker? Yes, he has. He's able to get the kill, and he's going to go for that defuse.
It's just sitting there on his camera as well. Nope, still nothing. And this is the team that I said do fairly methodical droning. He just stood up for it, still didn't get caught out, getting the 2K, and it's disastrous there for Demise, all because of their own incompetence and not being able to drone out where they should have.
Now, Amos has got a lot of work to do, and he's playing on the smoke. 30 seconds to go, and with this wall reinforced, I was going to say he's in a comfortable spot. Now it being opened up, considerably less comfortable. Will find 1 kill. Shotgun out. Can find a second. Yes, he does. Ooh. Can he clutch this out for them and send this to 4-0? It's all down to him coming up against IB right now. The long-range gun definitely in his favor. He knows where he is. Surely the pings are going to start coming out, but the full cam was still up as well. They know that he's going for this push. They know that time sensitive is going to be the nature of this. Here comes the spray down as well. Hits the shots, and Amos finds those final 3 kills.
I'm really curious, obviously, because they put IV on it, who's been one of the top body... Oh no. Well, there goes my curiosity. Oh, there goes Clash.
Oh no. What? How?
Some disgusting plays there. That was really quite ridiculous stuff. We had some magnificent moments throughout this season, and we've got something even better ready for you guys at home as well that are going to be watching the spectacles we give out for you today. If you want to hit us up over on social media, you can. We're at ESL UK on absolutely everything. Hashtag ESL Prem as well if you want to get involved with the show over the course of the day. And if you do, we've got a little giveaway for you. We're going to be giving away 2 magnificent AOC gaming monitors, and you can also pick yourself up a Razer Kraken headset so you can slap that on your noggin and do some domination in your matchmaking games of Siege when you're playing a little bit of ranked towards the end of the night. If you've had enough playing ranked though and you fancy taking it a step further, why not get involved with our Open Cups? It's the last one for the month. That's going to be over on the 31st. If you'd like to play with it, please get involved at esl.im/R6UK. That's on Tuesday the 31st, where you can try and get your last few R6 credits for March. But for now, with everything we have going on here on the Prem, let's have a look at our bracket and start breaking down the magnificent tournament we have ahead of us, Des.
Yeah, as we mentioned about all of these teams so far, they've all got their own individual strengths and journeys that they've come through, but what matters most now is the matchups that they face today in these best of 3 series. Crazy versus Kavana is the first game, first seed versus fourth. I think everyone has the expectation that will be a 2-0, but let's not forget that back in week number 1, Crazy won 7-5 against Kavana, the air quotes closest result they've had all season long, so you really can't afford to write off a team like Kavana, who have been improving as the season has gone by. And then you have Fierce versus Demise, who, as we said on the very final play day, these guys tied 6-6. It is almost impossible to drive a wedge between these guys. Arguably, Demise are a team that are improving. They recently picked up Sternab as a coach to work with them. They're on the up as well. Fierce are definitely improving over time as well. So it's kind of a race to the top here. Which team is going to make it there first, and which team will get that spot in the grand final later on today?
Now, Tim, if you've got to look at this and say if I had to push you here to really choose one of our opening semi-finals to watch tonight, where would you be busting out the popcorn? Where would you be locked in, seatbelt on, ready to be blown away?
Everybody knows that I'm a really big advocate of Kavana gaming, but unfortunately for those guys, they've done some great work. I really hope they can come and make a show of it, and I think they will do. Unfortunately, I think Crazy is probably a step too far. For me, the big one to watch is that Fierce versus Demise game. We watch an absolute ton of Siege. We've been talking about it behind the scenes, and even we can't separate them. There is no clear favourite there. It is anybody's. Expect it to go all the way to 3 maps. It's going to be a thriller. Fierce versus Demise, without a doubt.
Damn, that could be disgusting. So basically what we've got here is a nice little appetizer. Get your palate ready for a day that is only going to get more filling and better as it goes on. The Prem is looking to have a magnificent final, but let's start it off at the beginning, of course. Our upcoming game of the day, Crazy versus Kavana. This is our first semi-final. Obviously, we know Crazy. We know the ridiculous level of domination they can pull out. So we'll start with them. For now, though, let's have a look at their head-to-head statistics.
Yeah, I think looking at these between each other as well and how they stack things up, immediately, again, you're drawn towards that attacking win percentage, and you can see Crazy's confidence in that regard. Not that Kavana aren't terrible, but they are more what you'd expect where a team would win more rounds on the defense overall. And the results, in case you're wondering, we've seen 7-0 for Crazy because they didn't have to play in playoffs since they finished first. Kavana Gaming went 4 wins, 3 losses in the regular split, and then, of course, won both of their matches, or both of their maps, I should say, in the playoffs as well. So I don't think there's not a huge amount dividing these teams right now. You would generally expect a team that has won everything to have a higher win percentage anyway. A lot of it will come down, I think, to when we start looking at the individual players and what the breakdown looks like there.
Oh, yeah.
Totally. I think, look at it. Let's be honest. It's David versus Goliath. That's the reality here. Kavana have got it stacked against them. They're up against a team going into Challenger League that could well win Challenger League. They could well have the ability to go through to Pro League. That's the reality they face here.
Very, very true. If we take a bit of a deeper look into their lineup as well that is on screen now, we can start to break down the key fundamentals of this team. Of course, some big names. We've seen a lot of success from everyone, and it seems like they're getting just so versatile, Des, as a unit.
They are absolutely, and I said earlier on, it was down to the addition of Madman, who replaced Drac in this roster a few months ago. And the guys will happily say to you, you know, sometimes we got a bit rigid. We'd hit the final 30 seconds and kind of panic a little bit, be forced into taking action, which was a weakness of ours. Since we've got Madman now, he makes us a lot more fluid. We can push more aggressively a lot sooner. He's brilliant on the comms, so they'll tell you as well. But around him, there are these brilliant members that have been here for quite a while. That's notably a massive player for these guys in terms of fragging capability. Packball, I recall seeing him a good long time ago now, playing on border and having a terrible time trying to fight as a clash against the Buck who was playing downstairs. He's come on absolute miles, and in fact, I would wager is probably the best nader in the tournament right now. Sounds like a really weird thing to say, but if he gets onto Buck, expect him to start landing kills with those grenades. And across the roster, there is a lot of flexibility. You're definitely going to see that coming out today.
Potentially some squeaky bum time from the Buck plays then, or maybe. Tim, for you, who's really sticking out?
I'd go a step further, Des. I'd say Packbull is probably one of the best nerders in the world at the minute. You know, you put him, stack him up there against the pros. I don't think I see many people in the pro leagues hitting more accurate and more killing nades than Packbull does. And, you know, that doesn't matter what level you're playing at. If you're putting him on point, you know, avoiding utility like ADSs, you're going to have success with them, and that's Packbull through and through. For me, the big name on there is Dats. I've shouted him out a few times throughout this. We saw him against Team Secret do very well, and he's been a real killer. We've got Jonker's stats coming up now for us as well. Now, Jonker is particularly important given that he is coming through and he's facilitating all the other players to do what they need to do. He's coming in there and he's allowing them to have that space. Your Dats, your Nathan, your Packbull, he's giving them the space to go and do it because he's doing everything that the team needs in terms of utility and support.
Yeah, really just setting them up for success. Now, these are our thoughts on the team, but why don't we find out what the team themselves thinks? We've got a lovely little interview with Team Crazy.
Our current goal is obviously just winning UK Prem, which we hope to do today.
Kawana Gaming, we know are a very strong team. From the first week of the Premiership, we played them on Clubhouse. We won 7-5. It was a really narrow win for us. So I expect to see a really strong performance from them. I expect that they've been preparing hard.
I think a lot of people came into the season having never heard of them. Especially some of the players are very unknown, I guess. But I think they've really proven themselves in this season so far, and I expect them to keep proving themselves. So hopefully we can shut them down a little bit in semi-finals though. After we beat Kavana in the semi-finals, I'd probably hope to play against Fierce in the finals. There's definitely a lot of rivalry between us. I don't think we've ever lost to them in a competitive game, but it's definitely come close a couple times, and we'd like to really show that we are the better team.
As a team, we worked really well. We brought in Madman, who I was scared would maybe shake things up a bit too much, but actually everything worked really well together. You know, I'd say we're stronger than we have ever been before, and everything's going well for us.
Of course, long term, we want to make CL, which we have. We want to make Pro League, which we hope to do this season. But winning Prem and getting into Prem was always our first goal. So it'd be great to just check that off the list and really move on to achieving our bigger goals.
The title of being UK Prem winners is something we've been wanting for a while.
To go undefeated again this season, it feels great knowing that at least in the best of ones, no one can even really come close.
Crazy. You've heard from the players how they're feeling and how they're looking going into our Prem final. So let's move on to their opposition. Of course, Kavana Gaming. Now, as you said, formerly the artist known as Burning Foxes. They've had a bit of a rebrand, but we've still seen improvements coming out from them, haven't we, Des?
Massively so, and a few of these members we saw kind of floating around last season, I believe, in Wind and Rain. Omar's especially the one that really jumps out to me in that regard. And this season, they are a beast transformed. Grizzly and Gorgona have been a pairing that we've been speaking about for a while. Back in, I think it was week number 5, they had an identical KD, both of them really contributing heavily towards the team. And then recently, we've seen Grizzly really just start popping off and doing his thing in the last couple of play days. And I think if these guys are really going to take the fight to Crazy today, he needs to be coming up big for them. And it's his stats that you can see on screen here. A KD of 1.5, one of the best that we have in the whole competition right now. And that's for a team that isn't stomping every opposition they come up against compared to someone like Crazy. It just goes to show that, yes, even in a few challenging fixtures they've had, you can still shine brightly like Grizzly does.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Des, you were saying yourself, much like a window cleaner, if there is a window in position, this man will be cleaning up in a matter of seconds.
It's my window, they'll tell you.
Yeah, it's horrific, some of the things he can pull out. Tim, I know you've been raving about him.
Yeah, Grizzly and Gorgona both as a duo, they really are very, dynamic duo, fits them perfectly as a phrase. The big thing that they are doing for Kavana, and something they really need to be able to achieve today, but is going to be more difficult than ever, is they are coming in with huge entry stats. They're coming in and they're getting opening frags over and over and over again, and it's putting Kavana at a massive man advantage repeatedly in rounds, and it's really helping propel them through the games. And that is, if you look through the season, where their most important kills have come out. That being said, we saw, as I've already mentioned, the play Grizzly 1v2 against Secret, top floor Cafe, not scared whatsoever, goes in and gets the job done. So those two, yeah, absolutely fantastic throughout the season.
Oh, yeah, they do not take names. They are absolutely ridiculous when it comes down to their prowess on the server. But let's see what they're like outside of the game.
Hi, my name is Prophet King, and I'm the coach for Kawana Gaming. Crazy are a very, very scary team. They have many, many good qualities, and sort of our process of learning how to counter-strat them, how to work against their playstyle has been a very long process. I think people who were watching at the beginning of the Prem season would have seen that we had it down and we were up, that lost that point advantage, and now it's just about not making that mistake again. I think the main issue last time was our mentality. I think that you could say in pretty much any game where you're multiple points up and then you lose, the mentality is having a really big impact on the players, or maybe it's starting to become an issue in the environment, and I think that we've come a long way in that department, and hopefully that will not happen again today. We've made so much progress over the past 3 months that I think that Prem is a massive factor in that, because it gave us so much experience against teams that we probably wouldn't get to play against otherwise. Winning the finals to us would be the validation that we have been deserving of, but not had for a very long time. In the finals, I really hope we play Demise, because me and Sternab have been going back and forth in the past couple of weeks. It's a bit of a coaching competition going on now, so we just got to see who the better coach is.
There you go, Kavana Gaming. Confident as ever. Some fantastic words coming through for them. And it looks like we're actually almost ready to delve into this series as well. So I can start to pick your brains a little bit. Now, Tim, I know you like to have fun with this normally. A bit of a prediction yourself. You've got that crystal ball there up top. Who or where are we going to be seeing this going? What are we predicting with a veto?
In terms of maps, it's a tough day at the office for Kavana. We keep saying it, and I don't want to sort of play up that mountain they've got to climb too much, but it starts now. Even at the map banning stage, it is going to be difficult for them, where essentially best of 3, so they get to take a map away from Crazy. But what do you take away? Do you take Clubhouse? Do you take Consulate? Do you take Coastline? All maps that we know they are fantastic on. We see the first couple of bans coming in, Bank and Border. No huge surprises there, but I would expect now to see 2 of those 3 as our first 2 choices. I would expect to see probably, I would say, Consulate and Clubhouse, but I think we'll get 2 of the 3 Cs. Ooh, Cafe.
Pretty close.
Yeah.
So the bank is no surprise, because Crazy have banned that pretty much consistently all season long. And I think, as Tim said, it was Consulate or Clubhouse we were going to. I would lean more towards Consulate on the basis that we've already seen Crazy say, well, we went 7-5 against them before. They probably have analysed that to the death and said, right, what can we improve on here to deal with this? And they said, let's leave that for a bit later if we need to. Cafe is a minor surprise, I think, but it isn't really up there as one of the big air quotes maps for Crazy, I think it's fair to say. So not unsurprising.
I think maybe Grizzly fancies another 1v2 on top floor. Maybe that's why they've gone in for Cafe. Coastline, no surprise. I said we'd see 2 out of those 3 Cs today. Really doesn't surprise me at all there. Clubhouse coming in as a Kavana ban, not too much of a surprise. We know how good Crazy are on there. We know how good Crazy are everywhere, to be fair. But Coastline, it's one of those maps, gunfight heavy. You know, the strats do die off a little bit. It can be all about who can go in and just win the ones. And that might just favour Kavana today. They've got a couple of gunners, we've said that.
I worry a little bit personally, because seeing how we saw Crazy play against pro league teams on Coastline, you've got to be real confident coming into this to be able to do something like this. And I think it might come back to bite them a little bit later on. At least on Clubhouse, we saw previously that they can play that map well, but it is what it is. We know how things are going to break down now. Consulate being that first map, it's you don't really have a large sample size in these cases and kinds of stats, but Crazy or M&M were known as a team that are very, very good on Consulate. I always remember looking at them and remembering very fondly how good they are at attacking onto yellow stairs. Grenades, we mentioned them before. You're going to see Patbull having an absolute field day here when it comes to storming into those stairs.
Well, based off what we've seen then, let's start to actually really get our minds beating together. What are our predictions for this opening series if I have to push you for a series prediction, boys?
I'd say I'd probably start off on 2-0 with Crazy. And I think that's very easy to look at. And we have said pretty much every single broadcast this season, the scoreline doesn't depict how good this game really was. Close rounds, even when teams lose them, that they really should have been deserving to win, have sometimes happened. This will probably be a 2-0 to Crazy. Sorry, Prophet King. But I think you're going to see Kavana at least put up a fight here today. It will not be 2 7-0s or 7-1s or even 7-2s. You're going to see a few rounds going over to the other side here today. And this is a really good chance for Kavana to show everyone that they mean business. And next season, that title could be theirs.
Tim, would you concur?
Yeah, I'd mirror pretty much what Des has said there. I was going to say the same thing and sort of delve into potential round scores. And I would have said, I think the maps will be closer than we might expect. We're not going to, I wouldn't expect to see any 7-1s, 7-2s. I think we'll be going to 10 and 11 rounds. Kavana, I am sure, will not mind anybody saying that it's likely to be 2-0 to Crazy here. They know that that is people's expectations. But let me tell you something. Kavana, don't mind that for 1 second. They will quite happily come in here as the underdogs, and they will quite happily come and try their utmost to surprise people. And like I say, do not be too shocked if that happens and they come through and get a map and we see it going all the way to 3.
Well, there is definitely potential for that. As you can see, though, the people at home on Twitter also definitely feel like Crazy are going to be able to come in and do some damage here. If you want to let us know your thoughts, head on over to Twitter. Of course, we're at ESL UK on absolutely everything. Hit us up with hashtag ESL Prem and get involved with our second semi-final vault and give us your predictions. For now, though, let's get on in with two of the cutest boys in the business as we have Harry and Ollie ready for some fantastic narration for our first game.
Thank you very much, Jackie. Everyone, welcome to, I was going to say the casting shed, Ollie, but we don't have the shed because no finals this time.
We don't have the shed demo.
We don't.
I'm getting
it's
a little
just
bit of
us
interference on your voice as well, which is nice. Seeing as we're just moving on into this. But yeah, we are here to bring you the first semi-final of the day. I'm excited for this one, Demo. Corona versus Crazy. Consulate as the map pick as well. Lot to be discovered here as we haven't seen Crazy play this map yet inside of the Premiership, although we have seen them play it a good deal of times in other competitions, thinking mainly there about Challenger League, and they were just so good at it.
Yeah, I think overall for Crazy, Consulate has kind of been their stomping grounds in a way. How many times, Ollie, have we seen this team just crush anyone who comes near it? I think back to their time during the CL qualifiers. My God, they really showed us how good they were with their strategies. I don't think I've ever seen a team take yellow stairs more efficiently than this team.
No, and I'm really excited for that because I really love watching how good the execution is. It is in such good synchronization of the kind of repels in and, you know, really clearing out that utility. Now, there are ways that you can deal with that. We've seen teams adapt and overcome. Now, I'm sure that Kavona have done their homework and they're going to be looking and they're going to have some ideas of how Crazy want to play this because it is fairly similar. Some tasty operator bans coming out there as well, Demo. Can't not mention that. The Nomad being banned out, as is pretty much the norm here on Consulate, but Goyo being removed. Now, Goyo really is finding himself inside of that power trio. He's sort of hitting shoulders with the usual suspects of Echo, Mirror, and Maestro. But that really opens things up for the defense, I think.
He's locked in Wamai. Did he not get the memo? Because Wamai's not allowed yet. There we go. Don't know why he's done that, though. Well, he's on Valkyrie. That's another interesting operator who is available. Very rarely we would see a Valkyrie be played on Consulate because she always gets banned out. You think about the camera positions that you can get. Consulate as a whole is a rectangle. It has 4 sides. You place one camera on a corner, you cover 2 angles. It's fantastic, you know, and the amount of like pesky positions you can get them in, may it be inside, may it be outside on a lot of the palm trees, which are very, very pesky for many people to deal with. It means you always have to bring the IQ, which isn't happening for Crazy. Instead, they've decided to bring the Lion. So this one's going to be pretty hot and heavy, I would say, Ollie.
I think it will be. We can see the lineup of Crazy there. It's going for that aggression. The Lion pick means one thing, and that means that they're going to be using as much information as possible and really trying to push people quickly. Jonker on the Ashe, that's an interesting one, I think it's fair to say. We've been speaking him up on how he's that flex player, how he's that support player, really just assisting his team. Usually on this map, I would expect to see Jonker on maybe Spiral Stairs Rappel. He tends to hold that for a good portion of the early round, trying to get one of those rotation picks and then move on into assist his team. But him being on the Ashe now, he's no doubt going to be front and center in some of the action. As you say, interesting that the Valkyrie gets allowed through, and that's the kind of stuff that we are going to see when Valkyrie is available on Consulate. That information game is just too great to deal with. Really surprised that Crazy didn't opt to bring the IQ there, because they've lost Madman really early on, and that's some fantastic aggression coming out there from Grizzly.
That's one thing you need to do, though, is just get in that right tempo. If you're bringing the fight straight away to Crazy, they're going to back up a little bit. We know that Crazy are going to be the favorites, because they always will be the favorites going into this matchup. Crazy know themselves that they're the favorites, so they're going to have a little bit more, I would say, you know, I'm the man kind of about them. You know, they're the big man on campus. They are here. They're the top alpha dog. I think if Crazy just come out, or Crazy start getting put on the back foot because Gravana came out swinging, it's going to give them a lot more oomph kind of going into, you know, the kind of switch over. If you have a good starting half, you have a lot of momentum to bring you into that second half.
I think while I agree with what you're saying, Demo, Crazy are one of the teams that are really good from fighting from a man down, and we've seen this time and time again.
Did it against Sam?
If they lose the opening kill, then they do often still have a good chance at winning out onto that round. I think it's in the sort of 60 to 70% range. So that's still quite a decent going for being a man down. You're not trading multiple kills there. You're allowing and you're counting on a couple of guys to go pretty big. That being said, that kill has gone, and it's been 2 minutes near or there since it has been answered. We're just seen a C4 toss there from Grizzly as well. It didn't really come to anything, but still a lot of work here to do for Crazy. They've got some positioning on that spiral stairs, and that's going to allow them to cut off a lot of rotation. But of course, the site is lobby, so they still need to clear this top floor, because you can't get a plant off with players still remaining in that top floor. Grizzly now just moving through into connector. He's looking to pressure onto meeting. He knows someone's likely on that spiral, but I think that Packbull has since repositioned. Quick drop there from Nathan with a Lion scan for cover. But with only 30 seconds left, a plant will have to start going down.
Holding in towards that spiral, has the bullet holes, but misses out on a couple of shots being landed towards the Mozzie, but gets the Jaeger in that engagement, so he has brought it back. But there's the quick aggression from Randy with the big old LMG, a double for him, eliminates the man in the balcony, and now for Gravana, they have so much control of this. And there's another one for him. Omaz finishes off the last. Gravana, Randy especially, just dominant.
That was not what anybody was expecting to see coming into this game, and I'm really glad that they've been able to pull off a result like that in round number 1. It just shows how seriously those guys are here to play. Round number 1 going to Corvana, and I think that's a sign of things to come, Demo. That's going to mean that we're going to have a bit of a game on our hands here. We didn't see Crazy just rolling over people. We didn't see them taking any sort of significant map control. They never really had a footing from the start. I think as soon as they lost Madman on the rappel, they just went into that defensive mode and tried to pick people off on the rotations. That being said, the defenders didn't make those rotations. They weren't carelessly moving around, and everyone had a firm idea of where they needed to play to get the job done.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
That comes the Clash for the first time, and I'm sure this probably will not be the last we'll see of her. Very strong in the meta recently. I've seen a lot more teams kind of bring up this operator. They like the kind of addition of the information that you get, where it's not like fixed information. You know, you look at operators like Mira, like Maestro, like Valkyrie, all operators give information, but they're stationary. You know, you can't move them away from any other position. If they know the information's there, they can easily be destroyed. Clash, it just walks around. You know, Clash, she doesn't care, you know, who she's up against. She can just walk back, walk in if it's a Capital, move away from the fire, all this kind of stuff. And that's a great addition I think Clash brings to the meta currently.
It's the human drone thing. It's the Monty for the for defense. You know, it's you're a physical drone and you can move yourself around, and of course you can do the good old bikini body, throw the shield on your back, and give people the 360s. I think that pistol, I'm sure that I read somewhere that it's about as similar as the F2 in terms of damage per second and performance and stuff. So it's a heck of a weapon to have as a secondary. But of course you've got that balance of being rather exposed whilst you do get that shield off the front and onto your back. Now it looks as though we're seeing a bit more of an admin side push here coming through from Crazy. There's a couple of guys out there on Repel, and that information can be freely gathered by Grizzly. My only criticism of the Clash being brought so far is that it's Grizzly playing it. I'd like to see that on a different player, because we do see Grizzly being able to put up some heck of numbers, and he's got a 1.5 KD for a reason. That guy needs a gun in his hand, ideally. That being said, we'll have to see how it plays out. That's aggressively pushing on through. He's got himself into break room, just clearing out some utility to allow the drone work to go forth. But already we're seeing Toxic Babe canisters being used to try and stem this push.
A couple of ADS is being eaten up by flashbangs and breaching rounds alike to try and enable those frag grenades. We know how deadly that gadget can be. How many times have we seen Crazy hit kills with frag grenades? Way too many to be counting all of them. Kind of positioning from Crazy right now. They've took their time. Realistically, this is what you kind of want to see from an attacking side, is to use, you know, about half of the round to get your kind of first initial beachhead in, which is that admin side. Then it allows you to have a lot more free range. You can get people rotating into their next positions, which you can see has been done by Crazy. Nathan has went to the balcony, Packbull and Spiral. You have this massive cutoff and this massive cross that Crazy, they're so good at. Typically, we see Crazy just eat up all of the utility. There's a minute here, there's smokes already being dispensed. If anybody tries to stop this plant, because they're going to need to with the very lack of utility that the defenders have at their disposal, they're just going to be cut off by these crosses.
And Crazy have done a good job of eating that utility nice and early. Packbull there just aggressively pushing on through into long desk. Jonker's still downstairs, just holding that rotation. He knows that there's a potential for a C4 to be played from below, and that potential is in the hands of Rendy. And Narkic has gone down in the crossfire, unlikely to be revived at this point, as he's almost certainly being held. A nade will come through there, and Dats will just miss on out. Rendy has been downstairs by Jonker. Pre-fire shots coming on through. It's going to be Nathan that finds that one. More kills to come for Crazy, as that's going to be a flawless round. They went through that one without losing a single man, and I think that's more akin to what we were used to seeing today.
If you were to describe Crazy in one round, that would be it. That is clinical Crazy. That is what we've seen from them so many times. Like, let's be honest, Ollie. That is pro league standard stuff that we're seeing. This is a team that I believe can make a great run in CL. I think definitely one of the favorites. And if they're showing us that they still have that mentality, even in the Premiership, it's only going to be better whenever we get to that CL standard.
That's the thing I really like about Crazy as a team, is that they do play to that high standard all the time. The way that they set up the crossfires and the way that people aren't looking to push things. Jonker downstairs, for example, he's on the Ash, he's playing on his own, he knows that somebody's down there. Now, typically you would take that as a head-to-head gunfight, or you would try and seek out that defender. But he knows that the defender is going to be coming under pressure, and he knows the position that the defender is likely to be in, because his teammates are feeding that back from the top floor. They're saying, I'm going to push in now, and they know that that's then getting relayed on the other side of things, and then Rendy underneath is going, okay, I'll get in position for the C4, and the kill comes through. It's the patience that they're showing is really good. That being said, Kavana made a really good showing in the first round, and they have got potential to do that yet again. We're going back downstairs now, and I think there's still a bit of a game here, but it's just not going to be so plain sailing.
One thing that kind of intrigued me, Ollie, last round was, you looked at how Kravana were set up. They were geared for an admin hold. I find that surprising, because for me, Crazy were always the B-side team. They always took in towards yellow, always went for that CEO plan. Even though, yes, they did attack admin, I just find it very strange that they kind of set up that already. Maybe they've done their strat work. Maybe they expected Crazy have kind of shifted away from the yellow stairs meta and have been very in on the whole admin side. Obviously, you know, I'm sure they scrim each other. I'm sure they probably have a good understanding of how each other's plays. And, you know, it happens. I think teams kind of want to keep things fresh and keep things new and try and keep in their toes. I just find it strange.
Oh, that's going to be a bit of an oversight there as Packball will fall, sorry, Nathan will fall, but Packball will be able to pick up the trade. Nathan, of course, on that all-important Zephyr. Still a lot of work left to do for Zephyr in that regard, as those stuns and those impact grenades can be really handy when trying to clear out those defenders. It's going to do a little bit of job to relieve the pressure on the top floor. It's going to leave Gorgona playing upstairs on his own on yellow. Rendy inside of Tellers. This is a really extended hold for Garage, as you wouldn't expect to see people playing the entirety of the map. Usually it's either going to be inside a bathroom and upstairs. They're the two sort of key places. Rendy keeping things very fluid though, as he's able to rotate himself all the way back down into cafeteria and just sort of play for that backside push, which he knows he needs to be aware of. Not a lot of exposure for the other players on site, but Gorgona still on that yellow stairs and maybe going to get cut off by a rotation now, as Jonker is going to be holding onto that yellow stairs, but no, does make his way safely into Piano. Now control of Piano needs to be gained, but the problem is Crazy have lost Nathan. Nathan is the operator that you would be looking to try and play on those Piano windows maybe, or looking for more of a head-to-head challenge. Because Gorgona, he needs to be removed here.
And he's the kind of main counter to the strategy that we know that Crazy love to go for. They love rushing that breach. Whenever they get an opportunity to just go, okay, let's just go and win our ones in the bomb site, they will take that. They have confidence in their gun skill, but if they have that man above with that hole onto that main breach, they can't push in, they can't get the plant down. It just creates so much you know, chaos for Crazy. They just can't go anywhere with that. They have to make a move on to the man in Piano. And honestly, I think it's up to Packball here to kind of go solo, go it alone.
Absolutely, but he's only got 25 seconds to do so. The flood comes in and Jonker's made his way upstairs, but is it going to be too little too late? Gorgona now has got himself inside of Antechamber, just backing things up once again, almost with a huge kill onto Madman. That's Diffuser down. More kills come through as the flood has to come. It is now all down to Gorgona, but he's upstairs. There's 5 seconds left and the Diffuser is being watched from above. Pre-fire shots come out, but he is going to miss. Is there enough time to get that Diffuser down? Yes, Packball is going to be the one to get that down, and the cross being covered by Jonker, playing those yellow stairs exceptionally well. Gorgona unlucky there, just missing your shots through the vertical angle, but never easy. What a close round.
Should have had it. Should have had that one, Ollie. Yeah, Crazy. I think, again, showing us that they have that gun skill. We've seen them walk in, they took their gunfights in bomb site, they got control. Man upstairs, for, I think, what, for 2 seconds, he wasn't at where he needed to be. He was in around that mid floor. He wasn't beside the piano holes, and that's what cost him the round. If he was there in the correct position, none of that pushing stuff would have happened. Just timing there for Kavana really let them down. But again, give credit to Crazy. They're landing their shots. They're winning those ones. And if Crazy consistently do that on their attack, what more can you really do? You know, it's if one person is having the game of his life, how do you counter that?
Always very difficult indeed. You mentioned game of your life. Packball there sitting at 6-1. I think over the last couple of weeks in the Premiership, we've really seen Packball ascend as a player. I'm not sure what's happened for him, but something just seems to have clicked. He's going out there and he's getting tons of kills and very rarely falling victim, very rarely dying. And he's doing a number for his team, because that's when the roster really does start to develop then, when you've got any one of the players that can go off at any second. So when you really start to get these dangerous rosters that we often talk about. That being said, it came down to the final second. By no means a close round. It was something that Des and Tim both put beautifully in the pre-game, was that the scoreboard rarely dictates just how close these games are. And that round number 3 was a classic example of it. The Diffuser going down on 1 or 2 seconds remaining, and despite a significant man advantage, still a bit of a panic and a bit of a struggle to get over the line. So still a lot of work for Kavana to be doing here. They're going to choose to go downstairs again, this time playing a little bit differently. I did see them doing a little bit of preparation inside a bathroom there, so I'd be interested to see if they try and hold that a little bit firmer this time. And of course, we need to see Crazy with a more effective roam clear. Is Grizzly going to get aggressive here? He looks very, very tempted. That's lost out on a huge portion of hit points in the first 40 seconds as well.
If you look at the statistics throughout the season for Crazy, they haven't played a lot of rounds, Ollie. You know, their victories have been very clean. 7-1, 7-2s. But still, for Dats, 72 kills in those rounds, I think has been excellent from him, averaging over a 1.1 kill per round. That's impressive, I think, especially for if you look at the rest of his team. The kill per rounds for everybody else has been 0.7 to 0.8. I think Dats has been a big standout this season. I think if he can keep mastering that entry role as whatever entry he's on, we've seen him on Ash before. He's on the buck at the moment. I think he can do great wonders for this team. I think he's already shown that. I always thought it was Nathan was the kind of entry last season, if you look back. But they kind of had some role switches. Junker, I think, has been playing a lot more of a flex role rather than his normal, Thatcher support that we usually see him on. Junker's another person I haven't really touched on, Ollie. The guy puts in a shift every match we see him play.
Absolutely, and today's testament to that, getting him out there on the Ash and just being a little bit of something different, showing he can play operators other than the usual ones we see him going toward. Now, of course, we are on Consulate. It isn't a map that we've seen Crazy play publicly for some time, although it is known to be one of their more favoured ones. So we are seeing new things here, which is exciting, but so far, Kavana are doing a fantastic job at countering that. Sitting at 2-1, still very early on in this fixture, and a heck of a lot of siege yet to watch. Now, this is an angle that I'm really interested by because you can actually hold very nicely down onto the double door. Rendy getting tempted to peek out there, but I'm not sure if he's aware he's being held from multiple angles. The crossfires that are established are really second to none on side of Crazy. Just gets a beautiful peek there onto Packbull as a bit of a wide swing, but a second Claymore in 2 rounds. Rendy, no, just overexposing himself. And Nathan, as if on cue, is going to pick up 3 kills, 2 with the gun and 1 with the Claymore. Diffuser there is going to be getting disabled. I, in fact, missed that diffuser going down. The new observer system is a little bit discreet with the diffuser going down, so apologies for that, but Crazy are going to win out on that round. That's finishing things off through the double door.
Yeah, I don't blame you at all for missing the diffuser, Ollie. A lot was happening in that last couple of seconds. So many kills coming in. But I think Crazy, I don't know how they do it, but amidst all of the chaos that happens, they still manage to stick the plant. The amount of times where we see it just be absolutely off the walls crazy, pardon the pun, I keep forgetting, the puns with a Crazy name. It happens a lot. But yeah, just somehow they always get the diffuser now. Every time.
They are very objective focused, and that's something that I'm not sure if Madman's really brought that in.
It's Madman, 100%.
But it is something that they do seem very, very keen on doing, which is great because obviously Siege is an objective game. It shouldn't be played out as TDM all the time. We don't necessarily just want to see kills coming in one after another. Sometimes a really great sneaky plant or a plant that's being held by multiple angles and some really good technical siege is it can be very entertaining as well. And that's what I really like to see most of the time. So Madman just bringing that element in and not being afraid to just get himself in a corner, stick F, and keep himself quiet while the bullets are flying.
He's the Welsh Gok. How would you say CCI plant in Welsh?
I'm not sure. To be fair, I'm just glad he's got his name back as Madman because it just makes things a lot cleaner
me and you
for
both.
everybody. The old I used to call it like Gwaldog.
Qualdog? That's a different player.
No, Gwaldog, like Gwal.
I think Qualdog's going to copyright that one.
I'm not too sure about that.
Was it Gwalfin or something like that? I know there's a fin in it.
It's Madman, and that's all that we need to know.
That's all we ever called him anyway. It was never the Welsh name.
Grizzly again going for these aggressive peaks, really not letting up on Crazy. And you can see Grizzly's one of those players that you can just tell when he's up for a fixture because he just can't stand still. He'll never really keep himself in position for more than a couple of seconds at a time before he's off and fidgeting himself around the map, just desperate to get in those early engagements and put that gun skill to good use. The wall getting open exceptionally quickly there, as the pressure will now start to mount from that breach.
Yeah, Grizzly, currently the player with the most kills in this season so far. 92 is where he stood, averaging 1.4 KD for him. So he's been putting up the numbers. I think it's down to Carvana having a lot of close fixtures, so obviously he's going to be playing a lot more rounds, but still to get 92, that's really impressive. So overall for Grizzly being that standout, I think Gorgona has had his moments as well this season. I think he's also been a great standout player. We've seen him clutch up in a lot of those tense moments. Maybe we didn't see it earlier, but I still think that the Bulgarian Brute has it in him to definitely help this team elevate themselves into a great fixture against, as we know, a very tough Crazy side.
Pressure now coming from Yellow Stairs, and this is the stereotypical calm before the storm that we often see with Crazy. Just setting themselves up, just getting some drone work done to try and figure out how they are going to push on through. All 4 players stacked up on that west side, and the guns of Carvana are pointed firmly in their direction. But it's going to be Nathan doing the shooting as he finds one onto a Narkic, and Madman another onto Omaz. I can only think that's through over-peaking because the defenders really oughtn't be getting caught out there. Gorgona cleans one up in the meantime, and a second, what an angle that is, through the shelving unit. Dats is going to fall. Jonker gets a trade back, however, now left in the 2 versus 2. 50 seconds left. Diffuser is going to be cold on the ground, not in anybody's hand. It's going to be Madman trying to get that down just with the cover of that reinforced wall. That maybe is going to work in both ways. Now Jonker holding him. The plan is successful, but the last 2 kills go to Carvana, and well, Rendy being downed isn't going to be a problem. Gorgona's still got a fraction of health, and that's all that matters. The Diffuser will be countered.
We talk about Gorgona, and there he goes. Clutches up for his team, and does give the players of Carvana something to hopefully take themselves into this final defensive round, give them a little bit of confidence now going into it. I think Crazy are still trying to play that let's force the kills mentality. We're seeing very little soft destruction from above. You know, one thing that I think works against the defenders in many ways is the piano. You know, it's a massive destructible area. If you get a buck up there as an attacking side, you have a field day. You can open up every angle inside of that garage, pipes, the yellow pillar in behind white van. Everything can be opened up. Does not give the defense really any headway in defending that area. So I think overall I would like to see Crazy play a little bit more destruction based rather than the whole face check them.
There's got to be a question here, Demo, of why Crazy aren't taking more map control, because they're giving so much space over to Carvana that it's really a no-brainer that they're winning out on some of these rounds and that they are being as close as possible, because, you know, as good as Crazy are in the gun skill department, Carvana are no slouches, and they're able to hang at that level, and they're able to compete in those head-to-head gunfights. So there's got to be a question there as to why Crazy aren't making better use of more of the map and the time.
So, this is intriguing. Carvana, they've brought out the split bomb site. This is a very strange bomb site, I would say, the way it kind of works out. You have one bomb site inside of the tellers and the other bomb site down inside of server. One thing that I think goes in favor of the defense is the destruction that you get. The entire Visa is destructible. The entire Tellers is destructible. Pulse, great pick for Consulate. He can basically find out any information that he wants around that east side with very little, I would say, downside to bringing it. You know, you do have to sometimes be a little bit vigilant of an IQ who could try and floor bang you, but overall, it's very rare. You can see people go in towards that second floor as well. The destructibility factor, you can use that pulse scanner to enable other defenders. You can pulse out the tellers, and then a mute can C4. You know, there's many ways you can play that pulse, and I think that's the kind of route that Carvana are going down, is to let's sit below and let's just C4 them from underneath.
And that is a really, you know, viable strategy. You mentioned there they're bringing plenty of C4s in their lineup. IQ there getting a bit of a glimpse at the pulse below. That's information that can be fed across the team. Now Crazy are going to have to do something about that. They know that he is going to be there. Unusual to not see any pressure coming in from Garage. That can often be a popular way to try and attack onto this site. At least send a splinter group of players over through that Garage side to push on through and just to apply a little bit more pressure on that floor. Because as we can see, top floor control has now been gained. And now Crazy are going to start trying to work their way down on through that. But there's still so much to do. There are so many little nooks and crannies to hide in. Rendy here just holding a nice angle there onto the hatch. He's got multiple options of escape as well. Even got an angle through into copy window. Pre-fire shots come out but will not make anything.
So this is what we wanted from Crazy, a little bit more map control. They've taken admin, they're utilizing the skeleton key in the back, haven't done a whole lot of droning, and I think that shows the fact that Maestro should have got that kill. Don't know how he misses those ones, but Nathan has been gifted. Yeah, stuff like that. That's gonna lose you your defenses. If you're giving up easy kills, a peek in through the holes, trying to peek into a C8, never gonna work out for you. Gravana, they've let this slip, Ollie. They've been broken here.
It's a really difficult thing to watch as well because I don't think they realised just how much control they had of the map from the positions they were playing. But as you say, two little over peaks and a bit of a miss shot is all it takes. Grizzly now trying to drag his team back into this one. He's managed to take out Madman and it briefly pops the diffuser on the ground for a moment, but I'm sure that that is going to be recovered very shortly as Packbull is going to be the one to start getting that diffuser down. Pulse from below. Is he able to find the C4 toss or not? The diffuser will be confirmed. Nathan finds one onto Grizzly, and now a difficult situation for Omos and Gorgona. Omos is going to make it super simple. 2 headshots with the SMG-11 is going to do the job, and that's going to allow Gorgona to rotate back on up. Omos getting that diffuser off. He's been fully covered here by his teammate. I don't think Crazy are aware that the diffuse is going down. What is going on there? Crazy just sitting on their hands while Omos gets 2 kills and the diffuse.
Hold on a minute. Let me get the script up real quick, Ollie. Yeah, that wasn't supposed to happen in the script. That was supposed to say crazy round win. Don't know what's happened there. We have a glitch in the matrix.
Off script demo.
I thought we don't like it whenever we go off script. We don't like that. Last time we went off script, Ollie, NA won a major. You know, we can't be having that.
I think that last round for me just shows how good of a chance Kavana have actually got in this series. And it's David and Goliath. Tim put it beautifully. It is such a difficult mountain for them to climb. But for me, have Crazy been firing on all cylinders every single round? I don't think so. They're a great attacking side. We see them have a higher win percentage on attack than we do on defense. They're up at 77% on attack win percentage. That's just unheard of.
And we'll see how the defense goes. And for me, I would say that Consulate is very 50-50 in the aspects. If you look at what the defenders get and what the attackers get, attackers obviously have a lot of soft destruction to play with. Something that Crazy never took advantage of, which is probably where they kind of slipped up in some of their garage attacks. Then you also look what the defense gets. You look at the operators that can be available. Mira's still in the mix. Valkyrie's there. Maestro as well. There's some strong defensive operators that can really assist you in a lot of the plays you want. We've already touched upon how powerful Pulse can be with C4s. I think it is very 50-50. It mostly comes down to a lot of the engagements that's being won. I would say that overall Crazy has been better in terms of gun skill, but over sheer strategy and actually, I would say, teamwork capabilities, I think Corvana has been much better in that department. I would say utility has been the main lack of what we've seen from Crazy.
Yeah, and not necessarily lack of bringing it, just lack of being willing to use it at the right time, which is really strange because if you've got the utility, you may as well get it on out there. Madman, it's going to be a little bit too late, I'm afraid. That wall is going to be opened by the exothermic. He's going to try and trick onto the other side and just make it a little bit more difficult for that full garage wall to be open. But a large part of the job there has been done, and in very quick time, in the first 40 or so seconds. That now gives Kavana so much time to work with here. and a lot of control. They're going for the same typical setup here. A lot of players stacking up on this west side. Capital lying in wait, just getting a couple of fire arrows out there to stop the push from the defenders. What about that for a headshot from Grizzly? The plant isn't going down just as of yet, but it isn't being needed to, as Grizzly is just bullying his way on through the site. Very quickly, with kills flying in either direction, we've been left in a 3 versus 1. Sorry, 2 versus 2. The diffuser was going down for a brief second there, but it has been cut short. That's left in an effective 1v1 against a Narkic. He is going to lose. Too much pressure from Kavana, and Grizzly have just been made to look like rank amateurs there.
Oh my. Now, that was a round, ladies and gents. So, there's a lot of things that kind of went down there. So, first of all, Madman not having the Electro Claws already on the wall whenever Thatcher's banned is a little bit strange. He's trying to Kai trick a Thermite charge, which you cannot do. Then basically Corvana pulled a crazy strategy, which is as soon as the wall gets opened, rush in and kill everyone. Then Crazy almost pulled it back, and then finally Anarchic clutched up. My word, that was fast. I don't know where to go. Corvana, they just walked in. They killed everyone. Somehow Crazy made a comeback where they had no need to pull that comeback. They really should never have done that. But somehow they nearly had it. But yeah, I just think a bit of lack of intel probably from Crazy there kind of let them down. I know that they did have the Valkyrie on board. Valkyrie cameras probably weren't in bomb site because they would have had the information on IQ if that was the case. You know, we didn't see IQ eliminate any of the cameras because it was so quick with the breach being opened. She didn't have time to do so. Maybe whenever she was in the breach, whenever they rushed in, we could have missed it. But at the moment, there was no information there. So perhaps for Crazy, they just lacked that.
A little bit flabbergasted demo, but I'm going to try and break it down here. I'm not sure that Crazy are prepared for what Kavana are bringing today. We saw Omo's tweet this morning. It was something along the lines of, "Good morning, gamers. Today we win Prem." And I kind of read it and I was like, I love that, because I love an underdog and I love a little bit of confidence as well. And that tweet is going to age very well if they continue to play in this manner, because the way that they are taking down Crazy at the moment is by sheer aggression, and that's something that they can do really well. They've got a great lineup for playing aggressively. So far, we've seen aggressiveness on the defense, and we've seen some hyper-aggressive players on the attack, usually led by Grizzly, who we are going to be looking at now. Now, he's maintaining a positive KD, but he's getting himself in there, and the rest of his team are doing a fine job at picking up some of those pieces. Look at the pressure now being applied into Bathroom. Now, this is something that Crazy do very well, is taking this control of Yellow Stairs and Bathroom. Now, Crazy aren't playing with a dock in this circumstance, so Packable has got a bit of a more difficult job here, just trying to keep himself alive. The ADSs have now been burnt, and that's going to give time for the grenades to come on through. Rendy going to be the man in position to do just that. Gogona, he's on repel, sitting very low health, just trying to pre-fire out some shots and gather a little bit of information if possible. Madman underneath, is he going to be going for the run out here? Now, I'm sure that there's a Claymore on the door and he is going to know that, but he needs to try and provide a little bit of coverage for his team here.
While I comes in, yes, he is available. I may have said earlier otherwise, but I was misinformed. Wamai, I think, is excellent for the Yellow Stairs defense. The fact that Capital then has a very strong counter means that Capital isn't as effective for kind of firing out the man behind the yellow pillar. At the moment, Crazy, they eliminated that Yellow Stairs take. Corvana tried to swing in towards Yellow, tried to push in towards the staircases. They've been shut down at every corner they've went for. Look at the HP from Grizzly and Gorgona, each of them. What, below 10 at least there. So yeah, at this stage, I think it's just going to be a very slow and painful round for Corvana to play this one out. Crazy, they're patient, they're will dictate it in the sense of let's not throw away this advantage. They're not fierce, so overall, I think Crazy, they held the kind of site that they normally attack.
A lot of work to do yet still in the 2 versus 4 with only 30 seconds left and the diffuser cold. It's going to be very difficult to make anything happen here. Gorgona's location now known as pre-fire shots did just come out onto him from Jonker. He's going to go for the peek through into Meeting, but Nathan just holding a very skinny angle there with the SMG, and the kills this time falling in favor of Crazy. Still a difficult one. Still, they cannot relax. This is neck and neck, and both teams are going at it. 4 rounds apiece. I must admit, Demo, I didn't think we'd be here at round number 9 sitting all square.
Were you imagining more of a 6-2 situation, I'm guessing, Ollie?
I just didn't think it'd be this back and forth and this close, Demo. I think it's really exciting to see. Now, something that's really interesting that I want to kind of touch on is the operator bans. Now, we didn't really go into them in as much detail. I know it seems weird to jump in at round 9 and to mention the operator bans again, but fun fact and great point, Crazy pretty much 100% of the time will ban out Capitao and Mirror. They didn't ban either today. And so far, Grizzly has run Capitao every single round on attack, and it's doing great business for them. They're able to get in, they're able to control the push that the defenders want to try and respond with. I think back to the first round after we changed sides, round number 7, we did see the Capitao used to great effect just to crowd control those players on Crazy as that flood came through the garage. And it's something that we're going to keep seeing more and more consistently. We saw it in the previous round on Yellow Stairs. That fire arrow just cutting off a lot of the rotation potential for the guys on Crazy, and it really is hindering them at the moment. That's going to hinder just about everyone on the side of Kavana, as I mean, Grizzly, he's been having a decent game. We've just been hyping the Capitao up. What's going on?
Yeah, that's a classic there. We talk about the operator, and the caster's curses came in. And he's died straight off the rip. Bit like what me and Fluke had in playoffs. We talked about a clash and just gets absolutely obliterated. It happens. And look what you've done, Ollie. You've caused this. You better apologize to Grizzly.
Grizzly, I'm sorry. Caster's Curse, hyping you up, talking about the operator that you're playing, but what can you do? Nathan finds the second kill of the round, or the first for Crazy, onto Gorgona. Now, this is where mentality starts to kick in, because on the side of Kavana, they're going to be looking and they're going to be saying, you know, we don't really look to be winning this round. We're going in at 3-5. There's so much time left. Do we just take a breather, or do we be aggressive? Das isn't going to give him a breather. He's going to take out a Narkic. Randy trading that one straight back.
Oh my, Randy, calm yourself. Packbull tries to spray in through the floor, but gets a couple of shots right back at him, and one of those does land the headshot. Randy has to be careful now with his HP. They're in the bomb site, but they can't really do much whenever there's upstairs control still in favor of Crazy. Omos just barely misses out on that kill. He thought he went in towards the zigzag and towards benches, but no. They went down spiral, and Crazy, they win that round out just from, I think, the early pressure, you know, the early spawn kill. The C4, by the way, Ollie, I don't know if you picked up on that C4 kill that happened. They pulsed him as he was outside Visa droning. Pulse then called in Kai to open up the Visa hatch. They opened up the Visa hatch, shot down the door, and then flung a C4 out as he was droning.
Great play from the side of Crazy. It just goes to show the intel that they are exchanging between themselves on the mics. They're obviously frantically talking to each other and giving everybody the best chance at having the most accurate information possible, and that is what results in kills. Now, I don't want to write that round off. It was important for Crazy to go out there and play it professionally despite the team kill coming out from Corvana, but I think that we can all say that round was a little bit decided from the start, and Crazy just getting themselves back on script there. Maybe that was it. Maybe Anarchic was like, look guys, we're going off script a little bit here. Grizzly, you look like you know you're gonna have a big round here. We can't be going off script too much. Let's just hinder ourselves in the first 10 seconds and make it look like an accident.
I kind of feel as if that round has kind of swayed my opinion on Crazy, just having now, I think, the go-ahead to finish out this map in a very convincing 7-4. I think Kavana now, they have been down in the dumps for the past 2 rounds. Yeah, I don't have a lot of confidence now in Kavana. I think they looked really good in that kind of opening half, but I feel as now the kind of snowball has formed for Crazy on the defense. It's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and Kavana, they can't stop that.
I always like to say that this round, when the scoreboard is at 5-4, that it's a huge one, because it really is a turning point. If Crazy win this, they get put onto match point and the mentality shifts a little bit. If Kavana win this, then it gets put to 5-5, and then we start thinking, you know, the next round gets a little bit important and a bit more exciting there. So it's always a really big, important round. And the wall will be opened again very quickly. I'm surprised to see Madman still attempting this, because that wall is being opened time and time again. And to hold on to that garage wall is very unusual. It is expected at this level that that wall is going to get opened very quickly, whether that's through vertical pressure or through just Cade tricking and trying to remove the utility.
Omos, risky game, trying to open up the other side of the wall. He's getting a Maestroed. I'd imagine that is from underneath White Van. It's the more common area. Yeah, it is. Essentially, Maestro is very pesky to deal with. He can kill you with the turrets from outside the breach very easily. He has two of them, one beside the black car as well. It's going to be tough with, I would say, very little soft destruction. You know, they've already used 2 nades. I don't know if Gorgona has any more Ash charges left. Packbull got the first opening kill, eliminate Gorgona. And look at this, Nathan, a double deep angle being held, but lets them walk in anyway. But Packbull holding down the fort. And there's the assistance from Jonka inside of the security room. Now she's down to the Buck. As Omaz, he's been finished off by Jaeger as well. At this stage, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets Maestroed out, Ollie.
Probably has lost a large portion of his health to the Maestros, and you can see the utility raining down on him. C4's being tossed out of yellow stairs, and the world is feeling like a very small place for Rendy at the moment. Left with little option, tons of time, but the diffuser cold on the ground. Going up against the full force of Crazy, likely to just try and hold out here and use this final minute to discuss with his team and to prepare for the inevitable match point that will be going in Crazy direction. No one moving at the moment, everybody playing the old statues game, and it's almost a who's going to move first kind of situation. As you can see there, Alex illustrating there, the diffuser deep in sight, unretrievable. It's going to be very difficult for Rendy. I'm surprised to see no one getting aggressive onto this, but that is a valuable minute that has been used there. Nathan finishing things off there very, very swiftly. Check this out for a nice angle on yellow stairs. Ooh, love to see shots like
angles.
that.
There was the angles. Many of a custom game probably holding that angle. I'm sure prepping all of the strategies for Crazy. We know Arcuf, the coach, he has them well tapered up. So let's see how the top floor goes for, I would say, probably the final round of the map, Ollie. Agreement with that?
Very likely, but again, the scoreline isn't really illustrating just how close this game has been so far. Don't be surprised to see this one go 5-6 before the game is over. That being said, we haven't seen very confident attacks from Kavana.
I would say it's been very disjointed. Apart from the one that they did win with the whole garage rush, they've been playing very separate. I would like to see Gorgona play a lot more with the team rather than the kind of like solo man he's currently trying to play with. I think overall for Crazy, they have been a lot more fortified in their defense. I would say that they're using utility well. I'm liking a lot of the crossfires that they had. I like the kind of pipe play that we've seen last round from the smoke, being able to have a clear line of sight onto anybody pushing into the breach, along with being able to throw the toxic babes out, then having the Jaeger, one of the most powerful guns towards that medium and long range that the defenders have, covering that yellow stairs. I think overall they've set themselves up very well for those trades, and one thing that Crazy have always been good at is getting those trades. It's very rarely we ever see Crazy just get swept aside and, you know, get flawless by another team.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to happen too often. If Crazy don't show up on the attack, then they do show up on the defense. We rarely see them not show up on either side. And as you say, the attacks so far from Kavana just haven't had that bite to them. They haven't been able to play as aggressively round after round after round, which is essentially what they are trying to run on here. And there is only so much aggression you can throw at things before a team like Crazy is going to get a handle of it. They're going to get your number, and they are going to be able to try their best to shut that down. Anarchic gathering, plenty of information there as to the players on those yellow stairs and the utility left remaining. Gorgona going to be looking to try and deal with any Wamais that are inside of there, as of course you need to burn the ADSs and the Wamais because those Wamais can catch the Capitao fire arrow, and that is not what he wants at this stage. He's really trying to remove players from that top of yellow stairs and that landing area. Packbull has since managed to make his way back on in and looking to play on the window, but he knows that somebody's going to be sitting on top of that skylight. But no! Gorgona just manages to get himself back in ADS there to finish off Packbull. Daz, what are you doing? Your teammate has just died from that exact location, and you're going to rush on through and try and replace him. The drone work now being able to go forth, and as I said, don't be surprised to see this one go 6-5.
That's basic knowledge. Whenever you're attacking yellow stairs, there's always one person stationed on the skylight. Crazy know that, and yet they just fed him 2 kills very easily. Somehow Crazy have pulled it back into their advantage as Madman and Junker have both stepped up big time. Downstairs, Omos are trying to hunt for the Valkyrie and does find him a 2v2. Oh, make that a 2v1 as Junker is still on the prowl. He rotated in through that spiral. Anarchic has made his way in towards that B bomb site. But 1 HP, constantly getting pinged. They know where he is. He does not have the diffuser as well. He has to play for the kills here. 40 seconds. A lot of work to be done, Ollie. I think it's up against him here.
It really is up against him, and it isn't a position that you like to see somebody in. As a 1v2 is winnable, but when you are sitting on just 1 health, you've got to be oh so careful. A crossfire now being established. One player in behind long desk, the other inside of bathroom. Anarchic makes his way on in to meet him, but is left with a very difficult decision. Which side is he going to peek? Whichever he chose, he was going to get cleaned up by the opposite. Jonker finds the last kill. That's going to be good half to Crazy at a scoreline of 7-4.
Well, for a brief period, Kovana, they were looking really good. You know, they had a good lead. They pulled back, what, 4 rounds? They were sitting at a very healthy scoreline for themselves moving into that second half, Ollie. But Crazy, their defense, they mustered for battle and they came back swinging. Packbull, Dats, Nathan, 11, 11, and 12 kills.
They really did, and that's something that they needed. Madman there having a bit of a stinker. 3 kills and 7 deaths.
He plants the bomb.
He's planting. 1 plant is worth 10 kills, I think, by the Ace of Pyrite multiplier. So he's got a couple of kills there. But in all seriousness, a great result there from Crazy and a fantastic effort there from Kovana. I wasn't expecting it to go that close, and I think that we're in for more exciting maps as we move on into it.
Yep, Kovana, they lose out that first one, but then again, it was Crazy's map pick. Let's see if Cafe goes any better for them. We'll be back after a break, see how that one happens.
Left. Drop the bomb diffuser. Attackers activating diffuser. Attackers are activating diffuser. Attackers need to protect the diffuser. Position comp. Attackers bomb diffuser has been dropped. Defenders have located the diffuser. Bomb located by attackers.
Back yourself. You heard me. Don't back a horse. Don't back a stranger. Don't back a man who... You gem, you rock, you star. You train like a pro, you should be paid like a pro.
Parsec lets you play your entire library of games on any device, anywhere, with anyone, at any time. It's easy. Install Parsec and boom, your PC game library is at your fingertips. Are you bored playing solo? Share a link with anyone and go multiplayer. No friends online? Jump into Parsec's arcade and play with people from all around the world. Parsec's available for most things with screens. Download now.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Welcome to the Seagate Strategy with me, Ace of Pyrite. We're going to be taking a jump into the archive of our hard drives, and this time looking at Kawana Gaming, specifically the dynamic duo of Grizzly and Gorgona. And we can see straight away in this clip, Grizzly opening things up for us with a fantastic first kill onto Penguin, and that is something that this duo does so well, is firing their team into the round with an advantage. And that was really important because Penguin was trying to take some early map control at the top floor there, but he was shut straight down by Grizzly. And then later in the round we see Gorgona, his partner in crime, step up, get a first kill onto the Lion through the foothole there, and without barely moving his position, gets a fantastic wall bang onto No Thumbs to finish things off for Kawana. The next clip that I've got for you was Kavana's game against Team Secret on Cafe Dostoyevsky, and we see Gorgona move up here at the beginning of the round, only 30 seconds in, with some very well-timed aggression into Piano there to get a kill onto Fonkers and Meepy, and that really sets his team up for the rest of the round, leaving them 4 versus 2. Now, looking at the stats for Gorgona and Grizzly, they have been phenomenal throughout the season. In 75 rounds, they've got 75 kills for Grizzly and 62 for Gorgona. That is 137 between the pair of them in just 75 rounds. And now we see, coming into the late round situation, back to the round at hand, Grizzly. Who else? Gorgona opens up with 2, and then Grizzly finds himself in a late round 1v2, gets the kill onto Feral through a fantastic peek hole. And what Grizzly does so well here is he keeps the players of Team Secret guessing. He never settles. He's always peeking different angles, different holes, and makes it very difficult. And the spray that he gets now onto Junus to down him is inspired because he keeps shooting there. The diffuser is being planted, and as soon as Junus steps up, automatically part of the animation, he steps into the bullets of Grizzly. And that's something that these two do so well. They never stop fighting. Unbelievable plays from 2 really talented and exciting players coming through the Premiership. Definitely ones to watch. This has been the Seagate Strategy, and we'll be back with another one real soon. Huge thanks to Seagate and CyberPower PC for making this video series possible. It's been an absolute pleasure having a look over all this top quality Siege action.
My goodness, there we have it, the first map wrapped up in the end. Now, if you look at the scoreline, you might not realise just how close of an affair that actually was. Some tantalising rounds to really whet the appetite for the day. Des, I mean, let's start from the beginning. Just walk me through this massacre.
It was a roller coaster ride, I think is the fair thing to say. Round 1 started out much slower than I think a lot of us expected. Crazy. Historically, I've had a couple of times where I've had to warm into the first 2 or 3 rounds of a game, and I felt like this time round, at least it was limited to just 1 round. Things were slow. They didn't move as fast as we expected, and I think I was really impressed from Kavana saying, you know what, no, we hold the line here. They get no further than this, and we will push back and go for fights from there, really. In that first half of the whole map, they won 4 of the opening kills out of the 6 that they could have got. So that showed that they came here ready to party, but as Ace will tell you, as the round did start to wear on, we did see Crazy really start to warm into things and remind us why they are undefeated so far this season.
Yeah, they really started to wear them down as time went on. But what I would say, I wouldn't go as far as saying that Crazy played scared through that game, but they certainly showed a healthy amount of respect to Kavana, and I think that's something that we have to take away from this. When players like Crazy are coming out and showing a team that level of respect, it shows the ability that they've got and that they've demonstrated so far. Kavana, you know, for example, Crazy coming in and not attempting a yellow take on their attack. Every time they were attacking top floor, they came in through admin. At least the first 3 rounds that they attempted it were like that. And we know how good Crazy are at assaulting yellow stairs, and they get a lot of success there. And previously, it's always sort of been like, they don't care who they're playing against. They're going to take yellow stairs whether you like it or not. But it just wasn't something that they really wanted to attempt today. And you've got to ask the question, is that because they're looking at the team they're up against and thinking, these guys are prepared for this?
That actually could be a very interesting point of if the idea of giving too much respect could come back to bite them, if it's a sign of confidence going into the finals, or if they're just playing it safe. We do have the post-map breakdown as well, so we can delve a little bit deeper into the actual statistics of this one, Des.
Yeah, I think we pointed out at the end, or the casters did anyway, that Dats, Patbull and Nathan really were the shining stars for the side of Crazy and all of that one. I've noticed the teams are switched around, so the logos are incorrect, but it's Crazy at the bottom and Kavana at the top. On the other side, though, it was actually really nice again to see players on the side of Kavana stepping up and making themselves count. We said last week that the quieter players on the side, normally players like Omars and Rendy, we saw Rendy stepping up pretty big there as well, and an Arkic back, I think it was in week number 2 or week number 3. I gave a shout out to some excellent Sophia play, and although his kills didn't really reflect it in that game, they were still working as a team and taking advantage of the small mistakes being made by Crazy. I just think that game was a bit scrappy at times, a few rounds where you'd find members of Kavana getting some chip damage onto the other side, but not quite securing kills. If we'd seen just a few kills go the other way in those crucial rounds, everything could have been turned upside down. So that wasn't the cleanest play we've seen from these two teams, but it was still quite an interesting affair to see how the teams adapted to each other as the game went on.
Well, let's start to move on now as well. Obviously, Map 2 is going to be coming up as we've just rounded out Consulate. Cafe is up next. What are our opening thoughts as just the map pick of Cafe as itself, Ace?
I think coming into it, if we look at Consulate, it was a real map of nearly but not quite for Kavana, and I think that's something they need to bring into Cafe now, is they need to get themselves over the line rather than just getting to the line. They were coming in, they had, I think Des commented on it, a number of opening kills, and they were really putting themselves in power positions, but we know Crazy and we know that getting opening kills isn't enough. They are happy to play from behind at a man disadvantage. We've seen it throughout their career. They will happily come in 3 versus 5 and still win. We saw it in the last round there before they finished that map off. They just turn it round and they wear you down. So Cafe, I think we just need a little bit more sort of due diligence from Kavana, get themselves ahead, particularly on defense, then start locking your angles down. Don't overpeak, don't be jumping out and getting hit by claymores. We saw that a couple of times as well. Don't give Crazy the excuse to get themselves back level, just force them to play.
You raised one thing that's really nice and worth mentioning, actually. I think it was in round number 3 when we saw the attackers lose. In that case, it was Kavana on the attack. Oh, no, sorry, I'm a liar. It was the other side round. It was Crazy on attack. They lost their Zofia really early on balcony window. And rather than saying, forget about it, just keep on pushing Garage, they took about a minute to get IQ onto the balcony, put a claymore down, and then go back to the attack. 10 seconds later, Vigil jumps out and dies. So it does show there is a lot of very minute focus going into this for both sides here and making sure they've got all their sides covered. Just the occasional times when they weren't covered, such as in the round when Kavana charged in and found 2 kills inside a cafeteria and then got posted from different angles. That was one of the times where it slipped a little bit. So I think on this map with Cafe, like Ace has said there, we want to see them getting over the line a little bit. We're going to see them starting out on attack. So what they really need to do, I think, is go hell for leather. Don't let Crazy get too comfortable, because that's when they really start to shine. You need to find a way to be attacking from 2 or 3 angles, really upset them, and then start looking to take rounds off the back of it. You can't rely on them making small mistakes forever.
That's the thing. You've really got to play this with full confidence as well. Essentially, at this point, you're going into obviously back against the wall. Don't play not to lose. Play to win. Exactly. And if you want to tweet to win, head over to Twitter, #ESL Prem. Let us know what you're thinking of today's stream so far, of the games we've got coming up, and of course, of this map that is going to be up next, as Cafe will be map 2. Let's bring it back a little bit about what you were talking about earlier with the signs of respect. Quick roundup on this one, Tim, just from you. Do you think that this is still going to be what we see coming out from Crazy, if they might play a little bit timid, or if this is going to be more of the standard, real deadly, damaging players that we expect coming out from Crazy?
I think the opening rounds are going to see a bit of a mixture. I know it sounds like I'm sort of sitting on the fence there a little bit, but what I think we're going to see, particularly, if we focus on a popular defence top floor, I think we're going to see Cocktail being held quite hard and Cocktail Balcony. They're going to play the top floor from there, but then it wouldn't surprise me to see maybe Nathan Dats in around that mid floor looking for the C4 tossers underneath. So I think we're going to see a little bit of a mixture. We're going to see those players getting aggressive, almost 2 cells, if you will. We're going to have an aggression cell that's going to be out there player roaming the sort of non-site floors, and then we're going to have a defense cell that are going to be sitting holding tight angles. That's probably going to be Crazy's play. And so yes, there is a level of respect there by not having everybody just running around crazy trying to find kills, but at the same time I think we will see sort of them pushing forward and trying to tap this one over the line a little bit quicker.
Well, it looks like we are ready to step back into the series now and see how Cafe is going to shape up. Now, a woodpecker can peck up to 20 times a second, but Demo can talk even quicker than that. It's Demo and Troika as we step in for our second map of the day.
Thank you, Jackie. I think it's the first time I've ever heard you be called Troika, Ollie, because I think we all just call you Ollie. I think Jackie, again, he's the outsider for this event, but hey, I think Jackie's been a great job, hasn't he, Ollie?
Yeah, absolutely. Really good to see the energy that he's bringing to the desk, and I think that everything's going pretty smoothly so far. Knock on a lot of wood that you've got nearby, because this broadcast, I don't think it has been easy to put on, but I think everybody is doing a fine job, make no mistake. We're going to be jumping in now to Cafe. Game number 2 in this series, map number 2 in this series. Demo, are we going to see a similar result, or is this going to be a little bit more one-sided?
I don't know how I feel about Cafe. Last time we seen Gavanna play it, I believe it was against the Secret match where they won 7-3. That was a bit of an upset, as we know. Secret were just, gone after that. Secret, unfortunately, decided to leave the competition as a whole. Last time we seen Crazy play Cafe was back in the CL qualifiers for their spot into Challenger League, and they played it against Gamer Legion, and they won 7-1. So that's the last time. A month ago was the last time we seen Crazy play it.
I mean, and that tells you all you need to know. Crazy have done a great job of sneaking maps in today, because we've not seen them play Consulate so far in Prem. We haven't seen them play Cafe, so it's really, we're a bit unnerved as to what we are going to get here. Crazy there, not taking any chances this time. They're going to be banning out that Capital. Goyo again, muscling his way into that power quad now of defenders that we're looking to ban out pretty much every time. That means that Echo and Maestro are both going to be available.
Bans are always an interesting take. I think now, as we're starting to kind of have more operators more and more join the family of R6, I would like to see more bans be added in. I think that it's kind of needed at this stage, Ollie. Well, maybe not as of yet, but I think it's very, very close to having more operator bans.
Potentially. It does make for interesting discussion, and I think having more bans, at a point it would limit the ability that both teams have got, or both sides have got, should I say. But at the moment there's multiple players, or multiple operators, should I say, on either side of the board that you would look to try and ban out every time on any given map, and it's just about the give and take as to which you are willing to let on through. That being said, we've talked up Echo, we've talked up Maestro. Crazy, they're not going to be picking either of those operators.
You know, the way that Siege is kind of being developed, Ollie, we're seeing a lot more kind of operators that are kind of like other operators in a sense. You know, there's a lot of operators that we can kind of compare to each other. You know, you look at Bucksledge, yeah? The exact same principle, but in a different way. You look at Mosley Mute, the exact same principle in a different way. Now we're looking at Jaeger Wamai, exact same principle, but in a different way. You know, we're starting to see a lot more operators who do similar objectives, which that's why I feel as if that, you know, we could get away with a bit more bans being added into the game.
Potentially in the future. I'm sure it's something that we maybe would see, but the bans in this game, despite being pretty significant, they haven't really impacted Craziers. They're not really opting to choose onto those operators, instead going for that combination of a little bit of denial in the mute, the castle as well to restrict some of the flow. And I really like this way that the top of Red Stairs is held as this Cafe continues to develop, as all maps do, where people choose instead to play inside of Cigar Shop. You're going to be playing with shotguns, SAS operators, smoke if you can, and you're going to try and really cut off the potential for any of the attackers to push on through. Now, it seems as though that has been read into, as the attack now is going to switch focus and get onto that East Repel. Looks as though at least 4 players are going to be on that Repel, and Rendy just trying to do his utmost on that IQ, maybe trying to find out any information.
This is a classic strategy from Kavana that we've seen them do plenty of times in the past, and, well, they've managed to swing on in. But Packbull, you've seen the man as you peeked up, but yet you've let him kill you nonetheless as Gorgona and Grizzly are firing through. Crazy. Just got caught out. They weren't ready for that whenever realistically they should have been. It's a strategy which is very risky to go for as an east side take on Cafe, but if you make it work, damn, you look like a great team. Somehow Junk has managed to slip his way past the skylight, but not for long as Anarchic was up there patrolling along the way, and now that's in a 1 versus 3 in a very unwinnable position whenever you're dealing with a double window repel. Randy glitched out there a little bit as the drop comes in, but the cover is there and Anarchic wins that 1v1. And Kavana, Ollie, well, they take the first round.
And they did a great job of doing so. The aggression that they pushed on through with Gorgona, not only getting 2 kills, but also getting that diffuser down as well. And it all started with Packbull just getting caught there in the weapon swap, going from the SMG, recognizing he was going to be entering some close range engagements, but just wasn't accounting for such an aggressive push from the attackers there. They really took the bull by the horns, and the only way you can get through that east side push, you've got to be getting in on Repel. You've got to have somebody coming up White Stairs. You need to commit to it as a team, and that's exactly what we saw there. A really good first round. It's going to force Crazy now to rethink. They're actually going to switch things up instantly, opting not to go back upstairs. Instead, they're going to take us down to Fireplace and Mining, which is an interesting one. Usually we would see Fireplace and Reading being more favored, or in fact Bakery.
I've kind of discovered that a lot more teams are shying away from the downstairs site. A lot of teams aren't really liking that at the moment. You look at the bans, you would probably expect it to be a little bit more defender-sided because obviously the Thatcher ban being there comes into effect. It gives the Bandit and the Kite a little bit more room to work with. Capital also being gone gives yourself another great operator that can deal with that. It's no longer there. Overall, I think there is options for the downstairs, but I think more and more teams prefer the kind of, I would say, roam capabilities that you have. Very rarely we see a roam game on Kitchen because it doesn't really offer you a whole lot. You know, if you're roaming Kitchen, what do you get from it?
You often just get caught out on the rotation, and as you say, these teams, both of them really, are going to want to try and get out there on the roam and be a nuisance. We can see Packbull gathering a lot of information there. He's going to be calling out to his team that there are players getting themselves up on that Repel. How's Rendy got downed already? Rendy's managed to down himself. I think he may have fallen off the roof.
Nice game.
He's trying to blame the game, but we all know that that was just him. He's got himself onto 20% as a top floor clear is going to come in now from the attackers. They're going to be opening the hatches, getting those Nomad air jabs out there, just trying to deter any sort of extended roam here from Crazy.
So, you've already lost a lot of HP from Randy. You've lost 1 minute. You're now going to spend a bit of time droning out. They have managed to enter their way in towards that piano, which is obviously the main location you want to be as an attacker. It gives you the kind of preemptive strike abilities to start opening up with a buck and try and catch them by surprise. I think having the skeleton key here just to rip open everything in the B-bomb site really enables you to have a lot more, I would say, control in towards the pillars. If they're going to start getting pushed out of the train and getting pushed out of B-bomb site, they're either running up red, which probably isn't a possibility. No defender ever runs up red, knowing that attackers are above. That means that they're going to be forced in the pillars. If you have somebody sitting in pillars, Ollie, that just gives you free kills for the attacking side.
Definitely does. It's all going to be about the crossfires. There's going to be nowhere safe to hide in that wheel room as we do see the floor getting opened up. But once again, bullet holes for Madman, resulting in a nice kill onto Gorgona. It's going to be a big opener as the Ash has still got a lot of value to provide in this late stage. But the push from Yellow has been thwarted, and now pressure instead is going to have to come through vertically. Rendy threading the eye of a needle, and he's going to get that one off as a late trade. A nade this time going to be used to destroy the barbed wire, as that's then going to allow Omos to push down a little bit more aggressively. Dats, in the meantime, finds one onto Anarchic. Omos trades that one straight back out, 3-3. This is going blow for blow. When is the diffuser going to be in a position to be planted? Jonker swings out onto Grizzly, now holding the angle into Laundry. Look at the intel he's got. He's now in the 3 versus 1, as it is all going to be down to Omos. Jonker confirms it with a quad kill on the round. What a flurry of kills there from Crazy.
I feel as if this may be a Jonker game. And whenever Jonker is on it and he is on fire, the man puts up figures. Big numbers, and already with that bit of momentum from round 2, I think this is gonna be tough already from Kavana. You know, overall, I think their attack was okay in places. Only thing I would change, Dolly, was if they're going for the whole let's open up the floor and let's get the butt going, how come you're not putting pressure onto the balcony windows? You know, if you're using the butt to try and push people out, why are you not having those cut-offs and those flanks?
Yeah, there's a big question there, Damo, and I think that speaks to the sort of how well they're able to work as a team, because, as you say, if you're going to rip open the floor of Piano, you better believe you should be going for a plan inside of Wheel Room, because you've got the Nomad, so you're going to be able to cover all the flanks. No one's going to be able to get back upstairs to try and use those angles against you. If you get control of Pillars, which can be done either from getting upstairs control and sitting inside of Heaven, or getting in through the door next to Reading. I know Jonker was playing in and around that area. You can also come up the new stairs as well. Get somebody outside on that bakery roof. All of a sudden, you can start to develop a plant and you can start to try and make something happen. As it stood, they spent so much time and effort getting all the floor open and then just switch things up and push yellow. And Crazy were more than willing to adapt onto that. So a little bit of an oversight there, but still good intentions.
It's if you're going for, you know, the mining room plant, they had 2 people in Reading, 2 defenders in Reading. Reading does not help you at all from stopping a plant inside of the mining. Not whatsoever. So I don't really get why they didn't just go for the, okay, let's plant B. You're already gotten control of red. You can easily push down those staircases. Then you have access to that massive triple wall to open up and utilize. Anybody in Reading is going to be null and void. They can't do anything. There's no walls that you can get killed from on that Reading. Most of it's concrete. Yeah, it's just, it's strange. They're going for a strategy, then they just bottle and go for something different.
And obviously there's mid-round calls that come into that. There could have been something that we've not necessarily caught that has forced them to make that decision. But as it stands, we are back upstairs now. This is a site that we did see Kavana winning very convincingly in the first round. That really nicely executed repelling from the east side. It works exceptionally well for them, led by Gorgona. He got himself in there and got a couple of kills. And it was really on the side of Crazy to try and fight back against that. They didn't have much success either. But this time, they might be prepared for what is going to be coming their way.
So, Kavana, once again, trying to set up for that east side take. I would imagine this time Ollie Crazy are ready for it. They're aware. The swinging comes in from the Ash and nobody is there to contest it. Gorgona's in, Grizzly's in. Where's everybody else? Oh, there we go. The C4 explodes from beneath. And Crazy, after that C4 went, Jonker used the opportunity to eliminate Grizzly. And well, it was a bit of a bait there from Crazy, leaving everything open, and then they just go for a mad retake.
Crazy, not a team to be fooled twice, able to get 3 kills there and taking very little damage in return. Just Jonker receiving about 40% damage there, but he's going to be more than happy with that as a trade-off, as they have removed 3 very powerful attackers there, and it now looks exceptionally difficult for anything to happen. The diffuser is in the hands of Rendy. There is a possibility that they're going to be able to get this down, but it is looking very slim. 35 seconds left on the clock isn't a great deal of time, and I think that they know they can't try and push in from the east repel. They need to change up their line of attack. Anarchic, he's getting himself down to the bottom of White Stairs. He's going to be met very quickly by Dats, who is just going to be holding that on the half landing. That's an easy kill to pick up there. No time for Anarchic to drone, and Dats showing great patience. Cheeky little jump out to close things out as well from Dats. That's going to be a flawless round for Crazy. The window very kindly getting opened for him on his approach in.
I think that was the third flawless of the entire series. First one for Cafe. Wouldn't be surprised if there's a few more for Crazy. So they've pulled back. They lost the first round, but they've managed to take up another 2. So 2-1 is the scoreline. Now we see the kitchen. No reading, surprisingly, Ollie. And that is usually a most favored bomb site for a team like Crazy, who has that opportunity to go through those upstairs holds.
Yeah, absolutely. I think reading not being shown as being all too popular or preferred. I don't know if that's just something that these teams are feeling, if Crazy are just saying, you know, we don't really want to go on to reading because we know what they're going to do. They know they're going to have to hold very heavily on that top floor. And well, with the way that we've seen Kavana so far getting in on that top floor, the top floor hold could be very difficult to do when you've got to split yourself and have some people down on site as well. So could be a little bit of that playing into things there from Crazy. They're not going to be too concerned. They're still going to have a relatively decent rotation if they're able to win out here on the bakery, then being allowed to go back upstairs into that meeting, into that dining and wheel room site.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay, I really doubt Nathan upstairs is going to do a whole lot, mostly because I feel that for anybody who does roam, especially if you're by yourself, that's a death wish. You know, it's very simple to be hunted out. Honestly, sometimes we see the kind of upstairs roamers. Yes, they may have access to, you know, the mid-floor control and have the access to open up the wooden flooring to look down in towards kitchen. I've seen plenty of times where that really hasn't stopped the attackers. They've just walked in through. Now, you can't open up the entirety of the floor. There's a lot of different plant spots, a lot of different counters and stuff you can plant behind. So yes, we know that sometimes the upstairs hold can come into effect, but I would say 7 times out of 10, it doesn't really affect it.
Upstairs is typically something that needs to be cleared by the attackers just for the threat of somebody rotating back down onto site. That being said, a Narkic on that Nomad should be able to do a good deal of work to try and cut off that rotation. You can see him, he's just going to be putting out some drones. I'm not sure if he's used any of his utility just as of yet, but he's holding Jonka there inside of Kochek. Jonka really unable to move. I'm not sure if he's aware of the drone or not. We can see there the air jab going on out as the wall being very precisely opened there by Omos. It's surgical stuff, the Maverick blowtorch, but Madman going to be taking out an Arctic. So the Nomad has been removed. Any air jabs that haven't been placed are now out of the game. We've only seen so far 1 of those going down, maybe 2 at a push, but a lot of potential for rotation now as the wall has been opened and the flood of utility can come on through.
Would have been a nice addition from the Spectre and the Observer. Would have been nice to see if someone dies, if they still had utility, because that would have been a great indicator for this particular moment if Anarchic did have any more of those air jabs. You've seen that Crazy have went for the kind of side wall being opened up. Creates that great angle for Jonka to kind of play with and abuse the power of the coat check. So overall, I think that certainly the players of Crazy have set up well for what Kavan have tried to go for. So they've done their prep work. They knew that they typically go for just a full frontal assault in towards the kitchen. Gorgona has realized this. He's took upon himself to try and play solo. And this is the issue they had last map. Gorgona is playing too separated from the rest of his team, and they're not getting those refrags. There's an 8 refrag from Omos, but Nathan trades it right back out with 2 kills. He just wide swings those ones, and I don't know how he's won it, but still comes out on top. Omos now in a 1v2. Left down to him. Moves into kitchen. Pings constantly coming in for the defensive side, and he's caught in a crossfire. And Nathan, a huge round from Nathan.
Big round there from Nathan, but another classic example of just how well these 2 teams are fighting against each other. I think at one point Crazy had 2 players down and out of the fight, and I think had Kavana had that information, they would have maybe looked to try and push in a little bit more aggressively. They maybe didn't realize just how much control they had until it was a little bit too late. Nathan going huge with the 2K really dragged Crazy back into it, but a round that certainly could have gone either way. Now back upstairs to Fireplace and Mining. But so far, Cafe going a little bit more as we would expect in the favor of Crazy.
into the fireplace and dining.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
Also known as the mining and dining, if you like rhymes. Are you a bit of a rhymer, Ollie?
Love a rhyme, mining and dining. I call it wheel room for some reason. I don't know if that's
Wheel
just a call
room.
out. It's got a big wheel in it, Demo.
That's a rank call there for you.
It is.
What stack have you been playing with? Who's been teaching you these fake calls?
It's a platinum rank call out.
Oh no. Maybe we'll see what the silver call is up. I'll get Dez in a minute. See if we can ask him his thoughts.
On ping, I think.
Yeah, he's over here. He's in this corner. That's Dez to a T. So, let's see how Crazy set up for their second time defending this bomb site. Last time they had a little bit of kind of room presence, but they exited very, very early on. They had, person in towards the kind of back bar area, and by the 30-second mark of the round kind of opening up, he was gone.
Yeah, difficult to try and keep in position there, especially with how much pressure we're seeing applied from both of these teams. Packbull is persistent on that window, just trying to catch players off as they rappel on up. And you'd really think that the attackers would have a bit more of an idea about that now, because it really is happening pretty much every single round. On the pulse, you're able to gather that information, and even if you're just able to get a couple of cheeky points of damage on to the attackers, it is going to be worth it, because it's usually very low risk for you as a defender to put those shots on in. Drop now coming in onto the top of red stairs, almost leading the charge, diffuser in hand. And I'm sure that we're going to see the floor into piano getting opened up yet again. Bit of drone work going on out there as well. And it looks as though for the time being, Crazy are happy to give up this map control because they've got C4s and they've got information.
They're doing the attacking side a bit of a favor here by opening up the floor for them, but obviously that is so Dats can try and get a cheeky C4 up in action. Packbull still playing below, has the pulse scanner, can find out information if anybody wants to creep their way down that red stairs, which I do like bringing the pulse. You know, there's been a couple of occasions, especially Gorgona, we can kind of pinpoint. He has been on his own for the majority of the game. You know, he's been kind of that solo Ashe player, crouching around, looking for free kills, and if you find that information very early on and you can see that it's just one guy by himself, that then creates that opportunity for a 1v2 attack from Crazy, which we know they're great of that teamwork and that communication between them.
Almost just going to be droning out onto site now, trying to figure out if there is anybody playing in a position that can be dealt with vertically. He wants to try and feed that information back to Grizzly as the floor is starting to be opened slowly but surely. Gorgona inside of reading, going for the Ashe rush through as he's going to open up the wall and just be able to peek on into that dining room. Pre-fire shots are coming out, but the defender doing a great job of just staying clear. I think maybe even retreating to behind that bomb chassis. And Narkic opens things up with a kill onto Nathan. Madman's going to fall as well. Grizzly finds Jonker, and that's 3 kills in super quick succession for these attackers. Now it is a really tough job for Dats and Packbull to try and keep hold of this round. There's only 20 seconds or so remaining, so you would expect the diffuser to start going down, and it is. Almost is going to attempt, but get taken out by Packbull. Dats finds another 3 versus 2. Can he land his shots? Yes, he can. He gets a 2K on the round before getting traded out. Rendy now looking to try and plant on top of that wheel as he knows that there is the pulse below, but the C4 through the gap doesn't need to go onto the floor, and Crazy are going to win out that round. That's a huge C4 from Packbull. I love the preparation. The floor has been opened perfectly so that he can do just exactly that.
Oh my. Like, what can Kavana do against stuff like that? What can they do? That is just sheer brilliance from Packbull and Crazy. For the majority of that round, I was thinking Packbull's doing very little impact here. He's just been sitting downstairs. Sure, he's been pulsing, but he has been assisting his teammates. They've got picked off in a matter of, 2 seconds. He was doing nothing, and I was like, yeah, well, if they lose a round, probably down to Packbull not doing anything. And then he's just pulled back. Granted, I still think we have to mention what happened in Train Room. Mozzie, absolutely bonkers. The fact he got 2 kills there, incredible. He wasted the time, I think, was more important. You've seen that they tried to plant inside of the dining. They got paranoid. They were like, oh yeah, they have the pulse below. Let's rotate and jump up into position they can't get us. Oh wait, we've made a hole, and we've just C4'd you through it.
10 seconds to insertion.
And that just speaks to the preparation on the side of Crazy. That's obviously something that they've planned for in there. Okay, we want to play the pulse downstairs. What's something that's going to disable us from being able to do that? Oh, well, there's this massive metal box in the room that someone can plant on that you can't see through. Okay, well, how do we deal with that? And you can see the conversation working through after obviously seeing why that hole was there in the first place, but you can understand where it has come from. And it's just fantastic preparation and really not worried at all about being left in that man disadvantage right at the end with somebody on the ground floor, because you've got the C4 and you're able to do things like that. He's continuing as he needs to go on. He's taking out Gorgona again. Gorgona just finding himself out and about, not being traded. I know it's a bit of a spawn peaky kind of scenario. It's a very early kill to see, but again, just falling foul in the early part of the round.
Not a good start. Ash gone, their kind of main entry, who has been enabling the rest of their team to certainly push on and win these gunfights against Crazy. That's out of the picture. I would say, Ollie, it's now a bit of a recurring theme. Well, we'll see how the round goes, but mostly whenever Kavana lose that first opening engagement, all of a sudden Crazy are just dominant straight off the rip. You know, they don't let it slip. They have that lead. You know, this is where we start seeing Crazy with the flawless wins come out. Let's see if Kavana can break the trend, but it's very up against them. Again, going for the same push, this east side take. Worked for them the first time, probably because I would say Crazy were not prepared for it. Second time they tried it, Crazy, they were prepared, and I don't think this time will be any different. One thing they've done differently is that they've sent Grizzly below to stop the C4s.
And then that could work, but Grizzly already making his way up through yellow stairs and just going to get taken out. No information available for him whatsoever, and Madman can just sit and hold the angle. Nathan's going to find one as well. It's now on Anarchic to try and push on through and make something happen. He finds one onto Nathan, and look at it, that's a lot of the job done. Now, if they still had Hard Breach available, they would be able to get the way in onto Piano, but that isn't no longer an option. Anarchic and Rendy playing very split up as well. Rendy up on the roof, trying to catch a rotation from Skylight, but Crazy know better than that. Anarchic instead is left to try and pick off these defenders. It doesn't seem as though he's working off much information, although he knows rough locations of where people are likely to be playing. But the clock is seriously ticking down now, and time is running out for them to make a push. I do believe we have seen a drop come in from Rendy. He's managed to get himself into that bar area. Toxic Babe canisters are going to put off the push for now. Dats finds one, and well, it was only a matter of time. Jonker grabs that kill onto Rendy, and this is a dominating performance from Crazy so far.
As expected, whenever Crazy get off to a great start, they do not stop whatsoever. They always keep moving, and a 5-1 is how it goes. Well, that's the first half over and done with. Kavana, they are now on the defense, and Crazy, they get to go on the attack. Typically, you would think now, oh yeah, Kavana, they get the defense. Oh wait, you're attacking Crazy, who are very much attacking side of the team.
Yeah, they win like 7 out of 10 attacking rounds that they play, so you're not looking, you know, the odds don't look very favorable here, Demo, for Kavana, but it is certainly still possible. It all depends on how they are able to keep control. Already we're seeing a bit of a difference in the play styles that we've got, doubling down on that information game. We've got Grizzly playing on the Valkyrie. We've also got Anarchic playing on the Echo, so there should be a lot of information out there available. Again, doubling down on that sort of throwable utility. We've got both Rendy and we have Wamai, which is an interesting choice and maybe something worth talking about. Capitao is of course banned, so does that provide all too much value? I'm not too sure. I'd be really interested to see where Gorgona actually places those. As for my money, I'd much rather see another operator being brought here, maybe a Mute, maybe a Mozzie, just something that's going to give you that C4 and that shotgun for that bit more potential.
Yeah, not a single C4 on the lineup of Kavana. They have instead chosen a triple shield setup. Don't think I've ever seen this one before. Triple shield. Wow, I'm curious to see how this one works out. looking at some of the positions. So one inside a freezer, one on the white stairs beside construction, and then also one towards the kind of typical dark spot area. So I think the kind of first and second shield you see inside where Omos is playing and also where Wamai. The third one, though, they have specifically put that there to stop Packbull doing the Packbull spot. Packbull essentially goes towards east side, he upside down repels on the white window, does a bullet hole, and looks through the bullet hole and kills you. So that's why they've put that there.
And it is a very effective strategy. It usually nets a kill pretty much every single time, as there is always somebody playing inside of dark corner there. Gorgona fully flashed. No Wamai available as of yet. It is, of course, an ability that generates over time, very similar to Legion's Goo Mine, so you are going to get multiple throughout the course of the round. You can see there that his Wamai did catch one of the stun grenades, but not the other, and it has forced him off position. It's still doing a little bit of a job enabling him to be able to stay in this location. However, it all depends just on how many throwables there are on the side of the attackers and whether they can burn out all that utility. Kills being traded in either direction. We've got a smoke playing inside of the freezer as well. This is a nice little angle. With the addition of the shield, I'm now starting to see why the C4s haven't been brought, because these positions that they're able to play in are so powerful. It's going to be difficult for the attackers to really root these players out.
Yeah, generically for a top floor cafe, sometimes you do let the attacking side just have piano. It's a hard position to hold, and then that's where you revert to thinking, oh yeah, we have C4s, we'll just go below, we'll deny them that. Whenever you're not bringing C4s, you're now forced into the playstyle and the mindset of, we cannot let them have piano at any cost. That's why we're seeing the walls being opened up. That's why we're seeing these essential shields be played like mirror windows. It's this peculiar strategy, but at the moment, it's working really well for them, and there we go, another kill for Kavana. Omos onto Dax. And yeah, at this stage, I think Crazy, they've stopped. They've slowed down. There's a man on the south window who is essentially useless. Nobody's going to be peeking that. We know Gorgona is never going to move away from his safety position. Yeah, Crazy, I think they've lost this one.
Crazy have been forced really to move off this because they've not really got any way of dealing with what they are facing here. Grizzly finds another kill over onto Madman, and Gorgona from the dark corner finds one, almost a second, leaves Nathan on around 20%. 13 seconds left, a very slim chance of this coming off, and Grizzly to be the one picking up that final kill. That was a really great hold there coming out from the guys on Kavana.
Excellent work this time for Kavana, their first defense. Very strange, but honestly, a great strategy. I would say a very new, complex, kind of meta-defining strategy that I think that works really well, and we could see that kind of be expanded upon. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple of more strategies like that come out in the near future for cafe playstyle, rather than doing the old typical let them have piano, try and see for them from below. You know, give them a bit of fighting piano. Utilize, the Wamai who acts as that second Jaeger. That was always the issue before Wamai was introduced. There was so much utility that could be thrown in towards that kind of Wamai position, that dark spot. You burn up the flashes, and then you throw the nades in. I think with Wamai, it gives you that extra, essential ADS.
Absolutely, and it's almost an advantage that you don't get them all at the start of the round, because if you did, you'd likely just place most of them out there and then they would slowly get destroyed over time. But because you generate them throughout the course of the round, there is a real nice risk reward there of making sure that you stay alive, because the longer you stay alive, the more chance you have at being able to hold on to that position. We've all seen that dark corner. It is so powerful, and the addition of the shields and the way that they set it all up, it just enabled him to play there for the entirety of the round, which is something that you never ever get to see. If Wamai is banned, or before the introduction of Wamai, yeah, you'd see players in that angle, but you wouldn't see them being able to be there for more than a minute, maybe a minute and a half. I think that Gorgona played there for close to 3 minutes in that round, and that just speaks to how valuable that positioning is. And really now, we can't question the reason for bringing 3 deployable shields and no C4, because it worked exceptionally well at the start. I was heavily critical of it. I said, I'm not sure why they're doubling down. And all of a sudden, it becomes very apparent. So great to see these guys doing the homework and coming up with new, interesting ways.
Haven't seen a new strategy in a very long time, especially on Cafe, which I believe to be a very basic map that anyone can play. because most of the strategies are very basic. They're not that difficult. You look at Kitchen, oh yeah, reinforce all the walls, do a Thatcher ban, and just Bandit and Kai trick, and then hope for the best. Top floor, just wait until they take Piano and try and C4 them. Everything's so basic, because there isn't a lot of room for kind of different strategies that allows you to, but this time for Kavana, they found one and it worked. So now we move in towards this kitchen bomb site for them. Still 5-2 to Crazy, still a hefty margin between them both. Echo being brought in. There is an IQ for Nathan. Great operator pickup whenever you look at not only the Valkyrie being chosen and the Echo, but even getting rid of, the WAMIs. And the WAMIs can be placed essentially anywhere because it's a throwable device. It's not like the ADSs where it has to be fixed into a wall that you have to reach. WAMI could be up on the rooftop. It could be in a corner. Having those IQ scanners really helps with that kind of standpoint.
It really doesn't just give something else for IQ to seek out, another electronic gadget for the IQ to try and deal with, and really pinches down on the time, especially when you're going to be looking for really important plant denial, such as the Echo Yokai drones. Gogona opening up the account tonight, hitting us with the good night as well as Nathan. Poor old Nathan. All he was doing was sat inside of dining room. He's minding his own business. He's not getting himself in an engagement, and he gets a good night in the chat. You got to feel for Nathan there, as we were talking about the IQ as well at that moment in time. And well, things just haven't really worked out all too well for him. Now there's likely a lot of electronic gadgets that have snuck on through, but we are into the final 40 seconds. So a very slow round here from Crazy. They haven't really progressed all too much. They got themselves into position upstairs, but is it going to be enough to try and win out onto this round? Packbull grabs the kill onto Gogona, hits him with the reverse goodnight. That's something that you love to see. Grizzly trading it straight back out. The players need to get out of the text chat and into the game because there's 15 seconds left, and this is framing up to be a bloodbath. It is 4 versus 2 in favor of Kavana, but the diffuser in the hands of Madman. He can't fight his way into sight. The plant will not go down. Kills trading back and forth. Packbull being the one to get that plant down at the 0-second mark. Anarchic trying to reposition. Is he going to have enough time? No, he is not. The diffuser is going to go down successfully, but with so little health on the side of Packbull, are Crazy going to be able to hold on to it? Dats, however, is in much better shape. He finds one onto Anarchic before getting taken out, but he is the Zephyr. He can self-revive. Packbull with the head glitch over the half wall, finds the kill onto Grizzly, and what a back and forth round.
I think Nathan put it in words. Really weird throw. Really odd. Yeah. I think that down to sheer gun skill, Crazy have to give commends to them. I think Sledge pushing in Packbull, unbelievable. The fact he managed to make those kills and also stick the plant. Then we move into questioning the Echo. You're bringing the Echo, you still have the Yokai drone, there's 10 seconds left, and your drone is not in position. Why? You know where they're going to plant, you know what push they're going for, they haven't touched at all, you know they're going for a freezer take. Why is the Echo not in position?
It's an image preceded by unfortunate events, and I think that the Yokai drones are hidden and they're in safe locations, so they can't be shot from IQ in the early part of the round, and then they can be rotated into position. IQ was the first operator to die. Nathan was out of the game super early. We saw that. Gogona hit him with the good night through the floor bang. So at that point, the Yokai drones should be coming out of position and being ready to try and deny onto that plant. I don't think that Anarchic saw too much pressure throughout the course of that round. I could be wrong, but I don't think he was really firmly fixed in the fight. So just a couple of seconds to rotate the drone because Packbull was planting on 0-0-1. There was no time for him to replant that diffuser. If you deny it once, that's it. Game over. Round goes to Kavana. So a difficult round to watch as it unfolds, but again, Crazy just showing how good they are under that pressure. It doesn't matter that the clock's ticking down. It doesn't matter that they're in an unfavorable situation. That wasn't the best place to hold a post plant from, but they still managed to do it nonetheless.
Back downstairs. Hopefully the Echo is in better shape with those drones. Curious to see if Crazy are going to go for the similar strategy. Freezer is one that we don't see attacked all too often. Obviously A is the main forefront of all the action on Cafe for the kitchen defense. I'm seeing all of them, well, not all of them, but mostly all of them repel up in towards the rooftop. It may lead us to believe that they're looking for a bit more destruction, which is strange because we didn't really see that a whole lot from their last game on Consulate, but perhaps they just want to finish this one out quick and utilize what's at their capabilities. We've seen a C4 be tossed up. It did down Packbull. Grizzly went for a jump out, got killed, so there is a little bit of a trade there going in, but still Packbull, he's alive, and as long as he's alive, that Sledgehammer's alive.
Absolutely, I think he fell foul there to a C4 being a little bit pre-placed on the hatch or maybe thrown out, but maybe Grizzly was the one to do it and he paid for it with his life. Grizzly is not the player you want to be losing in the first few seconds of the match point. This is, of course, series point as well. If Crazy win this round, then they progress on to the grand finals. So a lot on the line here for Kavana in particular, because this is really a can't-lose round. They need to try and start fighting their way back in this. They had a great showing over on Consulate, but so far on Cafe, things just really haven't been going in their favor. That all now needs to change. What are they going to do differently? They need to start winning out on some of these gunfights. And they've done a good job so far. They've got a couple of the players on Crazy down to relatively low hit points. Packbull and Nathan, two really important operators for this attack in particular, sitting at around 20% health. So got a decent portion of damage there. Just need to try and convert now onto some of these kills.
Already, hatch is open. Now the sledge begins. Gorgona, he's been killed once again through the floor angles being made. Randy inside of restaurants has to be cautious. If Kavana have kind of realized that, yeah, they attacked from the freezer, they had that man just holding outside of the garage with that long angle right down the freezer corridor, they should be aware of that position. They should know not to peek that. So at that stage, I would probably bring people back to bomb site. I would say, okay, there's really no point of holding that if we know we can't contest it. And there you go, he's trying to contest it. Doesn't work for him. This is where I would much rather have the Egger back in bomb site.
Definitely, with only 15 seconds left, there's going to have to be players inside of that bomb site. Omos again finds one, but does get taken out pretty much instantly. Nathan going to start getting that plant down again. Time so limited. 3 seconds left, but no, Anarchic, you're not in the right place. You're not on the right time. The diffuser will be planted, and now Anarchic in the 1v4. Packbull finishing off those last 2 kills, and that's GG to Crazy. They're going to be advancing into the grand finals.
Well, Crazy, a dominant Cafe. We touched upon that we haven't seen them play Cafe in a very long time. And, well, whenever we have seen them play it, they have been dominant. 7-2 is the scoreline. Crazy push on into the grand final. Kavana, they had a great run throughout the season. Unfortunate to lose them here. We would have liked to have seen them move on to perhaps the third map to really show them how good they can be. But overall, Ollie, I think a great season for Kavana, but Crazy, just in a league of their own.
Certainly a great season, and, you know, players in there to keep a close eye on for sure. I'm sure they'll be back in the very near future. But it was the Crazy show today. It was kind of what we were expecting. Consulate was a little bit closer than I think we were all expecting, but it really came to blows on Cafe. Dominating performance, 7-2, and some standout plays from those guys. I just think back to that C4 from Packbull. I'm sure that's going to get broken down and put into a relight. A replay or a highlight, take your pick, whichever one you want to do. But yeah, some cracking plays there.
Yeah, and we'll see what the desk has to say about that with all those great plays. Jackie and the boys are ready. Jackie, take it away.
Wow, C4 on your door. They weren't a problem anymore as they were not breathing, boys. Kavana, I mean, my goodness, nearly 50% of the world's oxygen comes from the algae in our oceans, but even that couldn't stop them from choking that one away.
You boys have got some real creative lines today, haven't you? You and X together. You've been speaking about this behind the scenes, I swear. But you are right. Absolutely correct. That map was a lot more decisive than Consulate. It was still laden with some of the same mistakes that we spoke about earlier, I felt. But with only 2 rounds on the board, and one of them being, air quotes, a cheese round in the first round that Crazy just weren't ready for, I think it was quite telling. That was 100% Crazy's map to lose. They looked very confident in a lot of the rounds. A couple of times they did get surprised, but after that, it was plain sailing for them, I felt.
I think we knew coming into this that Kavana more than likely had one shot at one of the maps, and we didn't know necessarily which one that was going to be. It turned out to be Consulate, and they put up a great fight, but just didn't have enough to grab that one and then run on to the third map. But it was always going to be difficult for them to put up, you know, any sort of realistic fight over a number of maps like that, because ultimately Crazy were likely to do what they did, which was come out and say, right, you know, come on, it's time to lock this down here. I mean, look at that from Packbull. If you're going to start throwing nitros like that around, then, you know, what are Kavana going to do at that point?
He has evolved. He's no longer just a nade player, he's now a C4 player as well. It's mythical.
God, he's getting himself even deeper into the explosions. He's been fed nitro because this man is absolutely explosive. It was ridiculous to witness. Let's run through it. Obviously, from the start of the series here on Consulate, it was a lot of a much tighter affair, really, Des. It seemed like there was a lot more respect coming out. Going on to Cafe, though, entirely different story. Crazy just coming out swinging, looking like the team we saw throughout the online season.
Yeah, they went 7-0 in the season, as we saw, and I think today really reflects how well they have played. Still yet to drop a map in the whole season, it's worth mentioning. Even on your screen there, as you can see the stats, it was Dats once again coming up there as the top fraggers for his team. He's had a wonderful day today, getting out there, and as Tim alluded to earlier on, it's players like Jonker and Madman that really enable their big fraggers to really shine the way that they do. And today there wasn't enough pressure, I don't think, from Kavana to really shut that down. We mentioned the small mistakes back in map 1. They came through again in map 2. The biggest theme I think I can really pin behind Crazy in this whole series was adaptation. Back on map 1, I mentioned it was the saying, okay, we've lost our Zofia player up on balcony. Let's go and stick a C4 there just to make sure no one runs out. Someone did run out. They got the kill from that. On this map, the best evidence of adaptation came down to the way they were defending the top floor. First time round, yep, they got caught blindsided by the east push coming in from Kavana. It really hurt them. The second time, they played C4s downstairs. The third time, they were aware that Kavana were going to adapt and try and deal with those C4s, so they killed the person that was rotating before they had any chance of being able to do that. It's just smarts, I think. It's the big IQ plays from these guys. They don't need to go into a round and say, oh God, we've lost 2 members, our whole strat is falling apart. They are so good at communicating and so good at knowing who needs to do what to make a team work, whether it's 1 man left alive or 5. They just adapt incredibly well. That is something the team that makes it into the final out of Fierce and Demise are really going to have to find a way around, or at least match it.
Oh yeah, by no means is this going to be a walk in the park. This team have shown that their gigabrains have really come in clutch throughout the day. Although we have to try and pick some of our favourite players out, as they are a fabulous bunch, but let's really start to whittle it down. You can tell us who you think should be the player of the series over on Twitter. Please let us know, as these are the 3 we've chosen for the most impact.
I think it's fair to say, Tim, that all of them had a massive impact today. We spoke about Packbull's evolution beyond just being a nade player now. That's biggest fragger for the team across the 2 maps, I believe. And Jonker, despite being the guy who really backs up the fraggers more than anything else, he had his time today. Had a couple of rounds on Ash, I believe it was. So he's had a bit of time to have some fun and run around and get himself some kills while still providing the other services that he provides to the boys.
Absolutely. You know, you look at Packbull, he's the whole package almost. Like you say, he uses that utility so well. He comes in with the frags, he plays the support ops on defense. He really is sort of the personification of a flex player. He really will do anything, and he will do it very well for you. You know, he's got great support. I met his parents 2 finals ago. I think the last time we were in Leicester, I think it was, if memory serves. But yeah, he's got great support there, and what a player he's turning into be. For me, Dats, though, I've mentioned him before coming into this. I've been touting him throughout the season. He just comes through in so many important clutch moments. He comes in with 2Ks, 3Ks, just as if they're nothing to him. And he really is a scary, scary player. Reminds me a little bit of Kanto.
Wow, magnificent. Well, we can actually try and pick the brains a little bit of one of the men from Team Crazy. We do have Packbull live and ready for an interview. There he is. How you doing, Packbull?
Doing good. Glad to be in the final. It obviously our first map today started off a little bit shaky, but we're glad we could compose ourselves and finish it out pretty quick in the second.
Well, that's something I actually wanted to ask you, because obviously for the viewers at home, Consulate was a lot closer in the way it looked, obviously still in the scoreline fairly dominant. Then we move on to Cafe, and that was really quite one-sided. You boys came, you saw, and you walked away incredibly victorious. What was different fundamentally from your perspective?
I think just Consulate coming into it, we didn't expect there to be but there were some nerves. Some people were a little bit shaky in the beginning, and then because of that, a little bit like some people were maybe not playing their best, and then that led to some tilting. But between maps, we just had a really good reset. We all took a second to just sit there, collect our thoughts, and then second map, that's really how we expected it to go. We expected like both maps to be as one-sided as the second one.
Is that sort of how you're hoping to approach going into the final as well? Because obviously right now, still undefeated the entire way through the season. You've been playing so confidently in the majority of your games. Is this sort of more the crazy we expect to do throughout the rest of your runs in the final?
I mean, obviously we don't know who we're playing yet, Fierce or Demise, but both of those teams have a lot of like just really good fragging potential on them. Players like Kayak, Tyrant from Fierce, or people like Usus from Demise, just really good players that can like change an entire round in a matter of seconds. But we think overall our team play is just on a whole nother level, and we don't expect them to be able to disrupt us too much.
And talking of being unsure of who you are actually going to be facing up against going into the final, what would be the preference there? Would you prefer to face off versus Demise, or is it more of Fierce? Is there anyone that you're eyeing up as the opponent you'd like to go up against?
Fierce are a team that we played against quite a lot, whether it's been in like closed or open quals for CL, or this season or last season at Prem. And I don't think we've ever lost against them, but it's always come really close. And I've said in the past, but I really want to use this as an opportunity to really just cement us as being the better team. So I think Fierce would be who I'd rather play against.
All right, well, fantastic. Hopefully, obviously, it will be an exciting final once you know who your opponents are going to be. Thank you so much for the interview. An amazing play so far. Hope to see more of it going into the final.
All right, thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. Wow, obviously some good insight there, showing that potentially they are human. They did feel a little bit timid, essentially, going into the first map, boys.
I think after that first round, it's fair to say, yeah, there are a few surprises coming in for them. You know, Kavana did bite back, and in fact, on both maps, round one, both of them went to Kavana. So it did show that they came out with the best intentions here to really try and deliver. But as I think the guys will tell you very happily, like once they get comfortable, they are incredibly difficult to move, as they showed in many of their defensive rounds across both of those maps.
I mean, this is what I said coming out of concert, wasn't it? I said, I didn't really want to go as far as to use the word that they played scared, but they certainly didn't look comfortable. They didn't look like the usual self, and they were giving Kavana much more room than they normally would. So it's not too much of a surprise to hear Packbull say that. And do you know what? The thing we need to remember is that's absolutely fine. That happens to every single team around the world, whether it be SSG, G2, Empire, anybody. They have those days. The fact here is that Crazy have given the heads a wobble. They've come back into that second map and absolutely dominated it, and that is the far more important quality than the expectation to come in and play at 100% in every single map that you step onto.
Oh yeah, they've got the boots pulled up and they are ready to rumble in the final. We do have the vote coming through as well for the player of the series, as voted by you guys at home, so we can see who has taken the mantle of that one, and it is indeed Packbull. He was the fan favorite.
Not surprised. In-house resident explosive expert. I think he really shined today. That C4 play itself will probably make it to the front page of the Reddit, and will no doubt make him famous forevermore. It was just really delightful to see him with that kind of composure in situations like that. Didn't see tons of grenade kills today. I think we saw far more coming out of Kavana, admittedly, but you can't ignore the numbers there. Looking at the KD as well, guy had a wonderful day.
I think he could have a 0.2 KD, and he probably comes through being picked as player of the series after that C4 play. You know, something like that. A nice Hollywood kill is always going to get the attention, and it deserves it because it really was, something special.
Oh, it was indeed. The sort of things you'd only hope to achieve when competing in our Open Cups, which of course you can face off in. They are going on. There's one still left to go on the 31st. If you'd like to get involved, please head on over and play. I believe that's esl.im/R6UK, where you can compete in our Open Cups. And we also have a little giveaway still going on, of course, with 2 AOC gaming monitors and a Razer Kraken headset. So if you'd like to be in with a chance to win win yourself some lovely little bits of kit, just follow the link that's on screen now, esl.im/spring giveaway, and you can try it and win yourself some fantastic items. Moving on, though, to the fantastic games we have coming up next, let's have a look at the bracket and start to weigh up our second semi-final. Of course, we now know that Crazy is our first guaranteed finalist. They've walked their way through. First seed, undefeated, first team to make it to the finals. Moving on, our second semi-final of the day. Now, Tim, this is the one that you said you had your eye on and you were excited to witness. Why should people stick around to watch this banger?
Well, you only need to look over at the Twitter predictions that we've done over on the social. All of the talent working here today have done their own prediction. We've got the Twitter poll as well, and it is split 4 versus 4. Think that it's Fierce and think that it's Demise. So that just tells you how close this one is on paper. There is absolutely nothing to separate these two. Even the last match that they played against each other was 6 apiece. It really could go in either direction. I can't promise it'll necessarily be close. One of these teams, either of these teams could run away with it, but one way or another, what I can promise you is that we are going to have fireworks. We're going to have a fantastic match coming up.
Oh yeah, I would only imagine. So things are just going to get better from this point forward. Obviously, we've got the one hand, the upset from Demise that could come through, or a fierce smackdown. It's going to be banging, and that is coming up next after the break. Any quick thoughts on that one, boys, before we give people a chance to get themselves ready and get hydrated before this slobber knocker?
As a reminder, the last time these two teams played, it ended 6-6. It was ridiculously close. You could not drive a wedge between either of them. If you don't stick around and watch this best of 3, you are missing one of the best games of the whole season.
Lethal will be so happy that you've got the word slobber knocker in, Jack.
You know, he stole that from me.
He did that one for the boys, that's why.
Don't go anywhere. This one is going to be fantastic. Get yourself ready for some of the best Siege that you're going to see today, this week, this month. This one, I can't oversell it because it's going to be great.
No, it will be amazing. Much like Lethal's laugh. It will be coming up after the break. For now, though, take some time, grab some popcorn, slip your Jimmy Jams on, and get locked in for a fantastic day of Siege. Demise versus Fierce. It's after the break.
Left. Drop the bomb diffuser. Attackers activating the diffuser. Attackers are activating the diffuser. Attackers need to protect the diffuser. Position Attackers bomb diffuser has been dropped. Defenders have located the diffuser. Bomb located by attackers. Second floor. Attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped. Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser. Seconds remaining. Swapping back! 5 seconds to go. Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
That's why you don't the big dog. Now listen here, you tired of spanking your mates week in, week out? Come on, this sad little loser online from Albuquerque, New Mexico, without any rewards other than glory? Try Stakester now. Start using your legendary skills and making some real motherfucking money. Go on. Press it.
Parsec lets you play your entire library of games on any device, anywhere, with anyone, at any time. It's easy. Install Parsec and boom, your PC game library is at your fingertips. Are you bored playing solo? Share a link with anyone and go multiplayer. No friends online? Jump into Parsec's arcade and play with people from all around the world. Parsec's available for most things with screens. Download now.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Welcome to the Seagate strategy with me, Ace of Pyrite, and we're going to take a jump into the archives of our hard drives and have a look at Crazy here. And what we're going to focus on particularly is their ability to win when they are at a disadvantage in the man count. We can see here they're against Team Secret 3 versus 5. So how do they win this so consistently? Nathan hits a great shot there, and then look at the teamwork here. Nathan goes into the default plant spot and he baits the movement out there. He brings Leon into the billiards room to be taken out, and then he moves straight in to get that defuse and once again forces Fonkers to make a move. And that is a real key factor to how Crazy achieve this, is timing and teamwork. In this round, we find ourselves against Team Secret again, and this time 3 versus 4. Of particular importance here is once again the timing, but this time also the positioning as well as the teamwork of Crazy. So you can see it happen here at the top of your screen. You've got Madman and you've got Dats, and they just move to opposite sides of that pool entrance, and look how they pin Leon Gids to the wall there. He isn't able to move an inch, but at that exact same time, Jonker pushes through Office into blue bar and picks himself up a double. He does get traded by Fonkers, but all of a sudden you've had a swing from 3 versus 4 to 2 versus 1, and now Junus is up against it. Now Junus puts in a valiant effort here, but then comes the final element for Crazy, the real nail in the coffin. Once they have managed to swing that manpower and get themselves back on top, you are against some of the highest gun skill that we are currently seeing in the UK game, and Dats proves that when he steps across the double door and finishes off Junus. So even at man disadvantage, Crazy just never give up fighting. And that has been the Seagate strategy, and we'll see you for the next one. Huge thanks to Seagate and CyberPower PC for making this video series possible. It's been an absolute pleasure having a look over all this top quality Siege action.
Bring the drums in. Poetics, bring the drums in.
I think the biggest brained player in Prem is between 5 players, all of them happening to be on Kawana Gaming. So it shows good chances for us, actually.
Bit questionable considering there's not many big brain players in the Prem. You'd probably look at someone on Crazy. I don't know, maybe like Nathan or someone along those lines.
I would say Tyrant if he didn't do that stuff behind the bar to us, but I'm probably going to say Packball.
The player with the biggest brain in Prem out of our team, I would say either myself or Arkoth, but in terms of other teams, I can't really speak for them.
Well, by myself, I'd have to say, probably have to be one of the crazy boys, I'd say.
The best gunner in the Prem. I'd say Tyrant's the best gunner in the Prem overall. He's probably got the best gun skill out of everyone.
The best gunner. I don't want to feed his ego too much, but I think his stats are kind of undeniable when you look at Dats's performance so far.
I think the best gunner in Prem is definitely Gorgona. Of course.
The best gunner is Jesus, without a doubt.
I'd have to say Tyrant on my team. No other players as good at shooting as him, trust me.
Hi, and welcome to the Seagate Strategy with me, Ace of Pyrite, and today we're going to jump into the archives of our hard drives and have a look at Demise. We're going to have a look particularly at their ability to execute those late round pushes and to get those vital multi-kills all within 10 or 15 seconds. Now, just off to the right of your screen, you can see a clump of 3 Demise players there, all in their drones, all gathering information, and that's something that they do really well that allows them to get these quick swings in manpower. Josh moves in, knows immediately where Sapronsi is and gets the kill. He's looking for the second and meanwhile flicks and just manages to take Zumi out as he tries that jump out, and it just leaves them very, very quickly in a 4 versus 2 situation with 3 kills inside about 10 to 15 seconds, and that's exactly how Demise do it. They find out where everybody is and then they hit them all at once. The next clip that I've got for you is Demise versus Audacity, and as you can see, we've only got 30 seconds left on the clock, and we are 4 versus 3 with 3 Audacity players left on the board, 1 entrenched on Garage Catwalk. This should be more than possible, but what we can see is that once again Demise are in all the right places. They've split themselves and they've managed to get a pinch onto site. Now, the important thing here is they once again are aware of where everybody is, but Harris moves now, and you're going to see and get a kill just there onto Jota, clearing off the Garage Catwalk, and then he steps up being completely aware of where the remaining Audacity players are, and whilst their attention is being taken by the other members of Demise, he gets an easy double kill as we see from his point of view there, and again Demise just piecing together the teamwork fantastically. So as we saw through the playoffs in particular, Demise have a real ability to clinch rounds in the last 5 to 10 seconds regardless of the man count. And why is this so important? Well, a big factor is that mental aspect that we talk about so much. Teams may well have Demise against the ropes, think that they've got them finished for the round. They might be 4 versus 2, 3 versus 2 as we see on screen now, but in the back of their mind, they know that Demise has what it takes. They've seen them do it before, and they know that with only 5 or 10 seconds they can really make magic happen, and it's all based around their knowledge of what the other team is doing and exactly where those players are located. That's been the Seagate Strategy, and we'll see you for the next one. Huge thanks to Seagate and CyberPower PC for making this video series possible. It's been an absolute pleasure having a look over all this top quality Siege action.
back yourself. You heard me. Don't back a horse. Don't back a stranger. Don't back a man who dresses like a shinobi. Back yourself. You gem. You rock. You star. You train like a pro. You should be paid like a pro.
Parsec lets you play your entire library of games on any device, anywhere, with anyone, at any time. It's easy. Install Parsec and boom, your PC game library is at your fingertips. Are you bored playing solo? Share a link with anyone and go multiplayer. No friends online? Jump into Parsec's arcade and play with people from all around the world. Parsec's available for most things with screens. Download now.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
with regards to outside of the competitive play in the UK, I don't think there's really any players at the moment that aren't already on the team.
One up-and-coming talent you may see more of in the future is our analyst Imp, because he is a gunner, and right now he is limited to being an analyst because of his age, unfortunately. But a couple of years from now, he is going to do really, really well in comp. I have really high expectations of him.
Probably Astro right now. He didn't quite make it back to the Premiership, but he has played Premiership in the past. And I think that, yeah, he could definitely make it.
There's definitely a lot of UK players who either have a lot of potential to improve or already are like just very good at the game. Maybe players like Usis or someone like Blur, who he obviously recently got picked up by Navi. But those were players in the past that I don't think I've ever played in Challenger League or anything like that. But they're already like very good players, so you can expect to see them doing big things.
There's a few out there. There's a few people that are just on the brink of 10 and 18, and give them a few more months. Such as like, there's Joe's just turned 18, but he's one of them. He hasn't got quite in the team yet and established, but he's a really good gunner.
And we are back with the ESL UK Premiership, slotting back in for some more amazing Rainbow Six Siege action, this time sliding into our second semi-final of the night, the one that Ace was very peppered up for, Demise versus Fierce. Switching up with the boys on the desk this time around, of course, returning is the amazing Desert Chew, but now I've got your big boy DMX.
How's it going?
Not too bad, mate. How you feeling? Obviously fresh off the back of the commentary desk.
Feeling really good. I think that first game was very exciting, and probably a good sign of things that are to come in the finals. Obviously, Crazy really stepping things up, but you know, Kovana giving them a good fight. Could have been a little bit closer, but all in all, a great game.
It was a lovely series to start us off, and I think for now, let's start moving on to the future, of course, our upcoming second semi-final. Let's just get into this one straight away. Des, opening thoughts on what should be a banger.
I mean, we've said it all day so far. These guys, when they last played, went 6-6 in the final play day of the regular season. They're both sat at 5 wins, 1 loss, 1 draw. So it's 4-1-1 there. I think it was 5-1-1. That's why they're tied. And Fierce sat in second place. That might be slightly incorrect. In fact, that would be because of the fact they had the playoffs. Demise would have had 2 more extra. But either way you look at it, they have identical records coming into this out the back of the group stage. It was a draw on the final day. You couldn't drive a wedge between these two teams. And even looking at the stats, yes, they vary a little bit. Demise slightly better on attack, whereas Fierce better on defense. I think both of these two teams are so so hard to separate between what makes them that much different. And if nothing else now, it'll purely be down to prep. It'll be down to velocity over the last couple of weeks in terms of improvement. We know, for example, that Demise have got Sternub as their coach. No doubt he'll have been working with them really hard to get towards this stage. And even with a couple of players not able to play for them in the last couple of weeks because of work and other commitments, I think they're in a spot now today where they are at full power and Fierce are going to have something to worry about.
Could be fun to see if Sternab, the Stabbers, making this team a cut above the rest. For now, though, let's, of course, start with Fierce Esports. We'll take a look at their roster and start to break down this squad. For you, Ollie, who's really sticking out?
I think the player that I'd like to keep a close eye on is probably Tyrant. In the first 3 fixtures of the Prem this season, that guy was rocking like a 4.5 KD, which is just unheard of. Now, obviously, it's deteriorated since then. He's played more games, he's played more rounds. But that being said, Tyrant is one of the guys that I'd really like to keep a close eye on. It's always a difficult one with Fierce because now, of course, they've got Shermie in the mix as well. Not going to be dealing with their usual Blur, as he has, of course, gone on to help Navi out in the Pro League. So a bit of a shake-up there for Fierce, and that could really influence things today. We can see there on the screen for you, Tyrant still maintaining a stiff 1.8 KD and nearly a 1 KPR as well.
Now, Des, I mean, for you, obviously, with this Fierce roster, is there anyone that's really resplendent and absolutely radiating out, or is it just the team themselves that works so well because of their synergy?
I think there's a few things behind this team, and every single member does contribute, but the number one player everyone needs to be looking towards really is users. This guy is an absolute fragger. Like, whenever anyone speaks to you about players in the Prem that you should be watching out for, he is always in that top 3 of players you need to be super mindful of. You give him the space, you give him the support, you give him the mistakes from the other side that we saw in our series a couple of times earlier on today, he is going to fly, and we've seen it multiple times, even against teams like Crazy when they played each other on Border, for example. So for me, he's the number one to watch out for on that side, but again, at this kind of level, everyone is pulling their weight on these teams, and they are all contributing towards the collective success of them in their fixtures.
And we spoke to each and every one of them as well. We do have an interview with this fantastic, ferocious squad, so let's check it out.
I think that match with Demise on the clubhouse is 6-6, I believe. It was a tough match, to be honest. We knew that's one of their good maps as well. It's one of our good maps, so it was going to be highly contested. We were 6-4 down. We managed to claw the last 2 rounds back. So couldn't be happy with the result, to be honest. Obviously, a win's good, but we'll take whatever we needed at the time.
We wanted first place overall, but obviously our game against Crazy didn't go too well. We took him to the wrong map overall. I think it was a bit of a gamble, but yeah, we're happy with second place. I mean, obviously first would have been nice, but yeah, that's what we got dealt.
I think this time against Demise, I think it'll be a bit easier, to be honest. Melons is their star player, and they're going to be with Pat now. He's pretty bad. We've implemented some new strategies that you'll see throughout the tournament. I think we can take the whole thing, to be honest, if we just turn up on the day where we can beat anyone.
I think there's a few players in our team that really stand out, but I think overall Tyrant's probably our flashiest player.
He's the one making all the aggressive plays, the flashy plays, getting triple kills, all that kind of stuff, because he's just a beast, really. All the other players pretty much do a boring job, just like me, but it makes the team work and allows him to do that special plays that he does.
In the finals overall, I want to face Crazy. We've had a lot of close games with them in the past, and I really want to take it this time and obviously win on the big stage.
In the short term right now, I'd say to win this event. Anything else isn't good enough in my opinion.
And then in the long term, we want to get into Pro League and sort of become one of the dominant forces there.
The ESL Premiership definitely has matured me a lot as a player. So it teaches you all the basic fundamentals pretty much to that next step to Pro League.
It's a confidence booster and also a really good experience for any new player.
You can tell that Ubisoft are willing to support the long-term growth of the esports scene.
So yeah, no, I'm really excited and I can't wait to get stuck in.
There you have it, the interview from the Fierce squad, looking like they are really riled up and wanting to get underway with our second semi-final of the evening. Moving on from this, of course, we'll start to look a little bit deeper into their opposition as Des will bust out the microscope and have a deep look at Demise.
Well, I already busted it out before the video, unfortunately. I thought you said to me, to talk to us about Demise, expecting the player spotlight to follow, so that was my bad. There are a lot of other players to speak about on Fierce that we will cover off as this kind of progresses, but as I said with Demise, Users who's hands down the player everyone is looking forward to as the big fragger. But equally, there are other players on this side. They have had a couple of changes coming in where Melons has stepped in a couple of times for them, for example. You can see why I'm saying what I'm saying about Users here. A 2.1 KD. I'm pretty sure that is top 3. I'd need to go back and look at the stats across the whole league again. But the guy is absolutely a monster. And against a team that, as I said earlier on for Kavana, for a team that isn't top to be having a KD that tends to step above 1. But like I said earlier on too, this is a team game. It's not just down to him. You can't run through a map of frag out in the Prem. There are too many teams that play as a unit and play with strategy. So the support that he gets from the rest of the boys behind him, that's what enables him to really fly.
I suppose that's the bigger picture, right? Is obviously at this point we are at the best of the best. We've whittled down the competition to our remaining, 3 teams now. And at this point, it's not just about individual performance and, impact frags. It really synergy. And Ollie, if I had to push you for it, do you think that there is a stark contrast between these two sides in whose synergy is better, or are we actually quite evenly matched?
I think there's probably quite a stark contrast, Jackie, and I think you can just take a coin and toss it, and it could be heads, it could be tails, and that's kind of how Fierce perform. You're either going to get a good result out of them, or you're going to get them falling apart and really struggling. Now, benefit by playing at home, or would they have benefited more from a more LAN environment? Personally, I think that Fierce are a team that when they get in the same room, we do see them play quite well. So I think today, Fierce need to be super careful. They're not a very strong attacking side, certainly not as strong as teams that, you know, as they are on the defense, should I say. And Demise, again, not that strong either. Demise do tend to struggle on the attacks, but for me, Fierce, it's feast or famine. They're either all in there or they are not there on the board at all. And I think that consistency is going to be key. And for me personally, I think that lies with Demise today. I think they're in the driver's seat.
We'll see with the whole going on. Prox players on top. For example, he's in the scene for as long as it's system as well. So he's got a lot of experience with most of them. It's not the same next to each other. So that's a little more in the back of my mind. But players that are on top, Shelby stepping in seems to be doing pretty well so far. That could be a real positive for them.
Well, let's see what they thought and actually delve into their feeling of the upcoming matchup. As we did speak to all the players from Demise, let's have a look at that.
In the semi-final, we will not have Melons anymore. We'll have our full 5-man lineup. We've been practicing all week for this matchup, and so we'll just hit our shots and actually drone the guy behind bar this time. The first esports game that we drew 6-6, it was a tough one. Our attacks were really where we lost that game. There were a couple of big strategic mistakes that I think I made in the kind of initial ban period as well, but our defenses were really solid. A couple of rounds we did kind of throw away, but you know, in my mind, we won that game strategically, but obviously it did end in a draw, which did mean that technically we lost because we needed a win there. We didn't need the draw. When we make it to the finals, I would prefer to play against Crazy just because they are the favorites to win the whole thing. A really good cohesion. They're a really, really good team, no doubt, but I think they're very beatable. And I think if we beat them in the final, it's kind of more of a proving ground for us because I think still that Demise has a lot to prove in the eyes of a lot of players, that it's still Fierce and Crazy at the top, and I'm here to show them that it's not. The aspirations for the team, kind of short term, is kind of just working on what we're doing, waiting for the whatever comes next for the UK tournaments and things like that. Maybe practicing for things like CCS, and then long term, obviously, to make the next iteration of Challenger League as well. A lot of people obviously say Usus is the key player to highlight here. He's that clutchable player. You can always rely on him to play the 1vx absolutely perfectly. He never shakes. He's always very confident in his playstyle. But the two guys that have really kept the team together are Pat and Harris. Harris does so much work for this team. Behind the scenes, me and him have come up with most of our strategies. Winning the finals would mean absolutely everything. We beat a very, very strong team who's managed to make it to the finals. We prove ourselves as one of the best teams in the UK. And we put all of the people who said that we wouldn't win, that we wouldn't get here.
Amazing stuff to delve into their minds and pick the brains of someone like Sternav a little bit more and see just how Demise are feeling before stepping into what is going to be a very important best-of-3 series. We've also picked out 2 more players, one from either side, that we feel are going to be very much a key to victory going into this. Would you boys agree with this?
I think so. Reese always reminds me, he's the one guy who, as soon as he wins a round with any kind of great success, will be spinning around on the spot. It's kind of his trademarks, the one to watch out for. Dowie on the other side, he wasn't here last week. He was absent, as Sternav said in that video. Now they're back to full power, and in fact, it's Fierce who have got to adapt, with Shermie stepping in for Blur, as we alluded to. He's off playing with Navi at the moment whilst they wait for Doki to become unbanned. So in this kind of situation, I think every single player is going to be massive. It's the small things here. Yes, you've got your big players. We're talking about Tyrant. We're talking about users. I think this game is going to be made on the rest of the team and when they're going to step up and play big. And Reese and Dowie are definitely front of mind and front of center to be saying, let's make ourselves known in this game.
Oh yeah, they'll want to. I imagine the veto could potentially swing our favor into this series as well. So let's start looking into that a little bit. Just off the cusp, predictions for this one, Ollie, where do you think it's going to be going?
It's always very difficult to say. Fierce, they're not afraid of a gunfight. I think I want to take us to something like a Coastline. And I think that if I was to be pushed, I think that Demise, they're going to be a little bit more technical, maybe a little bit more capable. I think they'll be comfortable on a Clubhouse. But you never know, we may see a Consulate.
Well, we do love to be beside the sea, but would you agree with that, Des?
Yeah, I absolutely agree with him there. The batch of the Instant Coastline bans are a really big surprise because Demise really like playing Club and Border. If they can grab one of those two maps, I expect they will. So in this next pick phase, you should see them take up one of those. Coastline, I think, is maybe a bit of fear coming through. Not too sure. That's a pretty bold move from Fierce. And we did say a couple of weeks ago when they came to this kind of situation, Clubhouse definitely isn't an uncomfortable map for them. We saw it play against them in the 6-6 tie. Consulate, I'm not 100% sold on for Demise, but still signed to Prefe being the final decider. We saw it played early on. There's a lot of time for that map to really kind of show what it's made of for these two teams. If it goes to that third map, I'm not sure which way I'd call it, to be honest.
Damn. So potentially the way this is shaped up off the back of the veto, it could actually be really quite a tight affair. Let's start with Clubhouse then and actually break this down a little bit more. We do have the map statistics for this one.
I'm really surprised because Demise have done a crazy, as in quite literally what Team Crazy do. They've chosen to start an attack on this map as well. And you can see their attack win percentage is actually quite high for a map that is normally very heavily favored towards the defenders. So you would argue, yes, this is a really sensible pick for them. They should do just fine on that. Ollie mentioned be a better defending team, and this map does lean towards defenders. If Demise can crack this open and get themselves 2 or 3 rounds on the attack, this map is probably theirs.
I'm really surprised to see Fierce choosing Clubhouse there. I know that they've only played it one time throughout the Premiership, but we've seen them playing it in other things as well. And unless they've been hiding great things or they've got the SSG strat nailed down, it's going to be super difficult for them to get a result on there. Just based on the statistics that we've got, they're a very good indication of how things have gone previously. And I don't think that things are subject to change all too much moving into this game.
Well, we do have our Twitter poll coming through for this one as well, so we can see what the public is thinking of who is going to take it, and that is very much in favor of Fierce. Obviously, we've been debating the idea that potentially this game could go either way. To the public, it looks like Fierce are the strong favorites, Des.
Yeah, this was a game that we were very split on in terms of talent working on this broadcast. I think half of us said Fierce were going to win it 2-1, half said Demise would win it 2-1. No one assumed there would be a 2-0 outcome in this, and that's just how close we think it's going to be. Clearly, Twitter and social media think it's a little bit of a different story. The one thing I would say for Clubhouse in itself, let's not forget last time they played, we had that horrific instance of a bit of a missed drone, not catching Tyrant sat behind bar. That won a free round for Fierce Esports there. Now that Demise are back to full strength and Fierce have had a man changed out, so literally the situation has switched over. This should be a game I think that Demise can take away, and that's where I have some worry right now for Fierce. But hey, I'm hoping Twitter's right for Fierce's sake, but for my own sake, Demise.
Yeah. Obviously, you can get involved on Twitter. That's hashtag ESL Prem if you want to let us know your thoughts on this upcoming series, and our grand final will be up later today. But it looks like we are actually ready to get underway with this one as well. So we can step into it this time around, switching it up a little bit. We've still got Demo. We've got your intellectual Irishman that will be casting it. But this time, joined by the best Valkyrie cosplayer I've ever seen, it's Captain Fluke. Take it away, boys.
You okay?
Thank you, Jackie. The microphone may have been on mute. We're working at home. I usually don't have to mute myself. It's usually done by somebody else. But look, it's new times. It's different here. But we're getting settled in now, aren't we, to the kind of home broadcast thing?
Yeah, I mean, for obviously everything has been put together in such a short space of time as we jump into the map. For how it come together, I'm kind of blown away by it. This was all put together in such a quick. We're watching Siege. We're still active. It's like we're not in our houses locked here.
Yeah.
Hey, it's nice to be on the stream. Hello, everybody. Thank you for the compliments as well, Jackie. There's much better Valkyrie cosplayers, but I'm just going to assume it's because you don't really know our scene very well. Maverick is the first ban for Fierce.
Right. So, first map, Club. We've seen this already be played between both of these. It was a draw, 6-6. That's the kind of match that we wanted to see over time. Now it's going to be the exact same format where it gets to that 6-6. Now we will finally see a victor, Fluke. So I'm glad that both of these teams have decided to say, you know what, let's go for it. Let's leave the clubhouse up. Let's pick the clubhouse. This is going to be a fun one.
I mean, obviously, as they said on the desk, this is the split game for everybody because there's history here. There's a lot of factors here. These guys have already hit heads and came out 6-6 before in this season, towards the end of the season as well. Yes, obviously, Blur is currently, moonlighting for Na'Vi, and Shermie is stepping in to kind of fill the boots. So then, a little bit. Yes, Demise, they've obviously been getting more and more used to having Stern up as a coach. So having that kind of in-depth analysis, being able to butt heads and try again, it's just, this is a hard to predict game. And I think that's what kind of makes it so exciting.
So bans for Clubhouse. That's pretty atypical. Nothing out of the ordinary. Maverick ban, we've seen those time and time again. So Habana and Thermite are both open, so is Thatcher. So the attackers do have a lot of things to kind of play with and a lot of things going in their advantage. Maestro Mira, really no surprise. I think the Maestro Echo can kind of be interpreted. You can either ban one or the other. I would say that Maestro is a little bit more useful for Clubhouse more than Echo. I think we see Fluke Echo be a lot less impactful simply because there isn't that really good positions to actually sit and go on your real guys.
Oh yeah. I think that's the breakdown of it as well, is when you kind of not limit yourself. There's not too many places where you can kind of dig in. You can't get too much cover in this because whether you're hiding in one corner, there's always a different angle. There's always a soft wall generally that just leads around. If you're getting pressure from Oil Pit or Blue, it means that you kind of can't dig in the northeastern side of the basement, and you can't kind of play behind the actual construction of the map and the site itself and all the obstacles that play there as easily as you could on us. It becomes something where you have a bit more maneuverability upstairs, but even then the play space is like so small. As soon as they start to apply pressure, the whole room turns into lava, and that is a dangerous floor for an Echo to just be relaxing in.
Especially because Clubhouse has so many different entranceways into their bomb sites. You look at basement, you have main stairs, you have blue, you have dirt tunnel, you have all of the hatches. Everywhere can just be dropped, and in an instance, you're dead, no matter where you're from. So that's why I think for defenders, you always have to be on your toes, and you can't really limit yourself to be sat AFK on a drone for the chance that somebody may plant. Most of the time for Clubhouse, it just comes down to kills anyway.
Oh, that's it. And I think between these two teams as well, where you would assume that they know each other very well at this point. Obviously, for those who are new to us, this is the first time throughout the season we are on the main channel. Hello, welcome. Thank you for all the curious questions about our UK Prem League. These are two aggressive lineups. You look at the players of Demise. Usus is an unbelievable clutch player. You'll see Josh Glitch as well, just seems to find so many different positions to play on this Habana, but at the same time, the stuff that Tyrant and Kayak can pull off consistently. Obviously, you've all got a bit of a taste of what Blur can do, who was from this roster. Expect a lot of fragging, expect a lot of pressure, and expect a lot of just smashing into each other and seeing who is left standing.
A bit of drone work coming in from Demise, and it's just the kind of setup game for the attackers. This is just basic basement Clubhouse. Everybody takes their time to get everything open, all the hatches, walls, if it comes down to church or in towards the construction side of things. Yeah, I just think overall, this is just probably going to play out similar to what we've seen before from Demise, where they typically like to pressure that triple wall. They will open that up, try and kill everybody in A, try and stick a plant. At the moment, nobody has died in the round, so that's good for probably both the attackers and the defense. Goyo being brought to the table is going to eat up a bit of utility. One Goyo shield was placed right in the door. Another one just placed a little bit more further back. One where I have look is that nobody from Demise is pressuring blue right now.
No, they've kind of left that as a bit of a free space. And you can see Pat and Dowie are rotating around to try and apply some of that pressure. Dowie drops into Oil Pit. They've obviously got to get the man out from behind the generator, but here comes the destruction on the church wall. It's going to force a bit of movement, force Fierce to have to play a bit further away. And the opener is the C4. Tradition. Harris taken out, and Kayak finds the second, battling and digging in inside blue, waiting for some more pressure to be applied. And well, with that anvil getting a little bit thinner on the backside, it means the hammer can't quite apply as much pressure as it needs to. Pushing right against the Kaid, who jumps up and suffers a fate, but there's the crossfire, there's a 1 versus 4. And this could be the first round.
Well, the blue did not work for Demise, and I think Kayak went massive. When was the last time we ever seen him play Jaeger? He was literally saying in his interview that he plays the boring roles and it's just to enable Tyrant. No, he didn't. He's played Jaeger. He's lied to us, Fluke.
Yeah, okay. It depends. Obviously, Jaeger is the historic fragger. Jaeger as a role could be deemed boring, depending. I know we don't see him play it much, but like, there's an argument to be made that, and I am a support player that is saying this, that Jaeger can be a boring role.
Disagree with you that one.
I'm just saying, you put down your ADSs, sometimes they don't.
Yeah, and then you're a free speed with a 416.
Yeah, I just have a beef with Jaeger mains. There's been a lot of talk about nerfing him recently. I'm not getting involved in any of that.
I think one thing we have to talk about, Fluke, as well, is I think the big one is there's no blur. No blur. A great player.
Yeah.
And he's not here because obviously with him filling in for Doki on Navi, you know, it's left a hole in that team. You know, I think Blur was always one of those great diamonds in the rough that we had here inside of the Prem for a very, very long time. He's not here, and they brought in Shermie. Shermie is a player who has been around the scene for quite a while. He did play back in Season 2 of the Prem, back in Epsilon days, where he played the likes of Next One and Madman as well back in the day. So, you know, he's an experienced player. Do you think that he is the person to fill in that role?
I mean, it's tough, because it's obviously, you know, short notice stuff as well, but it becomes this big argument about what the UK scene is. A lot of these guys have jumped between a lot of these teams. A lot of them have kind of developed a play style around a few cornerstones of what the scene is built around. You look at teams like Na'Vi, you look at obviously teams like Secret, and you look at the players there that kind of molded those teams. And then you look at how a lot of these teams play. I think it's as good a match as any for the position, because the scene itself is generally as good a match as any. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, there's this whole idea of what the scene can kind of be broken down, and I guess it's something that you guys are going to see more and more as we stretch the legs across these maps. Prox stretching Harris across the map and opening up the frags there and dropping them with the MPX. And now it's just a matter of trying, you know, it's step by step, the UK scene. It's always not formulaic, but they know how they want to push it. They know how they kind of want to take it. And they'll make little additions and little tweaks here and there. But in terms of the fragging potential, in terms of raw just pushing it with an aggressive energy and trying to attack the map, it's something that is quite well trodden.
This is a very typical fierce setup in towards that top. They bring Oyo kill using the shield just by peeking the Thermite out balcony. One thing to keep in mind as well, that they get Wamai available to themselves, so this Goyo shield strategy of eating up all of that utility, you know, if you can fit in a Wamai, that's double. That will definitely hinder the attackers a lot in terms of utility and being able to eliminate some of these very strong shields. You can see there's two of them in bedroom, simply to defend the gym, nothing else. If they get pushed from main stairs or somebody just walks down the main corridor and is behind that Valkyrie, then both those Goya shields are gone. That's the only thing they have to worry about, but as we can see, they have a great crossfire, one inside of logistics office and one on main stairs.
Well, with 40 seconds left, they're trying to get the man out from underneath, and Pat finds him and is able to try and swing around to get the body on the construction door as well. Josh Glitch is waiting for a bit of movement here as they want to try and pick this diffuser up, but there is a great take from main stairs and stops that in its tracks. Oh, a trade even. The joys of Siege trading. Well, now with 20 seconds left. Yeah, that's it. It's a cold diffuser. They can't quite get past the crossfire. Reese finds another on to use us, and well, this is kind of all she wrote right now, and a second in the bag for Fierce.
On the pushes in, Habana. 2 kills, has to go for the diffuser. He's below. That's where the last defender is. Oh, he went for the kill instead, Fluke.
That's a demise strat, though. We always see them do that in the dying throws, and this was actually last time we casted them on the final play day. We spoke a lot about, you know, their history and how they kind of go with that final 15 seconds push almost consistently.
Okay, CCTV room and cash now for Fierce to lead. Very say expected for the most part, for the kind of typical Clubhouse meta that we've kind of shifted into. There's the Wamai. We did mention that to try and assist the Goyo, perhaps, but quite ironically, they've switched the Goyo for the Wamai instead.
You know Wamai's allowed to be played today as well.
I did. I was misinformed. Not my problem. Let's blame Mr. Richard Brown.
Wow.
Yes, let's blame. F. Everybody, please pay your respects.
Okay, well he's trying to bury the evidence.
Oh no.
Fortunately, there's the first nice shot of this map. There was maybe a bit of a nice shot in the previous map. Shermie. Well, we don't get quite to see what Wemo can bring to this game.
Reese really doesn't like the new player, does he? Not
a bit
playing
of a
with
hazing.
Blur.
Yeah, it's a hazing experience. He misses Blur, and Shermie hasn't got enough Blur kills yet, so he's just going to kind of say, look, wake up.
By TKing him.
By TKing him. CCTV, we head to next. Obviously, they are now a man down. Unfortunately, we won't be able to quite see the combination of Jaeger and Wamai in terms of this game, but I'm sure for anyone who's been watching a bit of Pro League and watching a bit of kind of how they've formulated together as a pairing, that is quite deadly.
Granted, it's not as if it's like an essential operator. It's not a crucial one. It's different if you were to TK like a bandit, because then you don't have any hope of stopping that wall. It gives the attacker so much free range in what they can kind of establish with that whole beachhead pushing in. Said it plenty of times, Clubhouse, top floor cash, you have to play it step by step. You have to open up a wall, you have to take garage, and then you push in and go for the plant. You try and do it any other way, you will get punished, and the defense will come on top. If you try and play Clubhouse, especially on attacking side, if you try and play it with face checking, it doesn't work. Most of the time for defenders, they're in bomb site with established crossfires.
Bit of a lull here now as Harris is looking towards the door with Dowie to see if they can find anyone that might be a bit of a loose swing. They have the man advantage. And they're going to be a bit slow and steady because they don't want to throw that away. Their first chance to be able to dig themselves into this map. Kayak is going to hold the top of the rafters and keep an eye on the door, but it seems like, again, it's another hammer and anvil style push. You can see Josh Glitch on the far side making the way over from Jacuzzi and kind of flattening the amount of play space and flattening the ground. Tyrant on the roam below, however, could be the big deciding factor in this.
A bomb has been located.
So they've decided to try and bandit trick now the other side, so that wall's been opened up towards the east. Prox just perhaps preemptively putting his bandits down just in case something does come that way. Habana is still on the board, that's still an option. Joshua Glitch can use his remaining Habana pellets to go and open up that construction. Oh, they were not ready for Prox just lurking. He was in very low HP as well, and Pat, he's let that one slip through his fingers. So 4v4, Harris just on the rappel. He now creates this cross, it creates this sanction. There is still one man inside of garage, so he's going to be held there for probably the remainder of the round unless Prox does get eliminated. But as expected, Fluke, now Demise, they've turned their attention towards that construction side, and Joshua Glitch, he can come in and start opening up that wall with the remaining Xcaros pellets.
You can still see the body underneath, and Usus finds Prox, so the body underneath is becoming more and more important of a role. Tyrant is going to have to act sooner rather than later. Reese does a little bit to stem the flow here and takes care of Usus, but the thermite is dropped too. Tyrant finally finds his legs and finds the action, and again, Demise is kind of letting this slip a little bit through their hands. The advantageous position is slowly filtering out to nothing. Only a few seconds left and a no 1 versus 3 as Fierce do their 3 rotation.
Yeah, Fierce, they looked pretty down for some parts. It was a very, lull moment. There wasn't a lot happening. I think Demise played that the way they were supposed to. They opened up that main wall, then they moved over to construction. It all kind of fell apart as soon as Usus went walking by himself. In that position, I would much rather have had him with the team. If they have more people towards that construction, it creates much more of a threat. You still have that person rappelling on the balcony. As soon as they knew that they killed the man from below, they went straight for the run out. Fierce, great adaptation, being able to utilize the different run outs that still exist for Clubhouse. And as soon as you lose that man rappelling, the person in garage has the time of his life. He can hold that angle on the construction all day long, and you can't do anything about that.
Yeah, it puts you in a very, very good position, and as we're kind of seeing right now, and as you pointed out, Demise are just a little bit separate, a little bit not blinkered by what's going on, but they seem quite limited in the space that they're taking advantage of. It starts clean. It starts quite well. They're able to steadily careen their way across a lot of the floors of this map and take, you know, parts of the play space, but they seem to then, around the mid-round or towards the end of the round, drift a little bit off to the side. They'll lose one or two of these vital hold positions, and then from that point onwards, Fierce, which are a team that seem very confident adapting in this kind of end round shift, they're fine with that. They're happy to play against that. They're happy to kind of wait, hold their hand, and then strike with the one or two little bites and nips that completely stumble the horse.
Only thing I worry about, Fluke, is that yes, Fierce are looking very dominant on the defense. Their attacks has always been the issue. Their attacks have been very disappointing. I think overall very disheartening. They've looked so good and then just fall flat in their face. That's why we say, you know, the baseball team of Siege, they always throw, they always throw. I hope that doesn't happen to them. If any day that you do not want to throw, it's finals day.
And that's it. And this is one of the things that kind of came in when people were making their predictions, is obviously we can talk about Demise and we can talk about, you know, the caliber of the players and how great we've seen them throughout the online season. But finals day is a whole other day. Whether you're playing at home or playing on a stage, wherever you're playing, there's a different mentality, a different headspace, and a different kind of game sense that you've got to be aware of. And Fierce, they've walked these boards a lot. And they've done it against teams like Na'Vi x M&M. They've done it against x M&M, now Crazy. They've consistently had these battles on these bigger stages, and I guess this is when that mentality kind of comes together. When you have that storied history on the biggest stages, these games, they play just like any of your other games.
So Demise have lost Pat, lost the Buck, so potential nades gone, which would have helped out with the Goyos. The only thing they're limited to now is perhaps Dowie using the Sophia impacts. There is free shields. He has 2 impacts. At least one of them's going to be left open. You can see that Harris has spotted one out. And is, I'm sure, calling out to Dowie to go and hit that one, and flashbangs to burn any potential ADS that could be there. And yeah, there goes the explosive shield. So right now for Demise, they're setting up the exact same way they did last time they attacked this. And the last time, they failed because their blue pressure was non-existent.
Now they've got even less. Obviously, Pat's off the board instantly, which is never good for anyone. Bandit goes for the trick, and it pays off. Tugging in the corner. And Tyrant is consistently living up to his name in the face of Demise right now. Able to stop the first exothermic and, well, sets himself up to damage any on the second. Obviously, Hibana's trying to get control above, but Shermie, well, good night, Harris. Good night, Thermite.
So this stage for Demise, they've lost hard breach. The only thing they can do is walk through tunnels and walk through doorways, which generally doesn't work out for them. Usus is eliminator 1, but Tyrant is there with the refrag. That's the big battle of the fraggers that we hope to see more of in this series. But Fierce, wow, sweeping away Demise. The Reapers, where are they? Hoods are down.
You kind of hope that on their defensive rounds we see them wake up a bit. Obviously it's Clubhouse, and obviously, as we said, Fierce struggle more on their attacks. But Demise, they're a team that have bought they managed to take, last time they were on Clubhouse, they managed to take 2 of their attacks and then 4 of their defenses to make it 6-6. So you still need them to find a little bit of that history that we've talked about before, a little bit of that kind of aggression and the ability to take control of momentum. That's the kind of team that when they get in that play space, they can be absolutely dominant. And well, currently it just seems like they're just being shut out at every single door and opportunity. Gym and bedroom is where we're going to go to next. They're keeping the rotation. They're not playing any games here. They're happy to keep the set play, and well, let's see if Shermie can do anything as Wamai this time.
So now for Fierce, they once again go to that gym and bedroom. They've went to every bomb site apart from the dreaded bar and stock, which just, yeah, it's still go there. If you go there, you're asking to lose, I would say, Fluke.
Well, that's what I'm like. If they go there, then they're planning to have a good time and like mess around a bit in this playday, which wouldn't be the most surprising thing. It's not the rarest thing we've ever seen in Prem. If they don't go there, they're, you know, they want their final. They want the matchup against Crazy, and they want to take it.
just play safe. Just play what you know is going to work. And right now, everything's working for them. So last time we seen this bomb site, it was more so of, I think, Demise just getting caught out by the timer. Joshua Glitch had, 5 seconds to go for the plant. He kind of doubled against himself. He went for the kill rather than going for the defuse, thinking that the last player was in construction, wasn't there. He dropped down from below. It's 50-50s. Most of what Siege is 50-50s. You could walk into a room. Do you check the left corner and the right corner? If you make that wrong choice and you look left whenever he's right, it's a 50-50. And that's what most of it comes down to. He went for that choice. He went for the kill, thinking that was the correct play. It happens. So overall, it was a very close round. Could have went either way. But Fear's just slightly nudging that one out. Let's see how things go this time around. Demise are setting up, as per usual, in towards that jacuzzi. Get the Thatchers on. Stop him from Bandit tricking, using the Sophia trick. Get that wall open and start planning out how you're going to go for this beachhead.
Well, Strip Club Kayak is finishing the dance and waiting to do a run out. Obviously, there's a Claymore blocking one door, but the longer Demise take, the more that kind of plays into the hands of Kayak. And on the same side, you've got Prox hanging around and roaming on the eastern side of the map as well. Again, waiting to strike, has the bullet hole and fires through it. Cuts the corner of Dowie off, but not enough to do any real damage. However, the attention is now focused that way. They know someone is playing wide, and they know now that Dowie has a very, very tight time frame before that happens. And then that happens as well. Shami and Kayak find one apiece. There's the two runouts that were waited and baited for so long. And the strike comes yet again, just when Demise need it the least. Pat is able to at least pick up one of the returning players, but with a minute on the board, they've got a bit of a wall open, but they've got a lot more left to do.
Prox is in such a great position. A minute to go, you're below with a Nitro Cell. Pat, there's no way Pat expects him to be here, especially in towards that stage area. Generally, you would find the player below playing in towards pool. Here he comes from the swing around. Both of them have missed each other. The camera is getting pinged. And finally, Pat will fall. That was close. That was a bit of a, I would say, deja vu from the last time they played each other in towards that bar area. And now it's just Harris left in a 1 versus 3. He's a Thermite. Not a lot of info to go off. Does have 2 drones still. Should perhaps think about using those. Has flashes as well, but those WAMIs and ADSs, I'm sure, are in great positions. Prox is decided to rotate up towards that main stairs so they can crack crossfire if needed. And yeah, at this stage, look, I don't think Harris can really do much here.
Well, he's able to at least pad the stats a bit, but he's got to get in and he's got to find 2 more. Both of them are hanging around the construction side, but he has no idea of that. And with only 4 seconds left, they are again playing it safe. No swinging out, no echo throws in a cafe bakery this time, as Fierce find themselves 5-0 up.
Well, 5-0 goes the score. And I was a bit worried about this, Fluke. We talked about this before the match kind of began. We were saying that this could either be one of the most greatest series that we've ever had in Prem, where it's just back and forth, or one team will slaughter the other.
It's looking a certain way right now. It's worth considering. Obviously, this is a best of 3. We've seen crazier comebacks in Siege before, but for all intents and purposes, this is Fierce's game right now. This isn't just their map, this is their whole game. They're kind of showing a demonstration and masterclass of that they have woken up for this. They're ready to kind of play against these. And, you look at the numbers put up by Demise here. Obviously, Usus is leading the frags, but this is the guy that I believe had the highest or the second highest body count in the entire league. He had a KD throughout the season of over 2.
Yep.
And he's struggling to get his way into this firefight right now. And, then you look at, obviously, you have similar numbers from the hands of Kayak and Tyrant, where, Tyrant had a 1.7 KD, plus 23, but Usus was on a plus 48. Like, this is an exceptional body, an exceptional talisman player that just hasn't been able to find their way into this map.
Here's the thing that really baffles me. Usus, insane player, exceptional, highest KD for a reason, he's that good. His main operator was Sophia. Throughout the course of the season, he always played Sophia. Why is Dowie on Sophia and not him? Why is he playing Thatcher? Why are we not sticking him on the fragger? Look at Dowie, 0 and 5. Dowie's not cut out to be an entry. He's not an entry. He's not. Usus is an entry.
Dowie, he was Thatcher throughout the entire season as well. It was like 81%.
They've switched roles. Why? Why?
Exactly.
Sterna. Why? Why Sterna?
It's just, you know, yeah, there are times where you make these plays, and yeah, there are times where you change stuff up, but finals day isn't the one, especially when you've already kind of got to the death knell with this team before. You know who you're facing, you know their weaknesses. Yes, you might have learned some of yours, but that was not one of them. That was your shining talisman of the entire, you know, that was the cherry on a very aggressive and violent cake. And you've decided to smash it and make brownies instead, and they are not very flavorful right now.
It just feels like, I would say, like the Cryan G2 situation. Putting Cryan on support role? No, Cryan was a fragger. Why is he playing support? Now it's the vice versa. Why is Usus an attacking operator, a fragger, on a support role? Why? Makes no sense whatsoever. But we'll push on, and we'll see how Demise set up for their final attack. That's a good start. Joshua Glitch has eliminated Prox. That's an even better one for them as Shermie falls to Harris. Shermie losing out those kind of first opening kills. It seems to be that Shermie has a great impact in the round or little to no impact whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the team killers kind of put him in a bit of a... he's got a sprint. If he doesn't sprint away and try and find bodies, well, then he's just going to get dropped by his own team. There is obviously the best situation Demise have been in so far. They're looking to try and get a wide swing here onto the man. Rebellion Kayak finds it. Harris goes down. And you talked about this before. This is now a lot more freedom for this man dug in the garage.
C4 gets tossed out as well and does it blow? No, he shot the C4 before it could have been exploded. Usus, you are lucky. So 45 seconds to go. Pat outside of that main breach balcony has actually dropped down. I'd imagine to go for rappel angle instead. Everybody else situated towards the construction. See, this time, Demise a lot more careful, watching the runouts for anything that may come in. Tyrant looking to go below, but for what reason? Why would Tyrant go below? Unless he wants to kill Pat, which I doubt is going to happen. He doesn't have a C4. Very strange play from Tyrant that round. I feel as if he needs to be back on site to support people like Reese and like Kayak.
Well, with 15 seconds left on the board, it's becoming that death knell timing that we've seen them try and push against so often. Another smoke stops the entrance here from Zafir, trying to creep in and get the diffuser down as they start to get in the corner. They have heard that, but the cover is there. Josh finds 1, 2, and Pat locking it down for 3 to make them get at least something from this side.
Well, they got 1 round back, but they're going to need a lot more than that. Honestly, Fluke, I feel as if the pressure has now switched to Fierce. Yes, you may be thinking, oh, but they're 5-1 up. What pressure are they under? They're attacking. And honestly, I don't know if they're going to break the curse. I think we'll probably know within 2 rounds if they can or not, Fluke. It's going to be interesting to see. I don't want to really give my prediction and say that, yeah, Fierce are going to lock this out, because honestly, I'm not sure they will.
Well, Church and Arsenal room, they've got a bit of an uphill to prove it. And yeah, their history here is Clubhouse. They've had more defensive rounds. If there's a round you want to take, it's the one before the turning of the half, because it allows you to have that little, okay, let's refresh, let's bring this back in. Similar pickups here, though, in the hands of Goyo, and obviously to try and stem the roll. Kaid doubled down as well. Valkyrie for the information. We haven't really delved too much in terms of operator selection, but it's Clubhouse. You know what people are going to bring on Clubhouse.
Yeah, you don't have a lot of options, realistically. You look at the attacking lineup from Fierce, the exact same attacking lineup than what Demise brought as well. You look at the Demise lineup, exact same one, except I believe that they're kind of interchanging the Bandit out for the Kaid, so a little bit of difference there, but still, same principles. Same operators are there, Fluke. We've seen this plenty of time.
Yeah, it's the thing about it. So you look at this map and you look at the kind of current meta in terms of, you'll see a couple of comments, a couple of questions about it on Twitter. I'm assuming everybody's seen those recently about burning utility and kind of having that death throw frag match here. Instant openings as the push comes, but it's this balance of soft destruction versus time, especially on the site, on the basement. You kind of need to stem the flow on those hatches. You need to then kind of hold it as flat, wide angles. It's a big map. Expect just the same kind of 10, 11, 12 operators throughout this entire game.
So once again, in typical Clubhouse fashion, we're going to be sitting a while, Fluke. gonna be sitting a while. Any questions you would like to ask about, you know, just in general, any topics you'd like to discuss?
Well, actually, I don't have a question, but I have an answer provided to us by the wonderful Desachu. Has gone on the road. He's found Coach Sternab, and he's grabbed him by the shoulders, and he said, "Why have they swapped roles for this map?" And the response from Sternab was because this is a better utility-driven map. You need Sophia for the utility because it's more a map of getting stuff open rather than finding bodies. So having that in the hands of your support player where they can kind of get the walls open and get the particular places open as Sophia is a better spend and a better balance of utility where you need it.
Okay, I get that, but we're talking about users here in the hands with an M872. That gun is insane, and if you give users that potential rather than an AR, no thank you. I think overall, I would definitely have users on that fragger wall. Like, he's saying this as if users can't use utility as well. Whatever users can. Users are a great player in every aspect. Just put him on Sophia. I really don't get the kind of switch up. I think overall as well, if you're looking at basement is about kills more than utility for me anyway.
Well, Fierce are living up to their name right now. They're being very aggressive with getting this open. They've kind of opted to put everything heavily on this kitchen main stairs side. There's nobody really battling back against blue currently, as Tyrant is just watching the Moto hatch. Josh Glitch is currently unpressured and can back up the entire force of Demise here as it's coming in pretty flat. But talking of coming in flat, Shermie with every player up on the board gets the diffuser down before Dowie can react and stop it. And now it's a post-plant situation. They have entire vertical control here. And Demise are looking a little bit lost as they do manage to find a frag in and amongst it. Shermie catches Josh Glitch in the afterlife with the Claymore. Well, 3-3.
Above, Kayak sitting in wait, has pings as well. A constant drone is on the diffuser, but all of a sudden Harris has swung it back in. He's got a triple kill and he pushes upstairs and towards the kitchen, has the shotgun out whenever he's at range. And that should be the final one coming in. Kayak misses the shots in the C8, but the pistol does it nonetheless. Fierce first attacking round was almost a throw there for a split second, Fluke. But Kayak, he is the anchor of this ship.
You've got to have some questions about how they managed to get in there. Without any kind of response, Demise still had everybody on the board. They were obviously able to swing around and get the frag within half a second of the plant going down. They picked the body of Shermie up. They had a Valkyrie on the board as well, so you question where the intel was kind of coming through and coming from, and that is not a good momentum keeper there. That is one that's beyond anything, because what happened is the only question that kind of rings around there.
6-1, Fluke. My word, I was not expecting this at all. Were you expecting this one?
No. I was expecting OT, especially from Clubhouse. If there was any of these maps that were gonna go the distance, it was this one.
10 kills for Kayak. Like, the man said that he played boring roles and was playing support for his team. No, the guy's been playing Buck, he's been playing Jaeger, now he's on IQ, not using the GA1, so that's really bad from him, because GA1 is just incredible. The gun's absolutely insane. I don't know why people are still using Commando over it.
Yeah, this has been your current gun. You have a current gun that you love to...
Had the Titan Killer phase, now we're going to GA1 phase,
now
you know.
it's the GA, and then it'll get nerfed because you'll draw attention to it, and then it'll be whatever's next. But yeah, it's a pretty good gun. It's in a pretty good shape right now.
So, top floor is where we go for Demise, so not going for the basement, sacking that off, and instead going for the cache. So Prox setting up, just waiting for the rest of his team to try and come in. I wonder if they're going to go for the Sophia trick through the drone hole, or will they go from below using the impacts that Shermie have? At the moment, User is just waiting, and that's what I like to see from Fierce, is that they're actually droning that before they go in for the lounge. One thing they have to worry about is Joshua Glitch. He's downstairs. He's in the basement, so that blue could be a potential rotate, could go up into Adam, but at the moment, just sitting by the generator and just waiting for Fierce to make the first move.
Well, it's that Mexican standoff right now. The Sophia pops the bandit back, and they're able to get this open, and Well, that is step one of a many-step process. Now it's a matter of trying to get the man out of garage. Dowie is going to become a bit of a big problem, and, well, the doc is in, and that is quite a worry, because he can keep himself going, he can isolate entirely from what the rest of the team are doing, and just barricade himself on these rafters and make sure that there's never really an easy amount of entrance momentum from that side. Otherwise, the entire push generally has to shift, as you can see it doing. The Jacuzzi side and pincering the man out of, well, they might not know that the man, Pat, is dug in on the corner, waiting for somebody to swing around on the window, hanging around in the gym, waiting for the push and the pressure. There's also somebody doubling around on the main stairs side too. Demise are kind of happy and ready for them to bat against this Jacuzzi side.
Entering in, trying to clear out any roamers that may be lurking towards that gym bedroom side, and they find a Valkyrie who is trying to create a C4 connector. And why didn't Tyrant just get the free kill? Instead, Joshua Glitch and Pat have pulled that off. Oh no, Fierce, that was very sloppy from you guys, and probably the first mistake I think we've seen them make all day.
I guess that's the worry. When you see a UK team on match point, it's never really over, let's be honest. And Dowie's keeping that going. There is the Doc taking care of Prox. Can't get the diffuser down sneakily this time. Is Shermie just gonna wait? Well, now you've got to do more than just wait. It's an ace or clutch or kick situation. Can you make something out of this in only 15 seconds? The jury probably says no.
Chat, are we voting to kick Shermie? What's everyone saying? Oh, never mind. We didn't get the voting in time. He's dead.
No, didn't get the voting in time. Which means he gets to keep his spot at least for the rest of the day. 6-2. 6-2, they found something back. It was, as you said, a pretty big miss drone there in the hands of Fierce. They didn't quite read how much of a presence was active around the Jacuzzi side.
Jacuzzi is always an interesting one to kind of see be played towards the cash side of things. You know, it's not essential that you have to take that side, but I see more and more teams, especially from the UK, like to go through split pushes where they open up the main breach and then go for the rotate. I can't remember the last time I've seen just a very crucial and clinical open up the breach, clear out garage, and then go for the simple plant behind the servers. It's been a very long time since I've seen that push happen.
A classic. The classic maneuver.
That's it.
Well, Gym is where we're going to rotate to. They're not going to try and take Church again after what happened, and I guess that's down to them, and I guess what's down to how they thought that went wrong, if that kind of works as a sentence. As in, whatever happened to them, where they went, okay, they've got the diffuser down, something is kind of a bit of a leaky hole on this hold. Let's try our other two first. Let's go back around these other ones. And I guess that gives us a bit of a fresh headspace to go. And I guess when you're playing on match point as well, you want to keep it fresh. Keep it guessing. They might assume you're heading down to basement again, because it is, you know, it came down to the wire. And if they're a bit more attentive, it probably wouldn't have. So I guess, you know, it's always how they want to play that into their remaining 4 rounds.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
So extending very heavy towards that server and cache side. Interesting play from Demise that they've decided to also reinforce that main balcony east side wall. Generically, we see defending teams for this bomb site like to turtle in a lot more towards the cache. That main triple wall beside the staircase, that would be fully reinforced rather than soft as how they've done that. So the only worry they have is if they do lose control of that server, that means they also forfeit control of the cache room as well, because a buck can come in, you know, anybody, Shermie can come in with the Sophia, open that up, create the angles, nobody can sit inside a cache anymore, and that then gives you that pressure that you can apply going into construction. So only where I have, it does work well if you want to extend well and hopefully get that bandit trick off, which we know we did see the bandit towards that side of the map. Only thing they're missing out on is, though, that they don't have the bandit to stop that wall being opened up, which has been done.
Again, first step of a many-step process. Now there's a lot more left on the board. You can see, obviously, they have that very wide extension down, and Dowie's going to stay a bit safe in and amongst that, as, well, Fierce are going to have to rotate around somebody to at least cause some pressure and some problems on the far side. The drones are working overtime as the frag grenade gets caught out there. They know the body of the man is dug in that corner. There's the second frag, and unfortunately no fish as Harris escapes with half health.
Must be on his toes, because Don't know who could drop down that. Could get Sophia stunned, could get flashbanged. It's just a risky position, but still holding it at the moment. It's taking pressure away from everybody else. So he's kind of like sacrificing himself in a way, you know, to stop everything else kind of falling apart. He's putting himself on the line to make sure that that hatch does not get conquered by Fierce. And at the moment, Fierce just probing the windows, looking for any picks they can. They spot out that Goyo shield, but they're going to try and impact away. Oh, they missed that one, so unlucky for Shermie. It's going to be a rough one, I think, for Fierce going into this kind of final minute with a lot of utility still on board. A smoke canister gets popped as well. Kayak, he's droned out, and he did see the legs of the person lying inside of construction.
And this was the big play as well. We saw this rotate coming from ages ago. Pat going all the way underneath. Can strike pretty boldly here because wasn't droned out. The C4 gets thrown, but Reese pushes and saves his own and his teammate's life as we now hear that C4 almost ripped, torn, but unfortunately not blown on the back wall there, which would have completely torn everything apart. Kayak and Shermie find one apiece, but Dowie gets a little bit of a balance back into this. A 3 versus 2 with only 20 seconds on the board. They haven't got the diffuser currently in hand, and they've got barely any health, I say, actually, as Tyrant picks it up and plants it very quickly. Dowie finds Shermie in the trade, but Tyrant is now in a post-plant situation. The pressure comes in. Might not know the man's on the shoulder, but there is the quick swing around construction, and there is the cover from the man inside. A little bit of testing a key. Thank you, Alex, for staying on that, as Dowie gets the defuse and keeps Demise in this 6-3.
It's a great flank from Dowie, just lying in wait towards that construction. They knew a man was in construction as well. We knew that they droned him out prior to that. Reese in a bad position. You know, you're up against the smoke and logistics in a very CQB situation. I just think it was rough for Fierce to try and pull that one off. They made a good attempt. You know, Diffuser was still down, but the cover wasn't there. Shermie lost his one against Dowie, which was the kind of main issue that then opened the floodgates to say. And yeah, Demise still hanging in, but just by a thread.
Church Arsenal on a 6-3. You're going back to a place where things didn't quite go the way you wanted them to go. And, well, I guess we'll see if you learned the lesson, whether it was a bit of a slip on a banana or something that was a little bit more worrisome as we head back down with, I believe, entirely the same rosters. The only change here now is obviously Goyo is gone, and they're bringing the smoke and they're bringing the bandit instead. Bandit and Kaid.
So the double denial, well, with Thatcher still being available, shouldn't cause too many issues. You can still try and do something up above with rolling a nade in over the top, you know, whatever you need to do to stop that bandit from doing what he does best, and that's tricking. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we see users start off inside of dirt to try and bandit trick the dirt for a charge, because that's one thing that you think, oh, whoever does that suicidal, there's a drone hole that stops you from doing so. A lot of people don't watch out for that anymore. Thermite just always assumes that nobody's going to be there, and a couple of times it does work. So that's one thing that could be a potential, and hopefully one thing that I hope Fierce are still aware of, that's still a possibility. You always have to make sure, you know, you may think it's the most stupidest thing in the world that you don't need to watch, and then all of a sudden it's happened.
Usus is currently holding above. They've actually stretched their defense. Pat is there too. They've kind of doubled down on this center floor hold. They want to make this a little bit more of a hot map, a little bit more aggressive. Play back against Demise. Play back against Fierce even, and not let them get comfortable at all. Well, it's starting to already collapse against them. The doubling up here of Harris as well. They're really throwing everything as Pat has rotated to the top floor. The big cross angles are coming through, and Habana's at least able to find something in and amongst it. Tyrant opens up against Usus, and there is the doubling up of Buck 2. A quick response to a quick bout of aggression from Demise.
Usus just trying his best to do something for his team and get them off to a great start. But in reality, it's got them off to a bad start. They've lost their bandit, C4, gone. The bandit could have stopped Prox in his tracks, we've seen so many times. But yeah, Fierce, great start for them, and it's going to be tough, I think, for them to throw away this lead. But then again, Fluke, we're talking about the baseball team over here.
That's it. Talking about Prem, let's give him a demo. Now Tyrant is holding on to the hatch, gets it open as they start to quickly push down those main central stairs and look for anybody that might just creep ahead round the side. And yes, Demise have been playing pretty exceptionally aggressive so far. Yes, they still have Pat on the roam, I believe. You can see his silhouette above the bodies around kitchen. Right now, he's waiting to careen and collapse his way down above the hatch, and there it is, and there's the double. Pat finds Prox and Tyrant, and it's completely shifted the tide of the round.
Attackers recovered the bomb.
Pat somehow has found his way into a superb position, and he's still a menace. A minute to go. Fierce are just pushing for kills. Shermie has entered in onto Harris, but Joshua Glitch from the safety of Blue has got the refrag. Reese inside the main corridor. Kayak supporting him from the moto. Tries to look in, still cautious of course, that Valkyrie above, but we don't know where Pat's going to strike Joshua Glitch. He gets felled, and now both of them pushing in towards that armory. Pat's still above, and I don't think he knows where they are. Oh, they don't know he's inside of the construction, and Dowie rips them apart. The kite shock on the TCSG does its work. Demise still pushing on, and Fierce, now we're worried.
Maybe we are looking at one of the most hotly contended games of the day. 6-1 to a 6-4. Still not over. 2 rounds to even get yourself close to the breaches of OT. But that's going to CCTV and that's going to Gym. 2 sites where you've played pretty well so far.
Top floor for Demise. See how Fierce deal with this one. Last time it was a very big slip up. They tried to push in towards that jacuzzi side, in towards gym and bedroom. I don't know what happened. I think Tyrant, he malfunctioned. I think that the cybernetic enhancements in his brain just shut off. It was a quick short circuit, and yeah, they end up costing that round. So I think overall for Fierce, it's something that, yes, does happen. You have these little miscommunications in terms of when to push and when not to push, and they do cost you rounds. It's basic of Siege, and for a team playing at this level, who we knew could have easily contended for CL, you know, they did get essentially first round in the qualifiers, but still made it to the last 16 nonetheless. I think for them, they need to nail those basics as much as they can, and hopefully they'll be able to rectify it this round.
I think it's one of the things as well is positioning is becoming such a big thing in this game, and just the control of space that we're seeing between these teams. At first, on Demise's attacks, and yeah, attacks are generally hard on this map, and where things started to slip through their fingers was they were a little bit too blinkered. They'd be a little bit too separate, and things would be a little bit too expensive when they went wrong. Here, they're completely controlling this space. We've already seen multiple times Pat has collapsed down and put bodies in the ground, and it's completely thrown what Fierce are doing. They're trying to be coordinated. They're trying to be slow and steady on these attacks, and it's just not quite working because Demise, there's always another man, apart from Pat, who's just been taken out. But who knows who is next?
It's another opening death for Pat very early on. No C4 now to be used. Did he get... Don't tell me he did. I think
through
he
the
might
window?
have. Yeah, I think he might have. That's
What is it?
really unfortunate. Go for a spawn peek. It looks as if he did punch it. I'm not sure. Could have been a lucky one from Reese. Could have been a spawn peek. Whatever it was. Unfortunate for Pat. Try that, or did not try it, whatever it is. Take your pick. We'll have to see actually what happened with that. So hopefully we'll get a little update from the players in terms of how he actually died. So Fierce, strong lead. They've eliminated the Valkyrie. C4 gone. It gives them a bit more time to play with in that kind of later stage, not having to worry about the Valkyrie, who could be a threat inside of Lounge. User should still have a C4, but he needs to try and stay alive as much as he can, and more importantly, Harris needs to stay alive. He is the smoke. He can delay the time. 30 seconds is generally what we see a smoke delay. This man in Garage is getting pressured really hard in the C4. And no, is not going to be coming out because Bandit is nowhere near them. You know, we've seen plenty of times where a Bandit would just rip the C4 right down to try and assist anybody who's kind of stuck in Garage, but uses he's cut off by Prox on the rappel. That's the only thing that's unfortunate about this kind of bomb site, is that if you get caught in Garage, you're trapped.
Well, there goes another member of Demise, and Fierce find themselves one step closer to being able to lock out their final round on this map. Harris holding onto the top of the red. He's kind of become a bit of the last resort here in terms of keeping the flat pressure clean, with users paying more attention to the balcony and making sure they don't try and sneak in. There's still Josh Glitch below as well, who has persistently been quite a big thorn in the side with rotations, but the pings are coming out, and even in amongst that, they find Kayak. Find someone back against the battle. Fierce have got to try and get this diffuser down. You can see Reese is trying to edge his way in behind the server stack to try and get the plant off. They need to apply some pressure and keep some control against the man on top of the red, but they can't quite find it. Users brings us back to 3-3, and with 20 seconds on the board, Reese has got to try and stick it. The C4 over the top finds its mark. A 3-1. Demise from nothing have brought this back into another round in their favor. And with only 10 seconds on the board, the three bodies ready at three different angles. 6-5.
Well, Demise, what a round to pull them back into touching distance of Fierce. All of a sudden, Fluke, the potential slaughter, quote-unquote, has turned into an excellent series, and it is now on the verge of still a potential map win for Fierce, or an overtime comeback for Demise.
I mean, that's it. You've got to give credit to, obviously, Demise for not getting in their own heads, being on a 6-1. And one of those is obviously, one of those losses is your opening round on defense on what is maybe, I'm going to say a fantastically rubbish way for it to go in terms of they just get in and get the diffuser down and, you know, mistakes were made, but full credit to them for being able to find themselves back into a game, back against a team that has consistently been pretty level-headed. And now, after those previous rounds, Josh Glitch has actually surpassed Kayak in terms of frags, found themselves on a 12-7.
Everyone in this game is doing something, at least. Prox, 5 kills, 11 deaths. He's died every single round. I think it's expected, though, from the kind of role that he plays in his team, which is very support-orientated. You know, it is very plant the bomb and die kind of situation I think he's got going. And sometimes on the defense as well, with some of the supporting roles that he has, it can be tough because he kind of has to, like, muster everything and try and control everything at the same time. But his team's still winning. You know, they're still there. It's still 6-5 and still 1 round away. But Demise, they have a sheer amount of momentum behind them. We'll see how the gym and bedroom goes. So Goyo again being brought. He's kind of been the pick of the game so far. Now we've seen both of these teams utilize him in great excellence for that gym and bedroom. And overall, I think that gym and bedroom has kind of been the only bomb site we see him in. We did see him a bit inside of the bar for Fierce, or not the bar, the church for Fierce. But other than that, yeah, mostly gym and bedroom is the kind of Goyo pick.
It's one of those things as well with Goyo, where as soon as he kind of came into the meta, everyone had all these big ideas. Everyone was like, he's going to be a big one to watch. And it's kind of a slow burn. It's, well, yeah, they've been working with him, but let's really see the work that they've done come to fruition. And getting the more aggressive picks and getting the more consistent picks on a map like Clubhouse, where he plays very, very well, I think is, you know, it's the sign of the time. So he's starting to settle before, obviously, he'll probably get whatever nerfs that he requires. Trouble on Logistics Hatch now, as it was before, but nobody to catch frag grenades just yet. Pat is waiting and aggressively baiting for anyone to drop in via Logistic, but they're just opening. Fierce, you know, prodding and testing and making sure that, as Demise's coach said before, Sternab, get everything open on a map like Clubhouse, because that is your MO always.
So utilizing the Thermite and Habana combo that Fierce have brought means that they can not only just open that main jacuzzi wall, but also in towards the bathroom. No bandit inside a bathroom to kind of stop that from happening. Dowie is usually towards the east side of the map, dealing with the kind of setup they have, eliminating the fact that they can push in from the east on the attacking side of things. But now Dowie, he's trapped himself in towards the cash room and is now holding that long angle right onto the window jump-ins. But 4 people from Fierce located towards the west side.
Well, here comes the frag grenade, but nobody is caught just yet, apart from a Goyo shield. It's just going to slow and stem a roll that could otherwise have been a bit more important later on. They're still able to apply some pressure against this central point. The impact goes off. Whether it caught it or not, I don't think so. I think it was just a little bit too to central. No, the wall is open. Thermite has done his work, and that has become exceptionally hot and heavy property for anybody that wants to try and hold it in the hands of Demise. Dowie, in the meantime, still doing big things. He's able to find Shermie and get Zafir off the board. There goes Thermite too. Josh Glitch again, living up to expectations. The Goyo pops off and they try and maneuver and find a bit of safety on the lava. And there is Kayak, and there is Reese. And oh no, Tyrant is gone too. Demise take us to OT with a flawless round.
Well, gents, we're playing baseball. Fierce. They've done it again. If one team Fluke could have done this, only Fierce could have. Only Fierce. Maybe EG. Maybe back in the day EG.
Yeah.
But no, just Fierce. Oh my.
Yeah. It's the thing about it as well is you called it very early on. You called it at the turn of the half. You said, well, they're a baseball team, famously.
Yep.
And,
Didn't want to call anything. This is why.
Yeah, sometimes nicknames are earned, unfortunately, and this is a sad sign of that. Clubhouse, yeah, okay. Let me apply some seasoning to this burn, or try and make it a little bit sweeter. It's a defender-sided map, sure, historically. Both these teams historically are better defender-sided teams. But compare this Fierce to the first half Fierce. Yes, Demise have stepped up leaps and bounds, but Fierce have kind of suffered and stumbled, and they're making these little mistakes. We saw a couple of them be made, you know, once or twice throughout their entire first half. And this, it's a couple every single round.
I would love to hear like the kind of comms that the mental game right now for Fierce. What's their mood like? Are they starting to, kind of turn into that tilt level? What tilt level are they at? Whereabouts are they? Are they full tilt? Are they half tilt? What situation are they in? I would say they'd be pretty tilted at this stage, but that's up to their mental game. That's up to their stability and how they can pull back as a team. See how it goes for Fierce at the moment. It's not looking too good because they did lose the... because obviously they get the pick. That means that the side changes get to be chosen as well, and Demise straight for the defense. So overall, I think for Fierce is a very bad circumstance for them now. Next 3 rounds potentially means that Fierce will be on attack for at least 2 of those.
Well, let's see if I guess they can make the impossible happen, which is find some consistency in the attacking game. Obviously, Demise have opted to double down on their gym hold here. They had the option of any site, but they're going to try and play a little bit out of the space. They know, well, in their worst case scenario right now, they're playing their defense twice. So at least they're going to try and bait one of them out. In the meantime, Fierce, they're showing a bit of pace, a bit of passion as they get the cross side. And for the first time, I believe, they're being quite active on the CCTV catch clear.
Yeah, finally Fierce have decided to change up their tactics. The Jacuzzi side, everybody rushing in, not working for them. I think they've realized how much problems Dowie and Joshua Glitch were causing towards that east side of the map, and they're going to try and put a stop to that. They're going to try and take the fight. Tyrant, I would say, has been underperforming of what we expect of him. Kayak, since those defensive rounds, Kayak has been non-existent.
Yeah, it's one of those kind of sad moments here where Tyrant's able to obviously find the trade, and Dowie's there to find one of his own. It just, it's back for back right now, but these big players just haven't really been able to find their way into the fight. However, as you said before, the rest of the team is showing up. We're seeing players that don't historically find themselves on the top of the board because these other exceptional fraggers are able to do the business, doing business of their own. 2 versus 2 with a minute on the board. This is maybe the most time Fierce have had, but unfortunately, yet again, they're finding themselves on a back foot. Tries to jiggle peek the main construction doorway into the site. Can't quite find any semblance of safety there as they're instantly picked apart. Well, there's a man lying down with a C9 shotgun. Let's see if they can make some business work.
Should be an easy lockout for Harris. Just waiting for Reese to crouch into his line of sight, but let's see if Reese sees the barrel before he sees him. He sees the barrel, there's a snapshot. That's one for Reese. Reese versus Usis. Who's going to win this one out? Usis inside of bathroom. Shield gets eliminated. Gives him the go-ahead to try and swing on round. He's inside of Jim. He has to go for the plant because we know Uses. He's not going to move. And there we go. The prone comes in. Uses beats out Reese and Demise. 7-6. They lead for the first time in this series.
6 rounds in a row they have now taken. They have completely turned this game back from a 6-1 split to a 7-6. And we talked about, well, Fierce might need to do the impossible to get an attack win in this game and in this matchup. Now it's down to Demise to do the same thing. They did manage to do it once. It wasn't on Church, however. This was their only real loss on their defense. So statistically, it's their worst sight. But hey, the Demise that we're seeing now, the Demise that we are seeing after 6 consecutive rounds, is an entirely different team to the one that we saw in the first 6 of this game.
Need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Downstairs, Fierce on the back foot for the first time. They are now staring down the barrel of not only a map defeat, but a choked map defeat. And that's probably the worst feeling. Sure, you can get beat, you know, people take L's all the time. But whenever you were on the cusp of winning and then throw it all away is one of the worst feelings you have in any esports.
That's it. And you said it before when Demise were looking down the barrel of a shotgun that it's finals day. This is the day that you don't want stuff to go wrong.
5 seconds left.
Having this happen on the first map to you when you're in a 6-1 position, whether you're able to pull this out of the bag or not, that's such a big worry, because as soon as you start to get into a lead on the next map, all you're going to be thinking is of what happened on this map and of worrying that you're going to kind of have shaky foundations and you're going to find yourself consistently questioning whether your lead is good enough. And some teams are great at responding to that. Don't get me wrong. It's like the old adage of when a footballer gets sent off, the 10 men play better.
Oh, yeah.
If you're shaky in a mental game, some teams find solidity in that. Fierce, historically, haven't been able to do that, but it's finals day.
Fierce played better whenever they were TK and Shermie. They were winning the 4v5 rounds. Whenever it comes to the 5v5s with great leads, they throw it all away. Maybe they need sacrifice Shermie. Sacrifice.
Was that it, Coach Demo? Was that your play here?
What, sacrifice Shermie? Go for it.
If you were the coach behind the team, the coach behind the team, you get the minute, you get in their ears, you say, just kill Shermie, mate.
That's more of a Sternop coaching thing, I think.
Sternop, hey, I mean, to be fair, whatever he said to them on defense has worked a treat.
Yeah, the
6
defense
rounds
has
in a
worked.
row. I bet Sternop was a bit uncomfortable and pulling his collar at the half time, but it's definitely come leaps and bounds since then. 7-6 we sit on. OT match point, and Demise have managed to get the hatches open. So far, no deaths and so far, no dramas, but there's still most of the work left to do. They're being a bit slow and steady with this, and they're going for a slight shake up to the pushes they did before, applying some pressure down inside dirt as they swing around the corner and look for a body. But it's Reese holding down. Maybe doesn't know how much is there, but Pat just drifts into the firefight. And Prox is there to at least cover back as they pull back to the next barricade, the next ballast, and the next trench to dig in as Demise lose their buck.
That's Pat again, another opening death. I would love to see the stats on that, because Pat either gets, you know, the first opening kill, does an insane play, or just doesn't do anything at all. Fierce looks to be glimpses of what they did in the first half of their defense, just dominant at the moment, and they're showing that again. Both of these teams just can't attack. That's what it comes down to, Fluke, and now Uses and Harris, they have it all left for them, and they're trying to force their way in towards Church, and Uses had slipped his way down the main corridor, but there's a quick refrag from Shermie, and Harris stuck inside Memorial by himself. The Goyer that he could have used, but instead jumps over in towards the main corridor, but with 20 seconds, no diffuser, no walls being opened at this stage, I think he probably should try and take the time to talk it out, but no. Fierce will see to that. 7-7. All the way. Look, 15 rounds is what we're about to happen.
I never doubted it would get to this point. There's never a moment where I thought, oh, this is going to be a 7-1.
Well,
you've got to give credit to both teams. As weird as it is to say, obviously, with the kind of swing of how this game has gone, more credit I would say to Demise. But as we've just seen from Fierce there, when they are in their zone, and their zone seems to be defense, they're still so good and so kind of aggressive and balanced, and everything's counted and weighed. It's just on attack, it seems to disappear.
Well, now we go to the top floor.
Attackers need to
I don't even, like,
as many bombs as
Like, how, what are we expecting to happen here? It's probably going to be the same thing. Demise just going to win a defense. Pat will die to, like, a spawn kill or something like that. Fierce will be in a 4v5. Everything will be up and up. Everybody will be thinking, oh yeah, Fierce, look how good they look. Oh, they're going to win this round. And all of a sudden, Demise have won. Because that's been the... If you were to read, you know, the blurb on the back of this series of what actually happened, it would just say, oh yeah, they threw.
Well, that's it. You look at the halftime score and you go, oh, 5-1. You know how this is going to go. And you look at the end and you go, oh, 8-7. What happened? And that's it. That's how it's going to read historically. And, you know, and as I said before, because we've just seen a good round in the hands of Fierce, they're in this situation where they're not completely asleep. They haven't completely fallen apart, but half of their game, 50% of this is attack. And so far, that's, you know, a different team that we've seen.
Into Cash and Fierce. Last time we seen them attack it, they kind of took things slow and... Oh, Prox has managed to catch you! Oh, he's just... Well, he's trolling. He's trolling.
He was, you know how they say pros never fake? I didn't know that extended to thermite charges.
I don't think they realized how easy they could have gotten that off with literally nothing being wasted.
We are omnipotent, let's be real.
Yeah, we can see through the walls, yes, we know.
Yeah. So they're still having a bit of a dance here, and Usus is doing his best to dig in. You did say he was an exceptional player at every aspect of this game, and, well, he's giving a bit of a school of how to bandit trick right now. Doesn't quite catch the thermite as I give him the compliments, though, and there goes the charge, and there goes everybody on the floor. Let's clear some space and double down and check where we're at. 2 minutes on the board, or just under. We have plenty of time for them to go to their next step of this, as, well, everybody is still standing.
So once again for Fierce, looking for that garage take. They will try and entry in from below. Walls have been left soft, so that means Demise have used their reinforcements elsewhere. Generically, we see both of those garage walls being reinforced, so 4 reinforcements going down in towards that area. But now this allows Fierce to not only have another entryway, but also a very cheeky way of nading out the person in towards the catwalk. They've burned the ADSs, now they're going to cook the nade, but Dowie, he is overhealed by the dock. That nade doesn't quite catch him, and neither does the second. Fierce slipping up on eliminating the dock.
Well, that is a big blow to the use of utility. If they had been able to take out Dowie there, it would have been, well, I'm not going to say good night for the rest of the game, but at the same time, it's such an important operator and such an important bit of real estate to get control of. And now you've kind of lost your best way of getting him. They're going to have to apply a bit more flat pressure here as they try and collapse in on the open balcony. A smoke canister pops off to stem the roll a little bit and try and buy some time. And with 30 seconds left, it's the perfect time too. Kayak, in the meantime, finally finds the frag against the dock, and they at least have garage control. Now they just need to make sure that no one hops out on the back. And there's a Jaeger, and there's some unfortunate timing as Shermie drops to Josh Glitch. That is now a big worry that they're going to have across all of their minds. They have to be aggressive and push in on CC. Kayak finds Harris in the meantime. 10 seconds on the board. Watches for the wide swinger for Barna. There's Pat inside and manages to find Kayak. They're getting the plant down, but the C4 is down too. There it is, Demise. Take Clubhouse from the jaws of death. They say not today.
Well, Demise, again, so close. Hanging on right to the wire. Look, I think the script that we've written here, it's went out the window. It really has.
Or it's just we've got very good script writers, because
this is all planned.
Josh Glitch 17 to 9. Gotta give credit there for what was maybe the kind of performance that brought them back into the game consistently for me. Just able to keep finding bodies when everything was kind of thrown against the wall.
Well, what a series. What a series? We still have more maps to go, Flick, hopefully. That felt like a series in many ways, but that was only map number one. Only map number one, guys. So we're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be back for hopefully another red-hot match. Map number 2 coming up.
10 seconds remaining. Go. Attackers bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Back yourself. You heard me. Don't back a horse. Don't back a stranger. Don't back a man who dresses like a shinobi. Back yourself. You gem. You rock. You star. You train like a pro. You should be paid like a pro.
Parsec lets you play your entire library of games on any device, anywhere, with anyone, at any time. It's easy. Install Parsec and boom, your PC game library is at your fingertips. Are you bored playing solo? Share a link with anyone and go multiplayer. No friends online? Jump into Parsec's arcade and play with people from all around the world. Parsec's available for most things with screens. Download now.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
I think the UK is good at kind of really good cohesion and heavy pushes. Like, we have a lot of very frag heavy players and a lot of very aggressive teams.
Well, the UK and Ireland scene definitely excels at strategy and working together in a coordinated way. I think that for a while, Team Secret has shown that they are one of the most coordinated teams in the UK scene, probably are the best team in the UK scene aside from Na'Vi. But we have, I think, there's a long history in UK teams of being very, very coordinated as well as having very good gun skill.
Something that's been lacking for a long time in the UK scene has been sticking together as teams. I think Secret, ourselves, and Navi are like pretty much the only good examples that I can think of.
What they are lacking though is like the ability to stay together in a few of the lower leagues. I think if teams can stay together, we can see more teams push through to the CL level. And as we've seen with Navi, Secret, and now Crazy, and us in the future, hopefully, I think we're the closest ones next.
Welcome back to the ESL Premiership, everybody. Firstly, luckily we've had some time to catch our breath after that one, as it looks like Demise were going to get blown away and it would be shut down very quickly, very clean cut in favor of Fierce, but that's not the way the cookie crumbles. That's not the way it's gone. They have gone through an arduous crawl to bring it back and somehow win it in overtime. I mean, let's just start from the comeback. Des, what a miraculous affair.
A little bit. It carried on the same way as their last fixture did. 6-6 last time they played on Clubhouse. 6-6 again, but this time round we were blessed with overtime to really get a final decisive winner. And I think, as we all saw, defender-sided map for these two teams, absolutely. It looked like after 6 rounds it was done and dusted. Demise were going home from map 1 and Construct was their last stand at trying to have a chance of getting into the grand finals. But things switch over and suddenly you just see a team transformed. And I think it goes to show that despite what the stats showed at the very start of this whole best of 3, both teams are incredibly comfortable on the defensive side when they're the ones who can kind of execute on their terms. On the attacking side, really not so much.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the attacking side was really where we saw both these two teams falter, and that's what the statistics were leading us to believe moving into this. Both teams struggling at around that 50% mark for attacking round wins. You take that statistic over to Clubhouse and it gets a heck of a lot slimmer, because obviously Clubhouse is a lot more difficult to win your attacks on. But some standout performances on the defense, and that really was, you know, the match winner for Demise. I think off the top of my head, Dowie and Joshua Glitch, two standout players that when they got onto that defensive side, they really showed up.
Yeah, it was a huge comeback back into the game, obviously, and it's a mental one because you've got to think about it like this as well. For Fierce, that were absolutely riding a high at that point, seemed like this was going to be a very quick closing down of the initial map. Instead, for Demise to make such a return, are they just going to be living in their heads rent-free at this point, or are Fierce going to be able to take this as a best of 1 going forward and reset themselves, Des?
I think it's more of a kick at yourself at this point. They know mistakes were made. They know they slipped up in some really key areas that they need to go away and address there around communication. Round number 7, I think, was the worst one because for Fierce winning that round, massive miscommunication from Demise to let the plant go down in the Ash Rush spot. Small things like that are going to probably tilt you a little bit, but you know it's not really anything the opponent has done well. You know that it's on yourself messing up. So I don't think that either side will really be kind of phasing the other right now. Both sides will still be convinced that they can defeat the other team. It's just going to be a case of making sure your mental reset is in place, ready to go into Consulate.
We do have the statistics up on screen as well to give us a bit more in-depth of a look at this. Ollie, anything that really sticks out to you?
You can't go without mentioning Prox at -10 kill differential. And I understand it. I hate getting onto it. I really do. I understand that he's a support player, but you just can't be costing that much, dying every single round. It really is going to start to be at the detriment to your team. You know, you've got Kayak, really trying to pull his team out there, but he's the only one there that's going positive. Now, there were a lot of plants that went down in that game, which was great to see. It wasn't an entirely TDM game based of Siege. We did see a good number of plants going down, but I think for me, you've got to look toward the kills. And as we said, Usus and Josh Glitch really coming up trumps there in the kill department for Demise. Dowie being in the right place at the right time, and just overall a lot of teamwork. You could really tell that the communication was flowing on the side of Demise, especially when they got onto that defense.
Yeah, I suppose it's just a shame that they could only fit one man on that kayak to stay afloat. They might need a bigger boat going forward, as we are going to be sailing into our second map here. Of course, Consulate now coming back out. How are we feeling about Consulate as our second map of the day?
A slightly more varied affair, I think. This generally is a map where attackers feel a lot more comfortable compared to maps like Clubhouse, where there is a lot of walls to get through, a lot of utility to burn through, multiple angles you need to set up to be able to take a site, for example. Consulate you can do just by rushing in if you really want to. There's a lot of window-based play, so it isn't as expansive, it isn't as arduous to get yourself set up to actually go for an execute if you really want it. And I think the attackers will feel a little more comfortable, albeit you have to be very wary of things like runouts, which I imagine both of these teams will be looking to try and utilize against one another. And you can see there's kind of stats on the screen so far, very identical outside of the defender win percentages. This is going to be a good one. It's not going to be as clear-cut as Clubhouse. It's not going to be a side taking a half 5-1. I think you're going to see more 4-2s and potentially 3-3s mixed in here at the split. That really is going to be indicative of how close this game could potentially go.
I mean, based off what we've initially seen now as well, obviously going into it, you know, between the entire talent pool, we were pretty hard fragmented on who we believed was going to be able to shut this down and walk away. Ollie, are you still sticking to your guns and who you think's taking this, or has this swung you a little bit?
No, I'm sticking to my guns. I didn't really have too much of a concern that we had Fierce going up so drastically in the first phase. I really did think that Demise had it in the locker to come back, and slowly but surely they did manage to get themselves back in that game. As we said, it was a defender-sided Clubhouse, when isn't it? Moving into Consulate now, I think that the momentum as well is quite a big thing for Demise. They're going to be riding that high now, and although it was a very close-fought victory and both teams won and a similar amount of back-to-back rounds, you're coming off the back of that as the winning team. That means a heck of a lot, and you're going to be able to go into Consulate and perform. Fierce, we've seen it in the past where they do struggle to hit that mental reset button. They've got to dig deep now, and they really do have to hit it for their sakes.
Yeah, backs are against the walls. It all comes down to this, as it is crunch time, and it is also time to head on over to our magnificent commentators. Demo and Fluke will be walking us through the second map of the series.
Thank you, Jackie. Fluke, ready to go for map number 2, map 1. Boy, did you cool down? Are you back in the room?
I'm kind of heated. Kind of excited. I want this to go the full distance. I would be surprised if we didn't hit 3 maps, but at the same time, we've just seen a 6-1 turn into an 8-7, as I struggle to do maths there in the favor of the person who didn't get the 6-1. So this is anyone's to play for right now.
Yeah, I think going into this, my kind of hopes and dreams for what I want to see is honestly another 8-7. Don't care who it goes to. I just want another close game. If it gets to, you know, a fierce 8-7 and we go to map number 3, give us more. Give me another 8-7. I don't care. Give me 45 rounds. That's all I want.
That's it. Consulate and then maybe a cafe. But for now, we've at least still got to get through the Consulate. So let's jump into the second map in this showdown between these two. Well, they've definitely shown up, these two teams.
Yep, let's see how Consulate goes. So this one is going to be intriguing to see. I wouldn't say that Consulate is kind of like the go-to for both of these sides. You look at some of the kind of maps that Demise have been more accustomed to. You know, we've seen Border be a big one for them. Clubhouse, obviously, as we've seen. We've seen them play Consulate against Audacity, which was a 7-3 win in their favor. At the end of the day, we're talking about Audacity, which didn't have the best of seasons in many senses, but still, we've seen Demise play it. Generally, their bans kind of go for, I would say, atypical. Nomad and Mira are very, very standard bans for that map particularly. So it'll be interesting how Demise have kind of prepared for this. It's not one of their regular maps. So yeah, I'm looking forward to see how they're going to set up.
Well, it's one of the things that you've said about Demise a couple of times throughout this, and I'm assuming that it's thrown back to us at this point. Yeah. Unfortunately, that was a bit of an issue, so we're back to us now. Thank you, everyone. Again, it's crazy that this is the first thing, touchwood, that's happened with an entirely online broadcast that's been put together very well. Side note, let's go back to the point I was saying. Demise, and I quote, my name is Demo, they only really know 2 maps.
Yeah, Clubhouse and Coastline has kind of been their go-to for the majority. You know, you can also throw in Border there as well, but it's very rare we see teams let Demise, you know, kind of get to that map in the first place. We did see Fierce play Consulate as well over the season, where it was a 7-1 win over Randy's. Overall, Really, is it, the best competition you could have asked? Randy's, even though they were probably, I would say, the most entertaining team we've had this season, hands down. I don't think anyone can ever take that away from them. If you wanted to find fun in Siege, go watch Randy's play. But at the end of the day, not kind of competing to the same level as what kind of everybody else was. So it'll be good to see both these teams go head-to-head in a map which hasn't really been, I would say, tested too much from either of them.
I think it's the thing about Consulate as well. If we compare it to the Clubhouse we just saw, where obviously it was almost entirely defender-sided throughout the entire game, you have Consulate where it can be a little bit more hit or miss, depending on a team's preference at this point. Yeah, these teams have both generally struggled on attacks anyway, but there's a bit more room for mistake on a map like Consulate. Whereas on Clubhouse, if you slip up, you get punished by the clock. On Consulate, if you slip up and you're not punished by the defenders, you can kind of pull yourself back together.
It's a lot less, I would say, utility-based compared to what we have in Clubhouse, which we know is very utility. You need to make sure everything goes, because if you miss one grenade, as we've seen plenty of times in Clubhouse, with Fierce missing grenades onto the man on top catwalk, it costs you not only time, but also a lot of kills. For Consulate, I think it gives you a lot more leeway in terms of the quick, aggressive tempo that it brings. The guns kill is something that has to be always feared for both of these sides. They have to respect one another. It's going to be very frag orientated. I don't think we'll see that much utility. Obviously, there still has to be some level of utility, but not as much compared to the Clubhouse. It gives teams, I think, a little bit more freedom and much more flexibility for Consulate.
Yeah, and obviously a good kind of note about Consulate is the pace at which you can kind of get from top to bottom in terms of rotating on this map. The hatches, they're very symbiotic. They work very, very well together. And if you're looking at a team like how we've just seen Demise play Clubhouse, where they've generally got at least one, if not two players playing these wide rounds, playing these wide situations, and for a lot of the time, they kind of went unchecked and unquestioned. Yes, Consulate's an easier map to do that on. It's a bit tighter in terms of the play space. It is a dangerous rectangle for sure.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if they're free to keep this movement up, if they're free to be able to live their aggressive lifestyle that was so good for them on Clubhouse, this could turn into a very good map for them.
So generically for Consulate, I think we see the basement and the top floor be the primary bomb sites. Mid floor, yes, we see that be played because teams are generically forced to go there. I would say it's a much more attacker-sided. I think the fact that it's a very open bomb site kind of gives the attackers a nice advantage in terms of the peaks that they can use. The plant spots are very pesky to deal with. We've seen that already from last series. Whenever Crazy were planting at front door for the mid-floor bomb site, and whenever you lose that plant, retakes, damn, they're tough. Really, really tough in that map. Then you look towards that kind of split bomb site. Doesn't get touched at all. Unless you're Kavana earlier, who did decide to go for that bomb site, which, as we've seen, did work out for them. Down to a little bit of miscommunication from Crazy, but still, it's an option.
I mean, the thing about the split site, it became quite good, especially in NA. They seem to have a love of playing that site. Or not a love, but they were one of the first they're adapted to it. They were happy to play it. They would generally just open the floor and play it, and, Pulse is always on the board, and the use of C4s is always pretty magical on a map like that, especially in the hands of NA. The Prem group, the UK region especially, never touches it, ever. It's almost... Yeah, until today. This was the first time we've seen it in... I'm sure Des or Tim could get the exact minutes of the last time we saw it, but it was a long, long time ago. And the thing is, the adaptations here in this region, they're quite slow and steady, where things generally just turn into not face checking, but very aggressive checking. It was one of the things that obviously becomes a bit of a debate, as we said on Clubhouse, was very similar operator lineups, very similar pickups. It's the play space that's becoming more of the resource that is winning them rounds and being able to be put into the jukebox of killing people. Here, it's one of those similar situations as well, where it might not be down to the sites, especially with these two teams. It might not be down to the operators, though it probably matters a little bit more than it does on Clubhouse. It's about how these two teams decide to smash heads.
That's what it's gonna be. If we can base off what happened in the last map of anything, it's just gonna be sheer gun skill. Teams just bruising back and forth. Fierce in their Consulate run, let's touch upon that. A 7-1 victory against Randy's, very dominant. Their bans was a Monty and a Maestro. So potential shield ban, but I'm guessing that's probably because they were playing against Randy's, who, how we know, had the best shield play out of the entire season. And, you know, they literally said that please don't ban Monty from us.
It's the only time they've won.
Whenever you come out and say don't ban an operator, then that kind of means something to you.
You usually only say that if you're trying to play mind games and get them to ban it, so your other standard ban is there. But it's, you know, it's one of those things. It was the Randys. They had an 100% success rate, I believe, when they played Monty. Either way, thank you for bearing with us. We are jumping back into the game now as we go into our second map of the showdown.
Hopefully we can get started this time around without any delays, but it happens, and let's hop into the operator bans, first of all, for Consulate. Fierce are banning first, because they get the defense side start once again. Is that a good thing or a bad thing, Fluke? What do we think?
I would say ask me at the halfway point, but we can't even say that, because that wasn't a tell in the previous map. It's hard to judge right now because it really depends on the team talk that they've just had. How many issues you think can be solved by what they were doing against you versus what you were kind of doing internally as a team structure. It's not enough time for the halftime oranges for you to be able to completely reevaluate your entire attack strat. Sure, you're heading to a different map, okay, but the choice of bans here is obviously going to reflect a slightly different playstyle. Valkyrie off the board, which was a consistent pick for almost both teams. It was that versatility, Nomad, to lock off any of those big rotations as well, which, yeah, it's a better pick for this kind of play space. It could play into Fierce's hands a slower game.
Dispatcher, Nomad, Valkyrie, and Maestro. A nice lineup of operators. A little bit different to what we've seen from the last game today, which we've seen Crazy and Kavana. They went for, I believe it was the Echo ban, and then they went for the Goyo ban as well. That would have been an interesting prospect, because both these teams, as we've seen, they played Goyo quite a bit for their clubhouse, and straight away, Shermy, he's locked in the Goyo.
Well, that's it. I mean, he's the operator we said. He's going to come kind of more prevalent and more particular when we see these teams develop more strategies. There's the other one that we're very curious to see how they develop. Wamai is being doubled down with the Jaeger, maybe. There it is. There's the lock-in. Swapped from the Echo, which is a very, very big bait and switch.
To locate and defuse bombs.
So Wamai comes in along with the Jaeger ADSs. So I'm guessing that they're going to try and play for the Yellow Stairs. That would make the most obvious. Yellow Stairs is the area that eats up the most utility for attackers. So if you place a lot of counter utility for the defense, then you should be fine. And there you go. ADS is being placed by Tyrant. I'm sure Kayak is building up some of those Wamai charges as well that you can place down and obviously hook away anything that comes to that position. One thing that I think we also have to keep in mind is that Capital is available, but realistically shouldn't be an issue if Wamai's here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about it, is how those two butt heads. Capital, an operator that is so historically problematic for a lot of teams, one that is banned out consistently as well, finally has a counter. Oh, wow. It's taken a bit of time, but he's going to become a little bit less, well, omnipotent as he was before. Talking of, Usus finds Tyrant as the opener, and that is maybe a spray through a window, or was it a peek? It looks like a peek there.
Looks like
it's from the other side. Yeah, that was knocked a window. We kind of, ever since we saw that Clash get picked,
we're never sure anymore, are we?
Who knows what's going to happen?
It's a good start for Demise, an even better one as Pat adds on. Shermy is gone. Goyer off the board, the C4 that could potentially have denied them from below. How many times have we seen the destructibility factor of C4s come into play for that top? And he has the IQ scanner going around, finding what he can. Not too much, to be honest. You know, the only thing he can find are what mute jammers and the Wamai charges. That's about it. And sure, maybe ADSs, but, you know, Valkyrie being banned, Echo still a possibility, but we only really see Echo for the bottom floor primarily. Top floor is a little bit of a different case.
Well, even now it's become a little bit of a waiting game. Obviously with Goyer off the board as well and Jaeger as the two instant deaths, it's not the biggest problem because you think, well, they've probably at least done their utility job. This is Kayak trying to bait as much time and utility as possible here. It changes a little bit the dynamic of holding it on this tight corner because usually you try and burn these ADSs, but I guess with the Wamai and the ADSs, you never really know when you've got all the way through. There could always be more problems as he sprays fire. If they don't manage to get everything else, that shield is near invincible to be popped by the Zephyr here. Dowie, in the meantime, is going to drone and slow the pace a little bit as they try and find some momentum from the admin's side. They know somebody's buried on the other side of long desk. They know where Wamai is. Can Pat do something from underneath with the IQ?
Cooks a nade, tries to leash it on over, and that should be a def. No, barely misses out. Has destroyed the shield, though, which does force him to drop down below. Nobody from Demise was lurking, prowling towards that mid floor. Could have gotten an easy kill as he dropped in, but still, they've cleared out Ed. This is exactly what they wanted. But because of all the explosions from the nades and the shields, it has created some lines of sight that could be used vertically from the defense. That's the only thing they have to worry about.
Well, with 25 on the board, Demise are looking to try and make their collapse. Again, they're a team that historically does this quite often. If they don't have the diffuser, well, they'll just push for bodies instead. Takes the fight on long desk and manages to actually push them back away with some great utility usage. The frag grenade comes in, and they've now been able to just at least body lock a little bit. Kayak rotating underneath could be the big problem here, but the cover comes from underneath. Uses with a double, and there is Kayak underneath. Gets the diffuser cold on the floor. They've got to force themselves for the kill. Great movement from Demise to bring it back, though.
As soon as he dropped a diffuser, two people straight away dropping down the hatch and finds them. That's what we want from Demise. That teamwork and that synergy, that coordination. As soon as something goes wrong, fix it. And Demise have did that. So round one goes in favor of the attack. Fierce not having the best of luck towards that top floor. Early spawn peak is questionable. I think we can all agree with that one. Like, I get it, it's the first round, you want to try something cheeky, perhaps they're not expecting it. Still, though, it's console with a lot of windows. I think Spawn Peak's probably one of the most common Spawn Peak map that there is.
It's the thing about it as well as a map is it's big flat faces. If you usually have a Valkyrie on the board, then you usually are more concerned about that because, you know, you throw one of those out on the right angle, you've got 50% of the outside under your watchful eye, which with teams like these where they love runouts, as we've already seen, and they love being aggressive, as we've already seen, it plays very well to it. As he said, it was the first round. He tried to take it open on a window and see if they could catch a body from it, which Fierce didn't do as much as Demise, or didn't do it as blatantly, but at the same time, I feel like that was more just a little bit of a, well, let's see if it works. It didn't. Okay, we got to start, you know, bringing ourselves back a bit here.
So it's a basement defense, but Fierce are not playing it like a standard basement defense. They have reinforced the hatch and also reinforcing in towards the bathroom. This is strange because it's not the first time that we've seen a defensive side want to hold the mid floor for a basement defense. You know, this is quite common in many aspects. But the thing that's weird is that they've reinforced the hatch as well. Whole thing about holding the bathroom, having the hatch open, is so it gives you a drop down. It gives you that control of being able to rotate back to site straight away. Whoever is the unfortunate soul of holding bathroom, they're trapped.
Yeah, it becomes a very unfortunate position to be in where you've kind of got to dig yourself in and just, I guess, hope that you can hold on for as long as possible. Josh and Pat going for a bit of a pacey admin clear here. Prox is going to be the one that finds them almost instantly with Dowie on the drone. This could be a very big opener pinch, depending on how aggressive the Jaeger wants to take this as a firefight. Going to hold on the top of the spiral stairs and the pin comes out, so he's just going to hop out of there as the sledge was actually on the far side as well, careening towards yellow stairs, or even just the general CEO side, to make sure that they could get, again, this entirely flat pinch. There was nowhere for that Jaeger to go apart from back the way he came, and, well, luckily in this situation, he made the right call.
So Demise have started things off with a full top floor clear. Nobody's towards that second floor, but the first floor certainly. There is a player lurking, Tyrant's inside of bathroom. He's by himself, has a couple of Goyo shields as well to accompany him. But that's about it. He's currently just kind of baiting, I think, potentially Demise to go and push that. You know, if you see somebody set up in bathroom, you're going to automatically think, oh yeah, the hatch is going to be open. We need to push that. Realistically, Demise don't need to push that at all. He's not going to pose any threat for them. All they need to do is hold piano. And realistically, you'd be holding piano anyway, because that's where you want to get your sledge and your buck in there. So, I don't know, I just don't agree with the Fierce hold. Like, they can easily bypass them, but I think that more than likely, Demise will push him nonetheless.
Well, they're kind of setting themselves up to live up to that expectation. They have some destruction coming out on piano. They're concerned about Prox, who has got himself back up to full health thanks to the doctor, but it's actually Kayak is the first off the board. Kaid is gone, and well, Prox is going to have to rotate back to site and try and hold a bit aggressively from beneath instead. Demise, slow and steady and meticulous. They're still a bit concerned about the man inside the bathroom because they haven't quite got him out yet. But in the meantime, look at the crossfire here. Pat is watching the door. Any way that this man goes, well, he's going back into the bathroom.
Joshua Glitch holding for any rotates that may want to come in. Primarily in towards that yellow stairs is where they're looking for. For Demise, 30 seconds to go. Not a lot has really happened for them. They have the wall open, yes, but that's it. They still have that Mozzie inside a bathroom that, like we said, they don't have to contest with, but I still feel as if they're going to. Now, Joshua Glitch walking down that yellow stairs, looking for any bodies that come his way. White Van is where we see the quick peek around from the Goyo. Tyrant above has eliminated Pat, and Shermie wins that gunfight with the man outside of the breach. Dowie, where were you? You looked at the dock, but then looked away again. Uses Joshua Glitch to pull it back to a 2v2, but there's no cover and no time. And Fierce win that down to time alone.
Well, 1-1, and I guess a slightly different kind of beat for the path that we had on the previous map. Down to time. The first time that that's actually happened, I believe, across the entire thing. Oh no, it happened once before when Josh Glitch sprinted up and tried to find a frag across Jim instead of go for the plant. So it's a rarer thing seen between these two teams, and I guess for the fault of that goes to Demise. They got that opening frag, they kind of knew where a couple of people were, but then they just held angles. They never seemed entirely confident about what they were doing, and then it kind of became this matter of, oh no, it's the dying throws, we've got to do something here, or we are the ones that are throwing, and unfortunately it didn't quite come together. Lobby press room. We head to next. The pulse is on. There's a couple of C4s on that board, and, well, that could be a couple of bits of nightmares in the hands.
One thing I want to pull up is the Dowie, his positioning. He was stationed toward the east side, in towards the Visa, in towards those kind of back stairs. Why? Why would he not be wanting to move in with a breach? You know, you're not pushing that bomb site. Going east side gives you very little. Very, very little. Unless it's a well-coordinated push that we've seen before from Navi, where they would have 4 people full push in towards the front side, and then they would generally have saves sitting on the back stairs with a clear line of sight into the typical rotation hole that connects both bomb sites. That's the only time I ever see anybody actually play towards the east. I would much rather have him been over towards the breach, helping Harris try and go in for the plant, have the refrag potential onto Shermie. As we've seen, he got a free kill because it was just a Thermite by himself. That's one thing I'd question. I want them to see them play more as a team rather than very separated, because that's how that round kind of felt.
Holding onto Lobby now, and it's going to be a little bit of a change of pace. The Echo's on the board, and he's playing top of yellow stairs. So they're kind of trusting and entrusting the utility to be the carry here and hoping that they don't get caught out. In the meantime, Pulse is playing the aggressive information game. Pulse on this map is beyond phenomenal. Pulse is
so good.
Yeah, it's you can get an entire face of a push and feed that information to your team. You have obviously 2 tiers of C4 potential as well. You could be down in the basement and getting the same intel there about what Josh was doing. Shermie has a huge sway with what could shape the defenders and how they position. And talking of an Echo on a run out, punished from deep as Kayak, well, goes for something, but
why?
I
Just
think
why?
Sooner forgotten is the best thing there. Reese knocks a window to terrify Pat, but doesn't have the intention of peering out of it, and just kind of wastes a bit of intel and time.
Oh, I just don't get that whatsoever. Throwing away an Echo to a spawn peak, which has a very low success rate. So Demise, they've been gifted a free kill. Shermie's still alive, like we mentioned. Pulse, very strong operator. I think the fact that this entire map is very, very small gives you that opportunity to basically pick up everybody. You know, you can be in bottom floor and still pick up people from second floor. Such a strong operator, the C4 as well to kind of come with that. Oh no, that was close.
I think, is that the second time we've seen, or was it Dowie messed up the first frag grenade? Either way, Prox doesn't mess that up, blows Josh Glitch out, and well, there's the first of the 2 C4s ripped, torn, and blown. Obviously, without the Echo, that's a huge bit of utility that you haven't got, and originally they were playing them quite far away. It goes Usus as well. Tyrant is able to find a frag back in. Dug behind on the meeting room desk and concerned about the creep around the corner. Proxy's coming up to double up from the stairs, but doesn't actually quite need it as finds one, and then instantly concerned about a trade from the opposite side, but that came from below, I believe.
It was either below or it was from Pat. I'm guessing it was below, so that was lucky from Harris. Pat has eliminated Shermie as he tried to come back upstairs from where he was, downstairs with a pulse. And now Pat, he's actually rotating towards yellow. Out of options, out of time. 25 seconds and Harris is still just outside here on the windows. He does realize he has to be in the bomb site to go for the plant. Pat has pushed in towards the vending machine and holding on to that A bomb site, but look how far away both of these players are. They're not working as a team and they've been collapsed on Fierce. Pull it back. It's a nice round from them.
I mean, we're just seeing more and more mistakes here compared to obviously how these teams heated up. Yes, it took a while for them to kind of get the teeth into the game previously, but here, okay, that round, if you just kind of take that as a pie and cut pieces out, you think Echo jumping out a minute into the round to go for a balcony kill, nothing was there, they still had cover. That's not great. Pulling back on the kill from below, and you know, that's not great. And all of these moments being so far away, that's not great. And it's kind of adding up to this, if they're both falling to this more passive play style, I guess concerned about how the previous map went, that's neither of their strong suits, really.
It's a very untested map for both these teams. I think that we knew that coming into this. Yes, they've both played Consulate throughout the season. Granted, against weaker sides that wouldn't really give them, you know, the best run for their money. This definitely will be a great test for both of these sides. At the moment, Fierce having the lead. I would say that Consulate is very 50-50 in terms of defense and attacks. What's your take on it? Do you think it sways one way, or would you say it's very balanced?
Yeah, I think it's, you know, it's much more akin to a map like Coastline, where it does become a bit more of a bitter battle between your attack and your defender rounds. It becomes a bit of a tell at halftime. If it's a 4-2 split, than it does on, say, a 40 split on Villa or Clubhouse. It's more how the game is unfolding properly. It gives you a better idea of who's really performing, whether it's, you know, you're in the lead or not. You can kind of tell how aggressive those rounds are breaking down. And in a weird way, we're kind of going towards that, but neither of these teams are really fulfilling what they can. And what we've seen from them earlier today, it's, you know, it's that kind of thing where if one of these teams does swing well into their preferred style, and both these teams generally have defense, this is their map. And currently, yeah, Fierce are 2-1 up, but their defenses haven't looked fantastic. It's just Demise's attacks, as historically haven't looked great, just haven't looked great.
Top floor now, Fierce. Exact same setup, nothing really too different. I do like the mute pickup though from Prox. I think that operator is so good for the top floor. There's a lot of really pesky mute jammers that you can get in there. The fact that there's no Thatcher as well makes him even more stronger as an operator. You can place him down at doorways, especially that one where you can see Dowie's drone is. He's been stopped. He can't go through that. So that's the kind of issue that mute... is there even one there? There should be one there. Can't see it. And maybe is it in beside the plant pot? I can't actually see, but it's generally there is one.
It's a little bit dark.
Don't know why that is.
Don't know why that is. I'm wearing these sunglasses. Oh, my bad. Zafir is trying to apply as much pressure as possible. Obviously, we saw Josh Glitch doing this before. They tried to hoop some grenades over the top here, but, well, there's no hole this time around, so they're going to have to be a little bit more creative with this attack. Good read and good change there from Fierce to go, oh, well, they were trying to do this. It didn't work, but maybe we shouldn't play this as open as before. Because of the amount of pressure we're getting from the lobby windows, we're not able to get the C4 over the top anyway, so let's just play this a little bit safer. There's the frag grenade. They're going to try and, well, shoot open. As we can see now, they're having to do it manually, which makes it a much more inconvenient method and much harder to swing when they've been struggling with grenades as is. And as they continue to. Doesn't quite catch its way in. Uses... Oh, Nosus.
Another one. He's missed another one. Wamai as well tosses out another charge, and that will catch up the Capitao. Or was... Oh, it was a flashbang. I thought it was a Capitao bolt. I was getting really excited there. I was like, oh, yes, the first time we're going to see Capitao get Wamai'd. But no, not the case.
40 seconds on. Long Desk is becoming a bit of a dance in a battle here as Pat looks to apply some pressure. Don't want to fall victim to the last 2 rounds. The same way they've just been a bit out of position. A bit too far away and a bit unfortunate as it careens and slows down towards time. They were able to take this first round, but it again was kind of close with 2 of them chasing down a kill as the third hard stuck the diffuser above. There goes some Capital bolts, and there goes Users watching for the same rotation below. We have seen someone double deep all the way down in the basement as Harris is going to try and stick it. Shermie finds Dowie, finds 1. With 2 seconds on the board, they're still able to stick it because Pulse can't quite find it. Not even Pulse, I mean Prux is the word that meant to leave my mouth. Reese is on the floor, and Shermie is able to try and get round and get the pickup as Prox is going to have to rotate all the way down from basement. They are in a post plant. They have 4 bodies up. Surely this is theirs to hold.
Pat, absolutely crucial position that he has been playing this entire round. Yeah, just I think Pat single-handedly, in my opinion, won that. The position that he was in applied so much pressure to Fierce, using their own shields against them. Exceptional. Exceptional work, him being able to crouch his way in, cut down any rotations, pick up 2 kills as well. Yeah, overall, Demise, it was looking rough. They really struggled with finding their footing, but whenever they did, great work. So yeah, Demise playing around in towards that top floor, another great attack for them. So 2-2 is the score. And now we move on to round number 5. Downstairs is where we head.
Cafe Garage, and this was one where we had a couple of questions about, I guess, what both teams were doing. Obviously, the hard reinforcement and bathroom, you do see it, but it's lesser seen. I think it's fair to say you need that kind of mobility as a rotation. You want to have a bit more aggression generally, and usually, depending on obviously your strategies, but it's the more commonplace hold is to have that bathroom hatch soft, so you have that ability to drop out. And I guess Demise expected that, because they set themselves up all the way around that, and then they started to do their construction and destruction either side of it, and left the man to his business inside that bathroom. But otherwise, it stalled and stumbled them. Their own hold became a bit slower. They weren't quite able to get boots inside ground in time, and, well, things started to fall apart from there. Looks like they're going to double down on this. Fierce are hard reinforcing that hatch, softening the doors, and leaving the man to his business in that bathroom.
5 seconds to insertion.
I do like the Doc pickup. I like it a lot. I think that it provides so much for this bomb site. Any open bomb site is so good for Doc. You look at him played on Clubhouse as well. We've seen Dowie play it last map. It gave them a lot more useful kind of strategic areas that you can place people. You know, if you fear that you're playing somebody in position which is a kind of go big or go home, you know, if you get down, that's you out of the game. That's where Doc gives you that kind of incentive to pick the person back up, get them back in the fight. Primarily, I'm looking towards that kind of pipes area. If someone does get down there, they can get picked straight back up. Very rarely you'll ever see revives go in because it's a very big open bomb site. Not a lot of areas that you can use as cover to cross over. So yeah, overall, I think the Doc's going to be a good pickup. Let's just see if they use it to good use.
So Demise now have 2 attack round wins. That is double the amount that they got in the previous map, which they won. So that's a fun fact of just showing how sided the previous map was. If you have only joined us halfway through this series or partway through this series, go watch previous Clubhouse. It was an 8-7. It was unbelievable. That's all I'm going to say. Now, we find ourselves obviously going for the pressure here. They have some opening on the door, so they're going to just, again, try and stem and slow the roll that Demise are doing. They're able to quickly apply some pressure here. Kayak isn't able to throw anything back against it, but well, that is a much better start for Demise. Able to get the hatch open on the wall even, and they have their hatch into the site. Shermie has a bit of an eye, at least from behind a Goyo shield, but the drone's going to make it a very uncomfortable space to play, because as soon as someone is above, as we are seeing there, well, that's what happens.
Now this is where we should rotate back to give some medical support to Shermie. Hopefully he is, and yes, Doc, very slow operator, taking time to get back. And once again, you have that single lone player from Demise holding in the yellow push. Oh my, we've seen the quick push. It was actually Dowie who got that kill on the Kayak, and Pat still leading the charge. Joshua Glitch with the G36C. And it's just all down to the lonely Mozzie in the form of Tyrant. And well, Demise, they just took the opportunity and they seized it.
Demise have woken up, and it's a really, really good thing to see, because this is a team that can be explosive, and I guess it's something that, as we said before, Consulate plays better into, because the map is tighter, because the floor space on the first, second, and third floor are smaller spaces. You have to be funneled to a degree. Yes, the couple rounds we saw them lose, they were a little bit lost in the clouds out in the space and a bit far away from the source, but look at how they took the space there. A very quick read. They're so good at going, oh, well, let's just take it, and let's take this and this and this, and they can just swarm through a site. And if it's something that they can consistently do, well, this is something that happens. 3-2 up, 3 attack rounds. They've definitely guaranteed themselves an even split at the half, but can they keep pushing for more?
Still even enough. What we wanted, Flux, is scripts going well. Everything's scripted, all going well. I don't know if people know this. It's all pre-recorded, Flux, isn't it? We're not actually live right now.
I'm not even real. I'm like, you know those like AI streamers that you get? I'm one of those. I'm just a very developed one of those.
So I've been casting with no one.
Well, no one would take the job.
I'm
sorry to... Oh, did you not know?
Unfortunate.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's not...
Is this a simulation?
I didn't want you to find out like this. None of this is real.
It's a simulation inside of a simulation.
Yeah.
Inside of a simulation.
Yeah, and you know, you can worry about that later because we've got Siege on. As we go into the final round here, Lobby is going to be the hold yet again. Obviously, this fell to the favor of Fierce, but it was a bit of a noodle scratcher. Everyone was a little bit far away and things didn't quite come together. If we see the same ferocity of the Demise that we just saw on the previous take and the previous site, we might see something a little bit more akin to, well, a round win for them. Prox is waiting for this run out, but if they don't catch the man that's at the bottom of the stairs, well, this could be a very quick trip to the bench there. Isn't gonna take it. The drone comes out and in a way saves his life for now, but there is bodies on every single window, and somehow Mozzie, helped by his, well, slightly shorter stature, is able to get out of there.
So Demise have taken once again towards that admin side. So Yellow seeing no play whatsoever, it seems like. Nobody has really went for the Yellow side, which is strange. I'm curious to see whenever Fierce switch over if they're going to go for the Yellow take. Even Crazy didn't go for Yellow. Everybody's favoring admin today. I think Demise, their main setup is going to be just what they've been doing the previous 2 rounds. Set up in towards that printer, get the nades over, try and pressure that kind of A side, but obviously, as we know, it's going to be below. But we've said this many times, Fluke and Consulate, you can pretty much play this main mid-floor bomb site as if it is top floor.
Oh, yeah. And it adds a bit of flavor as well. If you're digging someone with C4s underneath, as we've seen these guys successfully do a couple of times, well, it's a bigger problem that you've kind of got to rely upon. Talking of Josh Glitch is a bit battered, but Tyrant is worse for wear. As a Nash and a Jaeger meets a movable object, unstoppable force, it's the Jaeger that suffers the fate first time round. 3-2, Demise. They have the body advantage. They have a minute on the board, and they're slowly trying to get this important integral vertical control, as you commented on before. Echo hasn't jumped out the window and tried to get a kill. That's a very good thing, because as we've seen, those drones are still there. And, well, drones ending rounds. Name a better duo.
So everything is being pressured towards that main meeting room. Generically, a bomb site upstairs would be here, so I think a lot of teams are kind of accustomed of taking this position in the same manner. Dowie has actually moved up in towards Spiral. How has he got himself into Spiral without being eliminated from that position? That's strange. Harris has somehow stuck the plant. What? Fierce sleeping on the job. And now this is the hardest retake you can possibly do. They have started off with 1 kill, but still 3 more to find, and it's going to be a tough job. And look where Joshua Glitch and Users are, both supporting each other. 1 covering the jump outs from above, 1 covering the diffuser. Even through some breaching charges, everybody's jumping out of windows, everybody's peeking. A great peek from Shermie, but that's the cover from above, and an easy sweep, and Users cleans up. Demise, round 6 goes their way.
Okay. I get it slightly harder to see, but sneaking a plant at that point with an Echo still on the board, the drone obviously we saw moving, maybe it got taken out. Maybe the Echo drone was gone at that point, but you're still you know, you've kind of got to be listening for that. You got to be aware of that. They had bodies not too far away, and I guess it's a bit of revenge for the plant that was snuck on them in the previous game by Fierce, though slightly less sneaky still. 4-2, and Demise are looking better and better as rounds go on. And now Fierce are looking at their weakest portion of the game. Whether it's whatever map or whatever the weather, their attacks historically and statistically haven't been their strength. This is the time that they've got to wake up.
Top floor is where we go for the first defense of Demise. Now for look, we've talked about this in depth. I'm sure everybody has. Who hasn't talked about Fierce and their attacks? Who hasn't? They're not impressive. You know, it's very, very crucial that they do not mess up this time. Because if they do, that's them done. That's it. They are sitting on the cusp of a very, I would say, defeat that should stick with them for the remainder of their careers. I think that's at all possible. Honestly, after the game we had, a 6-1, you're telling me that's not going to stick with some of these players?
Yeah, but, you know, sometimes those things stick with you and they're the fuel. Look at, obviously, classic, historical, maybe the oldest player in the game, but maybe one of the best, Canadian, suffered some of the most heartbreaking, heart-wrenching moments in this entire game's history. And what he's achieved recently, well, that's those things that they make or break you. The bad experiences, depending on how you grow from it and depending how you learn from it, you can, too, become the oldest but the best player in the game.
So there is a bit of setup towards yellow, and Fierce, they do look as if they're going for that yellow take. Man, I didn't realize how bad Bath really is in terms of lighting. Like, it's...
Oh, have you not seen it much yet?
I haven't seen a lot of it, but my word.
It's a little bit spooky in there right now. It's a bit of a preview of a Halloween event. The players, obviously, they opted for this as well to be kept in. They were happy for it to be. Obviously, it was a bit of a discussion, and it's hard to always kind of counter this stuff, but they are making do with the best that they can, as we all are. So it's just one of those things that anyone who's followed CG Sports, you know, we're in it for the love of the game. Swinging in now, Buck is going in for a bit of aggression here, and Tyrant finds Pat. A quick lockdown there, but Kayak is able to at least keep pushing procs. Takes care of Josh Glitch on the back of the corner there. Private Bath, I'm sorry, he was just holding the angle and waiting for the rotation, but it's actually the Echo drone that is going to play the game, and, well, apparently Harris.
A bomb has been located.
This has been great for Fierce. They have executed a B push extremely well with no slip-ups whatsoever. The only thing they have to worry about is the Echo drones, but then again, a minute to go still. I don't think Echo, you know, he's strong, but he's not that strong. Pushes around in towards Connector, still firing towards the bathroom. They know one's in there, but there's so many crossfires being established and everything being pressured. Flawless from Fierce, and that is how you respond after a horrific attacking clubhouse to a much better attacking consulate.
Hey, I guess everybody's had a heck of a team talk over this kind of break. Both teams have shown up with a much more exciting variance in their attack, a much more kind of aggressive balance of how they're bringing their fight to this. It was the big problem that we saw previously was Demise would get a little bit lost halfway through a round or towards the end of a round on their attacks. Fierce would kind of stumble and make one or two mistakes that would cost 1 or 2 lives, which would then pull everything apart. Now it seems like both teams are a bit more aware of what's being put on the table in front of them, and while it's a very, very good and most importantly needed start to this half in the hands of Fierce. 4-3, the gap isn't quite done yet, but hey, it's the first round. They've got attacks. Demise are a team that sometimes get a bit momentum based, and having that shaken by Fierce, well, let's see if they can learn from it.
So downstairs, it's not going back up. Probably the correct decision after being swept pretty much away, like in the first opening, minute and a half. As soon as they got that yellow control, the round was pretty much dead from that point on. Like, yellow is really hard to execute, but the payoff that you get is so strong. As soon as you take control of yellow and bathroom, it cuts off the remainder of the bomb site. Everything goes away.
Yeah, and I think that was the, you know, it's almost the staple of the historical American push against this. It was the weird split. Okay, I say American push. Yellow was the generic push. It was the original one. The American scene and the NA scene really kind of boiled that down to a T. Then Empire came along and did Empire things on admin, and they did it very, very well for a long period of time. So a lot of other teams started to drift away what they were doing and going for an admin clear. But as you say, with the introduction of a much more, you know, kind of aggressive movement around this, with operators like Mozzie as well, that can kind of keep that property alive, and with all the gadgets that can get eaten up the top as well, Yellow becomes a tougher prospect to push because it's so close, so coordinated, so much utility can get burnt in such a, well, couple square meters. That was a, wow, Reese was paying a little bit more attention or a little bit more away. Could have been able to find something pretty deadly there, but now it's this thing where it's still quite an important push because so much gets spent there. It becomes a very expensive transaction taking Yellow now.
Shermie went for the prone at probably the worst time he could have ever went for a prone, because that brought him out of the ADS. That would have been a kill. Well, I hope it would have been a kill. It should have been if he did not prone, because obviously it takes you out of your ADS if you go for it. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Joshua Glitch, he doesn't know how lucky he is that he's still alive, and he's eliminated Sophia. That means that those Goyos, man, they become much more of an issue. Still have Ash to deal with them, as well as the nades from Kayak, but I'm sure Kayak, he wants to be using those nades to get those kills. You know, you can open them up in towards the floor, and you can roll the nades into certain areas that may be a bit of a blind spot. Primarily, I'm talking about the staircase. There's a big pillar that you cannot buck above. It's very troublesome to deal with, so if you can try and get a nade in that position, then it works great. So overall for Fierce, they're setting up for about a minute to go. They've started their buck action. They've got the wall open. And now it's just a matter of time before they start pushing in and trying to go for some of these kills, which is going to have to come out.
Well, they've managed to get the wall open, and Dowie's still trying to hold off the long angle as Usus fights the floor above. Opening up some rotation, well, I say rotations, some grenade stations, as he's going to drop it now through the hole, get rid of the Kaid Claw, and one of the Goyo shields as well. Yeah, and gets the second Goyo there with the drop. No, the second frag grenade. Oh, it did catch it. It was just... Yeah. The debris didn't quite shatter.
He didn't expect that one, did he? You kind of seen him. He wasn't ready. A surprise to be sure, but an unexpected one. Oh, that's a great shot from Reese. Dowie overextends, and there's a person on yellow stairs with him, but he doesn't know that. Joshua Glitch, he's playing safe. This is where he should be playing aggro, but instead he leaves up to Usus to go big. Massive whiff from Harris. SMG-11 at range is not the best one to be using. They try and push in towards the bomb site. Usus gets shut down, but Joshua Glitch is there. Where on earth was the buck? Where was Kayak in the midst of all of that?
It's, I guess, a similar thing to what we saw from Demise that previous round, is sometimes on this map where things start to fall apart a bit too tight, well, you're left out in the just open. You're far away from sight. You don't have the ability to pull yourself back into the game. Harris drawing attention to the fact that he's gone 0 for 6 right now, close to 0 and 7, the famous fabled figure in this game, and I guess this is going to be the round that decides that.
I think James Bond is always better, though, isn't it? You'd always have a James Bond over an Owen.
Well, as soon as that happens, then it's, you know, look at the transfer papers, lads.
Transfer season is open. Get your bids in. Wonder why we've never did that before. I'm surprised nobody's ever done that. Like a transfer deadline day on, like, you know, the final day before, like, the roster locks come in.
Get Des out on the street interviewing all the lads.
Ah, that's actually a good idea. Let's do that.
Get him there. Has anyone ever made like done like post-match kind of or post-trade comments, held up a shirt, that kind of stuff? I feel like that'd be such a mistake.
The signing and everything as well. Holding up the jerseys.
If there was a region to push it that little bit extra, it's probably ours.
Yep.
5-3. Demise are leading with a little bit of a buffer here, as yet again they find themselves in that round. I guess out of all the ones that they've taken was maybe one of the least convincing, but they're on their defense. They were playing for time. The word convincing is one thrown around based on how aggressive they were, and you know, they don't have to be in that situation. They actually played it well, so it was a comfortable kind of end to that, especially with Buck a bit away from where they were supposed to be. In the meantime, obviously, they're generally bringing the same selection of operators. They have the Mozzie for the mobility and the rotation. Such a powerful operator on this map. I know we've always talked about how good Mozzie can be, but the narrow spaces, the ability to just corner and coordinate drones, him on this map, him on this play space, and how quick you can aggressively move around, especially from top to bottom, it just allows the Mozzie to really waste a huge amount of time.
Prox opening kill onto the smoke, so the main Thermite smoke supports trading with each other, and Prox is inside of Piano. He could have stuck the plant there. This is the thing about Prox. He double guesses himself, and he pays for it. Why?
Well, unfortunately, it's led to a worse situation. Tried to find it somewhere else, and Dowie was there to lock it down from above. The diffuser is cold, and so is Kayak. Josh Glitch finds yet another body. 4-2 is the split, and they have 2 minutes roughly on the board as well to be able to make something happen out of it. Either way, they've got to try and double down. In the midst of the chaos of everything else around, they're at least able to find an Echo drone, and well, from that point onwards, there's still a lot left, and there's still the worry of C4s too. Never forget that Mozzie is mobile and is looking for blood.
Tyrant has to win this one. He has to win it, but he doesn't. And that should be the final nail in the coffin for this round, and it will be, as Demise Joshua Glitch going massive. 6-3 the scoreline, and this is map point, series point for the Reapers.
Well, as we said at the kind of earlier on in this map, you can tell how a team is shaping up much more obviously on Consulate than a lot of other maps, because generally the attackers and defenders, either side, you can have a bit more of a go at it. And what we saw from the first half of this was a 4-2 split in the favor of Demise, but a lot of the momentum and a lot of the game, when they started to kind of wake up after those 2-round losses, it's just been a completely unstoppable force. And whether they're on their attack or their defense, they just seem like they are a step ahead of what is being bought by Fierce. Talking about what is being bought by Fierce,
this is not the answer. This is not it.
An Amaru with a diffuser.
Chief called, this ain't it.
Harris went 0-7.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to bring that up. He's 0-7, and they're still winning very comfortably.
Very comfortably. Pat Usus and Josh Glitch. Yeah, all of them 11. Well, 2 of them are on 11. One of them's on 9. Usus, as you were about to say.
Like, those are the main spearhead. Like, those 3 players combined, unbelievable. And they're showing that up. Usus and Joshua Glitch, blinders of series. Both of them. Both maps. Absolute shifts.
Yeah. Especially, as I said, I know I kind of highlighted them as my player of the previous map, but Josh Glitch, again, has just been so consistent today as well, because earlier on in the previous game, we did kind of point to Usus, and yeah, they had swapped the role, and they were playing off the Zephyr, which was their kind of historical role, based around the strategies that they got the win in the end. I guess it worked. It was tooth and nail, but it worked. And here, obviously, they've been electric since the very beginning. From round 1, they've been able to kind of shape the face of this game as much as they want to. Imagine if this Amaru with the diffuser works. Imagine the scenes.
I don't know. Like, is he going to go up the hatch?
He's going up the hatch.
That's what he's going to do, because that would be like the most logical. You're not going to cowabunga in through a window. That's not going to happen, but perhaps. I've never seen this be attempted. Ever.
Pulse with the C4, however, might have just detected them. Pulse was on the staircase on yellow. I think there it is, and there it goes, and there's the C4, and there goes Kayak!
Well, that's put a bit of a dampener in the round. We were looking forward to something a little bit creative. Not only did Kayak get eliminated, but Prox is also off the board. So Fierce, they've tried something new, and I think it's backfired majorly. 4v3 as Tyrant pulls back 1, but look how much damage he takes for it. Honestly, if someone goes big right now, it would be Tyrant, and he needs to. He needs to go big to keep his team in this.
I mean, at this point, he needs to go beyond big. And you're looking at, obviously, a match point, a 6-3 split. They lost it to a 6-1 in the first map. Tyrant at least opens something and brings it back to a 3-3. On a sliver of health, Reese is doing bits on the far side to put another body down. They're doubling down, going for a rotate to try and double up together. But with Harris and Josh Glitch on the board, it's The man who's struggled to get any kills and the man who's got almost all of them. Keeping Demise on match point and maybe locking it off. A bold swing there from Harris, and he's lucky to escape with his life, but he still can't quite find the life of anybody else as he finds himself slipping away. It is all down to Josh Glitch to try and lock it out on the 6-3. Tyrant and Reese both on a sliver of hell. 50 seconds on the board. Fierce have all the time left to work on this, and they are using it. The drones are coming out. They're looking for the body of Josh. And, well, they at least know the side of the map that he's on. They're probably well aware that he's playing around this darkened bathroom anyway, but it's a hard shoot against. Reese goes for the plant, and it's going to force Josh's hand as they careen and get closer. There's a quick swing on one, but there's a post plant on the other shoulder. And now they just have to set up a split angle, look for it. Free fires against it, sees the Sophia. No, doesn't quite see them, actually. I believe they're still on the lobby stairs. Can't quite find the frag. The other man is on the other staircase. It's the split, it's the angle. And it's a pretty impossible situation here.
Swings around, but Shermie's having none of it. Fierce. Stay alive. Demise. Choke that one. Ah, they've took some tips off Fierce.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's kind of the worry, isn't it? Whenever you see a UK team on match point, it becomes this moment of...
Unless it's crazy.
Unless it's crazy.
That's our only team. Everybody else, no. That's not how that rolls.
Well, Cafe Garage, they're going to swing it back round to 6-4 is the split. They can still make 2 mistakes before we find ourselves back in another OT. However, it's kind of hard to discount teams. Going down on the body split and being able to pull yourself back round to take the entire round, it fills you with a bit of confidence. Fills you with a bit of, okay, well, maybe we can do this. Yeah, we kind of lost this out before, but I guess we'll have to see now.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
So, how do things look now? Harris. Honestly, if you're starting to slip a lead, you're worrying if you're Harris. Because if you don't, like, yes, you may be winning, but you still need to do something. You still need to do something, Harris, and you need to do it quick.
I mean, if your team wins and you get 0 kills across all of it for 8 deaths, I guess, you know, you claim a team effort. You say, I was on the drone. Dowie's obviously has been able to, for someone who had a huge game on Clubhouse as well, the amount of times we said Dowie's making big plays, it's been a little bit quieter this time round, but at the same time, because users have shown up, Josh and Pat as well, you haven't really had to step in that aggressively.
I think Pat's been putting in a great shift. I think he's been doing a lot of smart plays, those kind of plays that create opportunities for everyone else. He's kind of been the enabler. Let's go for that. Pat the Enabler. That's his new nickname. Because he helps. Yeah, he helps Josh. Both, well, to be fair, users and Joshua Glitch are both called Josh. But you know, he's helping both of them. Being able to kind of set up those crossfires, give them that kind of, I would say, safety cushion whenever they do go in for, you know, the picks. If they lose that one, they know Pat's going to be there for the trade. But more than likely, we see Joshua Glitch and Users win their ones anyway. So Users trying to go for a carry trick and has managed to kind of stop the Thermite charge go down from the left side, but the right side, though, it's a different story. A C4 gets tossed out, and that got shot mid-air. Oh, I thought it was going to blow up and was going to get the Thermite charge, so that was quite lucky for Fierce to shoot that one out of the air. And that does give them that massive open breach with every wall being open.
Yeah, makes it a bit of a tougher fight now as they've got to just pull back, and they obviously still have that Goyo, and that is purely to stop the plant situation. Think of it like a smoke canister. You've got to attack it in a slightly different way, unless the attackers do that. Blow it up whilst they've still got plenty of time to work with, so it doesn't become a factor when push comes to shove, and you have to find yourself desperately trying to dig a diffuser down onto a floor that is made of pure fire. Concerned about someone on the top floor, as they should be. There is a body still hanging around and waiting to be able to, I guess, collapse and be a bit aggressive. It is Pat, and they have a C4 still in pocket too. Harris, unfortunately, taken out, and so is Josh Glitch. Goes for a run up, but caught by a Claymore. Swinging above, and Shermie finds another one. It's Pat taken out as he drops down and tries to utilize those hatches as a rotation. Dowie and Users. And now all that is dug in, and Users at least finds one, and they see the head of the Thermite, but can't quite lock it out.
Why does Prox he keeps on sticking the plant? Just go for it. And honestly, he's going to cost his team this one. The long angles are being fired through. Reese uses, and finally the Thermite gets the fuse down. Prox, he's going to give me a heart attack, Fluke. I can't die early. I have so much to do.
6-5. 6-5. We find ourselves potentially heading to our second OT of this series. And I said it before at the 6-3 that I think this was Demise's to look at winning because they were playing so well, so tight and so aggressively, had control of the space. And yeah, Fierce have definitely stepped up a bit. They're looking more confident, they're looking more coordinated, and they're looking more like the team that we're a bit more familiar with. But at the same time, it's just this constant, one team seems to be a step ahead and the other team seems to just forgo the round. There's not been a huge amount of these insane clutches that weirdly we're so used to seeing from both these sides.
Attackers need to locate and defeat
6-5. Mid-floor for Demise. Mozzie, Doc, Echo, Smoke, and Jaeger, so a good mixture of denial operators, along with a bit of info coming in from the Echo and the Mozzie. And Mozzie kind of fills in that, you know, jack of all trades, master of none kind of role, where he can deny, of course, the drones, can then capture those drones, use them as cameras, has the C4 for denial, has a great gun to frag out with, two great choices to be in fact. And then you also have the super shorty as well to, of course, help out with any destructibility, rotations, hatches, whatever it is that's needed to be done. So again, I still love to see a Mozzie because you cannot go wrong with him. You know, there's never a downside of bringing a Mozzie.
That's it. He controls the space so well, controls entirely what the attackers can do, as well as what you can kind of manipulate as a defender. It's one of those maps where playing a time-wasting op can become so monumental because these floors are so tight. The spaces become quite minuscule compared to other sites, because if you go for a rotate here, you still generally got most of the map as a bit of freedom. Whereas, you know, other maps, they can be kind of more segmented and more obviously cut together, and it's just a different kettle of fish here. And a Mozzie or a Vigil or someone that can strike and move and manipulate that kind of open space becomes just an absolute force de majeure. Pat has rotated all the way to the top floor to try and hold it from above as well. Drops down, whether they meant to, but either way they catch a drone on the rotation and can see all the bodies swinging in to admin.
Yeah, a lot of information being gathered by the drone, and as none of the attackers realize that it's a Mozzie drone. No? Okay then. So Pat's is going to get a bunch of free information and gets the drone out of there as well to be used in another way. Okay, well, Fierce, you've let that happen. So Shermie, outside on the balcony, trying to look in towards that meeting to stop anybody from playing upstairs. This is going to be a very standard and typical attack from Fierce. You would take in towards admin, then sweep your way through in towards the west side of the map, and then finally start working on destructibility that you can bring with the buck, obviously, and kayak, and then finally pressuring all of the defenders and planting at the front door. So pretty much mirroring what we've seen Demise do.
Holding out and waiting for some thing, I guess, is kind of the worrisome sentence that we're saying quite a lot about how these talents play. And well, Reese finds Pat and tears another one out of the question. Josh gets Shermie back. They're going for a sneaky plant the same way that they suffered against this before. There's the Echo drone that's paying attention though this time round. Users and Harris find a body and a body apiece, and it's a 4-2 split. Reese at least batters one back, and the smoke canister pops off to slow the roll as Prox is going to have to go for a rotate. He kind of commented that maybe they haven't been able to stick it for the full 7 seconds before. This time they don't have the option. There is too much attention being paid to that front door. Fool me once, shame on you, but I'll get fooled again, in the words of Sternab. Holding on now and waiting for the pressure to come, but it's again this slow waiting game that is unfortunately punished as Dowie puts them in a 3 versus 1, all down to nobody as Demise lock it off, the second map in the row, and they find themselves heading to the final against Crazy.
Well, Demise, where do we start with you guys? Came in from that final qualifier, pushed your way through with an incredible season, and now you've just booked a ticket into the grand final to face off against Crazy. Demise did what Fierce could not, and that is lock out their map. Well, Fluke, 7-5, close, but Fierce just tripping up at the end.
Harris found a kill, at least.
Got one kill at least, yeah.
Got a kill, contributed to the win, but I have a feeling that in your next match, you're going to have to do a little bit more than that. We're throwing back over to the analyst desks, and we'll see how they break this one down.
And welcome back. Yes, another series rounded out now as we lock that one down. I mean, magnificent stuff from Demise. They wanted to keep us on the edge, much like obviously with their comeback, waiting to the last possible second to be able to lock that one down, Des.
It makes you nervous, doesn't it, now? There's 2 games there. I mean, it got to the half where we said at the very start, 4-2, 3-3, we'd probably expect. I thought it was going to go to a draw. We see it going to overtime once again. But that round, that was probably far messier than what we saw on Clubhouse, I think, in many ways. One of the notes I put down was that multiple times over, rounds were being decided by which team found 2 or 3 kills in the middle of the round, and that was it then to close things out. There weren't many major clutches. There weren't many clean rounds where a team just completely clean swept the other one away. It was very scrappy. It's very fierce and Demise, I'll say that much.
Yeah, no, I think it did fit a little bit more of sort of what we were expecting, right? Again, very tight, very close, an arduous game that, as you said, was quite scrappy. It was just about those individual fights and a little bit of luck in a lot of those trades that was able to eventually bring it over into Demise's favor. Ollie, what really stuck out for you?
I think I'd have to echo what Des has just said there. It was a really scrappy game, very fragmented. A lot of rounds really could have gone either way, and it was down to big individual performances yet again. Users and Joshua Glitch leading the charge on the side of Demise in the kills department, despite Harris really struggling to get himself anywhere near the scoreboard in terms of kills. I'm not actually sure if he got one before the game was out or not, but he was sitting on 0 kills for a great deal of time, and I think had he been performing a little bit more, maybe we would have seen that being a bit of a shorter game. But Demise did a really good job of holding on. I think someone that you've got to mention on the side of Fierce as well is Reese. He has really stepped up in this fixture. He's always been a very capable player, and we just saw a beautiful double kill there for him on the rappel. That was one of the more decisive rounds where Fierce did take it flawlessly the first round after the split, but Reese was a real driving force on the side of Fierce today, and I think had a couple of the other guys had decent games or maybe better games, we could have seriously seen this one go into all 3 maps. I sent Des a message during that game and I said all 3 maps ? Because it really was looking so close.
Oh yeah, the entire time I think everyone was, sat there with their heart pounding in their chest, not quite sure if it was going to be closed out by Demise or if it was just going to keep on going, as Fierce just showed so much fortitude to obviously continue on, being 1 map down and show so much confidence going into it. They have fallen short here though, meaning Demise are moving on. So let's talk about that a little bit and speculate. Obviously now facing off versus Crazy in the final, what are we looking at? How do you feel this one is going to go, Des?
It's got to be far cleaner. Like, we called out the side of the day that Crazy started out a little bit messy, but then really started to kind of dial things back, and the mistakes became less and less significant until eventually, yes, mistakes were still being made, but they weren't earth-shattering mistakes. It's the kind of thing you'd see a pro league team do without really breaking the fabric of reality, and that's where we see them get towards. Whereas I think in this game we've just seen now, these are major mistakes that will mean you do not have a chance in that final unless they are addressed between these games.
Oh yeah, there is no time and really no breathing room for these mistakes to come out at all again. So if they're going to be able to try and take down Crazy, it needs to be much tighter, much cleaner. Ollie, do you think there's anything that really fundamentally they can quickly change that you noticed, or is this really going to be quite a hard fight going forward?
I think Demise have shown really good resolve in the fixture that we've just seen, and there's nothing that really stands out to me aside from overpeaking and making sure that you're working off enough information. Now, working off information is something that Demise do exceptionally well. I know that's something that the coach Senab has really sort of driven home. I think one of the things he said was back to basics, making sure the drone work's getting done, making sure that people are on the cameras and they've got enough information. So the information game is certainly there. I think the positioning's been pretty good as well. Maybe just a little bit of the overpeaking and a little bit of that aggression, because if you start playing aggressive against a team like Crazy, they're going to dial into that very quickly and they will quickly punish you for it.
Oh yeah, they're not going to give you any room to breathe. Don't mess around either for you guys at home, as we need you to now get involved with our Player of the Series vote, of course. We have 3 potential candidates that we'd like you to vote for that we feel had big impact inside of the series. But who's really sticking out to you, Des?
It's a hard one because I think all three have had a really good run in this game. I mean, Usus is always going to be the easy answer just because he's consistent across most games that they play. Like when he does pop off, he pops, and he did do on both maps. I'd probably give it to Joshua Glitch, I think. Map 1 was just absolutely massive for him, and there's no reason why that shouldn't be commended. So I think today on that alone, in terms of performing above the expectation, it definitely goes to Josh.
X, would you agree? Or has someone else caught your fancy?
I mean, Josh got 31 kills in 2 games. You cannot ignore that. It's an exceptional amount of kills. He's really put the team on his back. And I think it's got to go to Josh. Some of the plays that we did see from Usus, he really woke up in the second game in Consulate. It was a little bit quieter inside a clubhouse, but we discussed how there was a bit of a role change going on there, and there were things that were working a little bit differently. So for me, it's got to be Joshua Glitch.
God damn, it's all coming up. Joshua, a man we didn't mention, of course, that has quite a big impact on the team as well, is Sternab. And we do have an interview ready with him as we're going to head on over and speak to the brains behind the operation. Here he is. How are you doing, mate?
I'm feeling pretty good, actually, after that.
I should hope so. Let's start from the beginning, Sternab. Quite a crazy affair, obviously a ridiculous comeback that you were able to pull off. I just want to be sort of guided through that from your perspective. What were the comms like? What was the conversation? And how did you turn it all around?
So we opted to start attack on Clubhouse for a few reasons, because we have a really good attack win rate on Clubhouse. Generally, we're pretty good at that. And you know, I feel like morale-wise, it's better to start on the harder side than go into an easier side. And even then, you know, if you're down, you can still bring it back. And that's kind of exactly what happened. I wouldn't really say it was a comeback because people had some pretty high spirits after the second defense round that we had. Attacks obviously were pretty rough. We had a few issues with misdroning as well, and people who, you know, it comes down to very, very small mistakes. I think probably one of the most devastating mistakes in that first map was our first defense, where someone was planting down an Ash Rush and we had info on him, but it was miscalled and Dowie wasn't able to deny it in time. I think if we had been able to deny it, we probably would have won that round. So just, again, just a really small mistake. But then the rest of our defenses were very solid, and then we get defense at OT, so it's completely fine. And really, Clubhouse is what we needed to win. We had been prepping Clubhouse because we actually wanted to take them to Clubhouse, but they decided to end up picking it. So I was a bit confused by that one. So we just ended up getting 2 of our maps in the best of 3. But no, they did really well. I think it's kind of unfortunate that we weren't able to play them with Blur, because they are a very different team with Blur. So I think, you know, it's a good victory, but it's got that silver lining to it, and it's unfortunate we weren't able to play them as a full 5. But I think otherwise, it was a pretty decisive victory. Clubhouse, obviously, there was a lot of back and forth, but, you know, the guys managed to figure it out in the end, and we got there.
Yeah, obviously coming in clutch there to finally be able to shut down the game and walk away with what was quite a needed win. Going forward now, you are going to be in the grand final. What's the general spirit in the team? I imagine obviously everyone should be riding quite high. It is going to be a hard-fought fight versus Crazy, but do you feel like this could actually be a demise victory?
Well, everyone's pretty confident they can take on Crazy. The main advantage we have here is that Crazy will not change anything for the Prem. Obviously, because they have Challenger League, they've already shown the fact that they will not change anything, because we looked at all of their games in Prem and they do the same thing. They had not changed anything from the CL cold calls. I'm not saying that they don't have anything new. Maybe if it gets desperate, they will bring it out. If they actually bring out their Challenger League strats in a Prem final game, then I consider that a victory. But I guess we'll see how it works. I have some few interesting ideas.
Oh, so potentially the anti-strat could be the secret up the sleeve from Sternab there. I'm excited to see it. It will be damn good. But I imagine obviously going into this then feeling relatively confident now off the back of that semi-final.
Yeah, I'm feeling quite confident as well, and it's mainly because of Demise's sponsor, which is NAU Drinks. They improve our memory, they're caffeine-free, they're GMO-free, they're low calories, they're vegan, antioxidants enriched, and of course they're made in Sweden as well. So you can get yours at naudrinks.com. They're good.
Other
energy
brands
drinks
are available, of course. And
NAU Drinks,
thank you so much, Sternab. That was
no problem.
for an incredible interview there. I hope Demise continue on with such dominant feats going forward. Coming on.
I will do so.
Wow. Magnificent.
I mean, I've seen some painful sponsor plugs. Sponsor plugs. What on earth is that word I just said? Some amazing sponsor plugs in the past.
Oh, it caught me off guard a little bit.
That one was something else. I mean, I'm still struggling to recover from that one. Fair play to you, Sternab. I'm hoping they got some fat cash in your back pocket because of that one. Jesus.
God. I think he needs to be renamed to Papa Fat Stacks after that. My goodness. His selling skills are as good as his coaching skills, evidently. It was incredible.
I'll be slightly more concerned about his statement of, we're really confident going into the finals. Like I said before, if I were in his shoes right now, I wouldn't be that confident. There were a lot of mistakes made. Clubhouse was not a clean map at all. Against Crazy, you are not going to be given the leeway to be able to correct that mistake. Absolutely not.
Yeah. Right. Well, let's get into something a little bit more of a known quantity. We now know who our player of the series is, as voted by everyone at home. So let's check it out and see who has been chosen. Oh, Des, you'll be happy with this one.
Oh boy. Well, you saw a little stat pop up during the game as well that Yuzusab was the only player in the regular season to have above a 2.0 KD. Same story continues here, even in the finals. Semi-finals in this case, but still close enough. It's the same level of performance from that we've seen all season long. The guy is consistently brilliant. There are some games where he can be pretty quiet, but he always delivers when it counts, and this is a prime example of that.
Yeah, absolutely. A great quiet contribution there from users. Flew under the radar a little bit on Clubhouse, but came out swinging for Consulate.
Oh yeah, they held nothing back at that point. They were looking absolutely fantastic with the fragging capabilities we saw, meaning at this point, we're now setting ourselves up for that grand final. So let's have a look at the bracket just to refresh everyone's memory of how we got here and the teams we've lost along the way, Des. Obviously, Fierce and Kavana Gaming now both out of the tournament, just leaving us with Crazy and Demise.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting the second fixture to go 2-1, to be honest with you. Given how Clubhouse ended, it could have gone that way, but evidently is not the case. I think the two teams that many of us saw making it into the finals have now made it there as well. I think we're all still pretty set on how this final is going to go. There is just a pretty big gulf at the moment between Crazy and the other teams in this tournament. However, I am hoping to at least see some competition in the final as well. No one wants to see 2 7-0s, for example. I don't think it'll be quite that bad, but Crazy going to come out here because they most definitely want that title before they start their Challenger League run in that aim of getting into Pro League.
It was an interesting comment that Sternab made as well, where he mentioned that if Crazy bring out their CL strats for this grand final, then that's classed as a kind of mini victory in his book, because he knows that he's competing at a decent level there where Crazy have really got to put a shift in. And I think they will. I think that Crazy will be forced to play some pretty serious Siege this afternoon. It isn't going to be plain sailing for them. Demise have already proved this to us so far. I agree with what you say, Des. I didn't believe that it was going to be a 2-0 to either team. I did think that Demise would win, which they did, but both of those games could have gone either way. Sternab used the word decisive, and I think I was pulling a bit of a funny face at that moment in time.
Yeah, it really was quite close the entire time. I completely agree with that, Ollie. Something that is definitely clean cut, though, is the fact we have a magnificent giveaway going on. You can get involved with, as you might as well. It's a fantastic little prize that's up for grabs, of course, 2 AOC gaming monitors and a Razer Kraken headset. Head on over to esl.im/spring giveaway and please get involved. Someone needs to take them. So if you've got some space on your desk, you want to slap a lovely monitor on there, you might as well. If you've not got any space on your desk, but you've got a lot of fragging prowess in your back pocket, pull that out as well over on our Open Cups on the 31st of March. It will be the final one for the month and your last chance to get some of those credits. You might as well play in it. Obviously, Des, I know you'd be in there ripping off every head if possible if you weren't such a busy boy.
I'd be trying, mate. I mean, Siege, there's some work to do for me, I'll say that much.
Well, hopefully we'll get some high-flying action in our grand final. Before that, though, we've got another tasty treat up our sleeves. Of course, Seagate have sent him on a little mission to delve into the minds of Fierce. So let's have a look.
Hi everyone and welcome to the Seagate Strategy with me, Ace of Pyrite. We're going to jump into the archive of our hard drives and look at this fantastic Southside Aviator game room defense from Fierce that we saw just a few weeks ago. It was against Burning Foxes, now Kawana Gaming, and we just see an absolute domination by Fierce on this one. We've got a great view of the setup from the top-down view here, where you can see we've got a lot of attention being paid to that Southside side and the balcony. So they've got the deployable shield set up at the top of the stairs there, and it's all about controlling that corridor just outside of study and between the 90 corridor area. You have to keep that lockdown. Now they've also got a man who we will see come into this a little bit later on the north side of the map as well, just to prevent any pressure being applied from up there. And we can see early on we have Burning Foxes coming in there with Grizzly and Gorgona just trying to move in to that south stairs area, clearing out the default camp and looking to push themselves up. Now quite an important part of this defense is Prox on the Echo. He's playing himself inside of sight, but he's got a view out of that door that we just saw over the top of the deployable shield and into study, so he's there ready to make a challenge. And we can see here Rende is trying to push forward. He's being supported by the Nomad of Grizzly, but he just can't make any progress on those south stairs, and that's two operators there all being held up by just one fierce player, and they hold down that south side corridor so well. As the round progresses, you're going to see that continue, and that's what's particularly important, because at the minute attackers are looking to push that south side and they want to get into plant behind the bar. That's the important thing. So they're looking to get a breach either on the study wall or the wall that runs from corridor behind the bar. Now we can see here that Prox has actually pushed himself further into study, and Blur, the man that is holding down the north side, has just pushed himself into sight to replace Prox, who has moved out of there, but he's able to just rotate between sight and between the trophy statuary area just to keep an eye on things and make sure that they don't have anybody coming on the flank. We've got Kayak now just looking to support that south stairs hold. Tyrant has just dipped himself a little bit deeper there. He's looking to keep himself alive into the late round. Kayak and Tyrant then from that south stairs area open up with a fantastic triple there, and that's exactly what they are here to do. Two tasks: hold down south stairs and prevent push into study. They've done both fantastically, and it is Reese on the Bandit that will finish the round off, just mopping up that last attacker. And that has been the Seagate strategy. Thanks for joining us, and we'll bring you another one soon. Huge thanks to Seagate and CyberPower PC for making this video series possible. It's been an absolute pleasure having a look over all this top quality Siege action.
10 seconds remaining. Seconds to go. Attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped. Attackers activated.
Setting C4. Detonate.
Drop the bomb.
That's why you don't with the big dog. Now listen here, you tired of spanking your mates week in, week out? Come on, this sad little loser online from Albuquerque, New Mexico, without any rewards other than glory? Try Stakester now. Start using your legendary skills and making some real motherfucking money. Go on. Press it.
Parsec lets you play your entire library of games on any device, anywhere, with anyone, at any time. It's easy. Install Parsec and boom, your PC game library is at your fingertips. Are you bored playing solo? Share a link with anyone and go multiplayer. No friends online? Jump into Parsec's arcade and play with people from all around the world. Parsec's available for most things with screens. Download now.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the ESL UK Premiership Finals, where, my goodness, as eagle-eyed viewers at home may have noticed in the video we've had running in the background during the break, we've had a lot of champions crowned over the many seasons we've had so far for the R6 Prem, and we will be crowning a new champion and a new team tonight if they're able to win our final best of 3 series of the evening. Demise and Crazy are the last 2 teams that remain in the tournament. Everyone else has been put to bed. Demo, Ollie, I mean, how can we even sum this up? It's been a flamboyant day, and this is the position we're now left in.
It absolutely has. I think the games that we've seen this afternoon earlier on, certainly the Crazy game, which was our first game of the season series, that was quite a decisive one. The second game, not so much. That's kind of shaping up in my head for we're going to have a reasonably close final. I think everyone's expecting Crazy to do very well here, but Demise have certainly got some tricks up the sleeve.
I don't know. I think I'm leaning more towards more dominance from Crazy. I think this is their championship to lose, in all honesty. Yes, we know Demise had a great showing there against Fierce. But on the other hand, Fierce not looking as strong as what we expected, whereas Crazy in their match against Kavana, I thought that was them to a T, and I think that Crazy, they're just going to put in the pressure and they're going to go out and win this.
Yeah, I think it is definitely going to be a much harder fight, right, compared to what we saw versus Fierce for Demise. You know, it was a struggle, and I don't think they're going to have that same capability to do something like that against Crazy. They'll capitalize on mistakes much quicker. They're quite a dominant team when it comes down to it. So let's have a look at the stats head-to-head from the group stage and delve into things a little bit deeper here.
Crazy. You can't ignore that win ratio.
No.
You really cannot ignore it. They haven't played as many rounds as a lot of other teams, but even the round differential there is double that of Demise's. And those percentage wins for attack and defense just unparalleled.
Yeah, obviously these are up to date as well, not just from the group stage. So as you can see, 9-0, still undefeated. Demo, can they remain undefeated the entire way through the season?
Yeah. I think an 11-0 is where that's going to go. Even though, yes, we know Demise have looked really strong, especially that main front three of users, Joshua, Glitch, and Pat. You look at the Crazy lineup, I think everybody there's a front three attacker. So I think overall, Crazy, they just have it in the bag. I really don't see us going any other way. It has to be a 2-0, but then again, bans are always an option, so we'll see how that goes as well in the near future.
Well, we do have their lineup up on screen now as well. Obviously, so many of these names have been prevalent in the kill feed throughout the day. They have all had such huge impact individually and with their overall synergy as a squad. We've had Packball popping off, Madman doing absolutely lunatic level things, Nathan having a nice good night and being put to bed, and Jonka just being a bit of a lunatic. But who is really your key players, X?
I think I'm going to be looking toward Packball again. The way that guy has sort of stepped up his game in the last couple of weeks, certainly the last couple of weeks of Prem and then leading into these finals here tonight, I think that Packball's probably one to watch in just how he's really rising and getting better and better every single week. Really someone that I would like to focus on. You can see there, decent kill to death ratio. For someone that plays predominantly support roles as well, to have a kill per round of 0.8 is very, very reasonable.
Yeah, he's the IGL. He does the whole show. He's the one who's pulling all the strings, telling everybody where to go, calling the strategies, and for him to also be able to add on kills to that very important role that we typically see kind of associated with people who sit more in the back lane, kind of sit there and command everything at a distance, maybe not as flashy with the kills. He's flashy. You know, we've seen him push in with that sledge on the attack in the last game against Kavana on Cafe. That's the kind of stuff he does. Even though he's IGL, he still plays like he's on top of the world.
Oh, yeah. Crazy as an entire roster. They are a lot more of a known quantity. The team that's a bit more volatile and can be explosive and still quite hard to call, even based off the semi-final we had today, is, of course, Demise, headed up by Big Boy Sternab, the master salesman, let alone coach. What are we really looking at here? What are your keys to success from this team, Ollie?
I think it's really going to rest on how Joshua performs. So far, we've seen him get 31 kills in the last 2 maps that he's played against Fierce. He needs to be looking to try and continue on to that and to really be putting the pressure onto Crazy, because if he's able to do that and Usus is able to have a good game, that little combination, that little duo of pure fragging potential really can do quite a lot of work. You can see there on screen, this is in contrast. Now, keep in mind the statistic that we've just seen about Packbull with a kill per round of 0.8. Josh Glitch, pretty much main frag on the side of Demise, neck and neck with Usus in most games. He's hitting a very similar KD and a very similar KPR. So that just goes to show the prowess of Packbull and where he's snapping at the heels of these fraggers like Joshua Glitch.
Yeah, I think that Joshua Glitch really showed us how good he can be. I think, honestly, we can see even more from him. You know, there's still a couple of times where Joshua Glitch has made some decisions which would probably been better if he went for a different approach. I still think Usus is always somebody we have to look at. He's went for a much more laid back, a much more chiller role in his kind of team for this series, for the last series anyway. I think that he's going to keep continuing to play those kind of flex roles, picking in between, you know, that Bandit and that Goyo. I think he's been doing well, and that's one thing about Usus, is that he's a jack of all trades. He can play any role he wants, and he will fulfill that role to a great extent.
Ooh, jack of all trades, but not a master of none, then I suppose. Let's have a look at the head-to-head, as we do have 2 other key players that we pitted together here just to have a look at their overall stats throughout the season.
It's an interesting one, that, isn't it? Because these 2 guys play very similar roles in both teams, respectively. Madman, hard support, always that guy that's going to be relied to get the plant down. He's the guy that's not afraid to sit in the middle of bomb site, holding F for dear life, while his teammates keep cover over his shoulder. Harris, again, same player for Demise, looking to try and get that plant down, looking to play Thermite on the attack and mainly Smoke on the defense. Big difference there is going to be the KDs. Madman's still able to get out there and to get a couple of kills, whereas we've seen, particularly in the last game, Harris just struggling to find that leaderboard occasionally.
Yeah, I think overall you're kind of comparing the 2 main supports. You're there to essentially die to get the diffuser down, you know, put your life on the line for the reassurance for everybody else. I think Madman has been playing a lot more better than what Harris had. You know, you look at Harris's last match in that consulate. We hope we don't see any more of that, because if that does happen, then I don't think Demise are going to go very far in this series. So yeah, a lot of pressure on Harris after his last performance, and hopefully he can bounce back and can have some of those great smoke moments that we know he has.
Well, talking of consulate, let's not waste any time and dilly-dally. I'm going to push you boys to try and give us an opening map prediction here. Obviously, again, a best-of-3 final. We'll do this and then start delving straight into that veto.
Ooh, I think Coastline's going to be played. Even though it's probably Demise's best map, I think that Crazy will say, you know what, we'll play you on it anyway and still beat you. That's the mentality I think Crazy are going to go for.
I enjoyed the hesitation there, Demo, where neither one of us really wanted to break cover first and really put our neck on the line. You're saying Coastline? I'm going to have to disagree. I think that Coastline is going to get removed, and I think it's probably Demise that are going to remove it. I think if we're looking for a first map pick, honestly, I think we could be looking at another Consulate.
Well, we do have the veto coming through now as Villa and Bank are taken out. Coastline is our opener, straight into CAF.
Well, Ollie, how much money is that now, you owe me?
No money at all, because I still said Consulate, and there's potential for it to be the decider demo.
Potential. Honestly, Demise going against Crazy and Consulate. Yep. Well, Ollie.
I mean, it's pick your poison at that point, Demo, because
Crazy
are incredible on border.
Yeah, obviously, yeah. Crazy, you look at what they've done so many times on that map. They have been dominant. That is their stomping grounds. They go there just to win. You know, if they don't go to lose, they go there to win. Coastline Cafe Border, like, if you look at it, you're getting, what, 2 of Demise's best maps in there. You're getting Coastline and you're getting Border as well. The fact that Crazy picked Coastline just proves that they don't care who Demise are. They don't care who they're playing. They're going to play Coastline and they're going to win.
They do not give a damn. Let's see if the stats will not be lying, though, in this one, as we do have the statistics. Demo, did he swing you at all, or still very confident that Crazy are just going for the big balls plays?
Pretty much so. I think it's kind of proof in the pudding. You know, 100% defensive win ratio. 70% attack win. Obviously, Crazy starting to attack more than what their defense is. Mostly, most of like the percentages that they're losing is down to them losing like 1 round on attacks. They'd go like a 5-1 up. And even that's still so impressive. Even a 4-2 on Coastline attack is so impressive.
It's definitely not really painting a pretty picture for the way they could approach it going into it. So let's start to actually really pick this one apart in terms of predictions. It is our grand final. Obviously, a lot on the line for Demise. I feel like coming into this, obviously, they are the underdog. They're the team that have a lot to prove. As Sternab said, he's just going to be happy if he can really try and make them break a sweat. Do you feel like there's a possibility for that, or even potentially a win, Ollie?
I think you're going to be pushing it for a win, Jackie. I really don't think that we're going to see a full map win coming out here from Demise. Are they going to win a couple of rounds? Absolutely. Are they going to push Crazy? Absolutely. They're not going to push them to the limit, and Crazy have got a heck of a lot in their tank, make no mistake. I think that this is going to go to Crazy, but I think it is going to be a good, close game, and they're certainly going to have to try. They're going to have to bring out some strategies. Coastline, it's going to be a tough one to call. For me, it's got to go pretty decisively to Crazy. I understand that it's a map that Demise are pretty good at, but we've seen Crazy do some pretty mental things over there.
Demo, how are you feeling about the way this is shaped up?
You know, you look at Coastline for the first map. We seen what Crazy did the secret on it. I think that's really all we need to say. Touch upon on Coastline. Then you look at Cafe, another great map for Crazy. Very rare that we would see Demise play Cafe all too much. You know, we've talked about Demise, the kind of free map team where they play Clubhouse, Border, and Coastline, and that's it. They're going to have to kind of prove themselves there on Cafe again, a map which they don't play all too often. And if it gets to Border, which I really doubt it is, it's Border, so it's probably going to be an absolute mayhem map with everything going on at the same time.
Well, let's have a look what people at home are thinking about this one, as well as we do have the Twitter poll coming through. And, well, 26% towards Demise. That's not too bad in the grand scheme of things. Obviously, 73.7 favouring the Mad Lads from Crazy Boys.
There can't be much surprise there, really. I think everyone's expecting Crazy to come in here and to take this as a win. They are the Challenger League team. They are the team that is getting themselves up there in terms of competitive siege, certainly rising their way through the ranks. They've got to be favourites. There's no question about it.
Honestly, I would have thought that the poll would have been much more in Crazy side. I think 26% is actually very generous for Demise. You know, a quarter of the poll going in favor of you. So that's what you guys say at home. I think that they're right. Whoever said Crazy, yeah, I think you've got it. Demise people, oh boy, you guys are optimistic.
Well, you know, they've got the confidence to go in for it. And talking of that, then, let's try and decide what potentially could be the keys to victory for Demise to come in for, let alone a series win, just potentially a map opener here into this. What's necessary, Ollie? What could they actually overcome in terms of what we've seen through the series so far we've had tonight with their semi-final? What could they change to be able to pick up a win here?
They're going to have to go out and win a lot of gunfights. Coastline is a map that really is defined by gunfights. There is some map control element to it, and you're going to expect to see some plants going down. Map control is very crucial. You're going to be looking to work vertically and in tandem with each other, exchanging that information very effectively, regardless of whether you're on attack or on defense. It really is a map that you need a lot of synergy for your team. That's one of the reasons why Crazy are so good at it, is because they have exceptional teamwork. Now, that's not to say that Demise don't. Demise do have very good teamwork indeed. But what I don't want to see is players getting caught out there on their own, whether that's on the attack or on the defense. It needs to be fairly tight, and they need to work together as a team to ensure that they can trade out those kills. Opening kills are going to be pretty crucial here for Demise, because if they are able to get that opening kill and then continue to trade kills out, they will see some success.
It will need to be a hard-fought fight, but it should be a bit of a fright night for either side, and hopefully a big cinematic affair for everyone at home. It seems like we're almost ready to get underway with this one and step into our grand final with Crazy facing off versus Demise. Now, we've rolled back time a little bit to remind you of SI, and of course, we've got Ace and Dez strapped up wearing those floral shirts, ready to guide us through our final.
Yeah, I was very concerned as to where you were going there, saying we're strapped up with something. I was like, whoa, let's take it easy right now. We are indeed in some very, very nice shirts. But this is a very different game in many ways. Crazy coming in as the team that everyone is looking at to say this is a 2-0. But Demise have put in an awful lot of work, Tim, to get here. And I don't think it's going to be quite as clear-cut as maybe we're all thinking. Still a 2-0, but I'm guaranteeing you there'll be some surprises waiting around the corner.
I totally agree with you, Des. I think, I shouted them up coming into the Fierce match. I really did think that we might have an upset on the cards there. Will it go as far this time out? Not necessarily, but we've already seen today Crazy show some weakness, come in a little bit slow in their first match against Kavana. So it is certainly not beyond the realms of possibility that Demise come in here, maybe grab a map, and then who knows, it's game on at that point.
Yeah, absolutely could be. So we are into this first map, as we said, and the bans are underway. Hibana going to be the first ban coming out here. One I'm never too sold on. I think she's has very specific use cases here when you're attacking on towards, well, any site, because many of them are very exposed to windows and the outdoors, and many of them don't really require a hard breach to attack onto. Some teams, though, still err towards taking her away. Nomad going to follow through by Crazy. More of a bit of damage control, I think, in terms of jump outs, potentially, if the sides do switch over. Pay heed to the fact that they are starting out on attack here, so are denying that away from themselves to begin with.
Yeah, I think with the Hibana, we've said this before, Des, it is quite a niche ban on Coastline, but you've got to look at the role she fulfills and the importance it can have. She basically opens up the wall of Hooker that looks onto Bar from the rooftop. And how often do we see, probably every Hooker defense, you have somebody playing in behind that bar, generally on the smoke to try and deny the plant. So it is a sort of a niche ban, but it's just such an essential position. And there's other options for Hibana as well, of course, getting into VIP, opening up the line of sight from VIP into Hooker. But you're right, a lot of it is focused around that one specific site more than anywhere else. You don't tend to have hatches getting opened as a key part of any attack on Coastline. They can be nice to haves, but they're not generally essential.
I think that's a good summary of it, is that it isn't all essentials, but nice to haves is definitely a nice way of putting it. It's entirely up to a team in terms of how they play it, and it's why you do sometimes see quite a bit of variation in what teams will bring to the attack, especially when things like Valkyrie's banned away. You won't always see the need for an IQ, for example. But one thing that is very essential on this map is soft destruction. More often than not, we'll see teams bringing one soft destructor in the form of a sledge or a buck. You, of course, have the more, air quotes, soft destructors in Ash or Zofia. And in Datz's case, well, the Fragger himself, I always speak about this, is a very nice accolade to have. 9,000 hours on CSGO. Definitely a bit of a gunner. He'll be picking up Ash to start things off on their attacking round here. Hooker and Billiards, where Demise are going to opt to start making their stand against the crazy onslaughts.
So the important thing for Demise here is going to be controlling the pace of this game. They have to try and get out ahead of this one. They can't let Crazy get the head up and start coming in picking kills up. We've already spoken today about Crazy's ability to play from a man disadvantage, be it 4 versus 5, 3 versus 5, be it 1 versus 5. They have got the ability and the talent to overcome those odds. So you have to give yourself that advantage, but you've got to keep on top of them as well. If you let them come in and get ahead of you, then forget about it. If they're 5 versus 3, it's not often that you're seeing them lose those rounds.
I'm very curious to see how they play with this Rome-style game here as well, because they've got both the Mozzie and the Legion on side. Legion, as we all know, a couple of changes came through. Isn't quite as impactful at being the intel feedback to his team. And this is a debate that I had a long time ago with a few coaches around whether he's more of a denial operator or an intel operator. And intel is normally the answer that people lean to. However, Pack is doing absolute wonders so far. Oh my word! Finds a third as well. That's one way to start this game off. 3 kills into Crazy, but we've seen this kind of situation for Crazy before. You can never count them out when they are a man down. Against Secret, they lost 2 in the opening 5 seconds and still went on to win the round. But with 3 gone for the cost of 1, and all that utility, the IQ's gone, the soft destruction from the Ash, the execution, capabilities of the Capital, all they are left with now is the 2 soft breachers, but that does give you a good number of grenades to play around with, so I hope to God Joshua Glitch has got those ADSs down in good positions.
Exactly what I was saying Demise needed to do. They needed to come in and they needed to shock Crazy. They need to let them know that they're in a game, and what better way to do it than Pat coming in with a huge triple to begin with, and he's not going to mind losing his life for that at all.
1 minute 30 left in the round, 2 versus 4, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. We've spoken already about Crazy's ability to deal with these tough man disadvantage situations, and this could well end up being a demonstration of exactly that ability. There's still 1 minute 15 left on the clock. There is plenty of time for them here. Do not write them off. They've got Packbull, they've got Madman, they've got all the utility that they realistically need. They've been putting those nades to work, clearing out utility and just trying to move those defenders around, but they're going to have to soon find themselves a kill or two. Shots exchanged there, Madman taking damage, users coming off certainly worse in that exchange, but will level things up. Madman looks to go in with the skeleton key, but it's going to be a bad choice as users will finish him off with a battle of the shotguns there. Mozzie coming out on top with the super shorty, and that now leaves us 1 versus 4. Packbull has this all to do. Crazy aren't going to panic here. It's round number 1. There is a lot of siege to be played yet, but what this does do is it just sends a message. It sends a message that you're in a game here, and as I've already commented, let's not forget the first round that we saw against Kavana this morning, and they struggled in that first round again. So now when Demise come in and dominate them in the first round as they have done here, it starts begging questions, and maybe that's a bit of a mental game there for Crazy then, thinking, you know, are we off to a bad start again? Are we playing scared here again? And does it just put them on the back foot a little bit?
It's the comment we've already had around Crazy a number of times this season. It takes 2 or 3 rounds sometimes for them to get into the game, which can cost you a lot. And looking forward into things like Challenger League, that is something they need to be working on. That first round, though, put it down to Thunder striking once. I don't know if it's going to happen a second time. It's highly unlikely. But Pat did a lot of work from inside Sunrise there to find those opening kills. And we spoke earlier on around the strength of Crazy and somewhat as well teams like Demise adaptation. Dealing with the situation thrown at you. Okay, we're down 2 men. We're not going to panic. Our strategy hasn't fallen apart. It just needs tweaking ever so slightly. And in that case, when you've got 2 versus 4, it is quite hard to adapt to that level. The divide isn't that great between these 2 teams that Demise can't win a 4 versus 2. But there are still 12 rounds potentially to this game, if not 15 if it goes all the way to overtime. Let's see how it goes.
Totally agree there, Des. You know, you've got a situation whereby, again, you know, let's play fair on both sides of things here. I don't want to get carried away. Demise have come in. That was, you know, their first site choice, so you would expect them to do well on there. It was a good defense from them. It's the sort of start you are not going to get away with again. That's something that we need to focus on. We are just going to nip to a quick rehost here. I think there was a bit of a game sound problem for one of the players, so we're just going to fire into a quick rehost so that they can get that sound issue sorted out. So you'll come back to me and Des for the time being. But I think ultimately, you know, you look at that start, Pat came in absolutely huge with a big 3K to begin with. How many more times do you think Demise are going to get away with a start like that, Des? Because I'll tell you now, it's going to be 0.
You'd assume so, and then I always remember back to what was one of my favourite moments in the whole season was when we saw Crazy playing against Secret on Coastline, and that game was nothing short of unexpected chaos. Runouts, getting 2 kills in the opening few seconds, turning rounds back from a 3 versus 5 to win. That's getting a 3K and a 4K every other round. Crazier things have happened yet, so I still think there is time for Demise to show a bit more flair and try and have a repeated that sort of round. But like I said earlier on, lightning very rarely strikes in the same place twice, and round 2 probably will not go the same way. Crazy, if nothing else, will slow things down, be a little bit more controlled, and make sure the drone work is in there. That is the most essential thing I think they'll need on their side right now, is to take these advantageous fights that are fueled by intel.
I've used the words before already today, Des, and that is due diligence. That's what springs to mind there. And that's what Crazy need to make sure that they're focusing on here. As you say, getting the drones out, watching for the peaks, not allowing to get hit like that on the break at the beginning of the rounds. On the flip side of that, look at Demise as a team. That is, as I've commented, something that Demise do very well at the minute. They are droning very well. They're gathering information very well. They are playing a very, very informed game of Siege, our Demise. I know that that will be one of the focuses for Sternab as a coach, is going to have been drumming those basics and those foundations into the team. And you can see it playing out. You know, was there a bit of information there from Pat on his Valkyrie cams? You know, let's not forget which operator he was as well. So potentially Crazy have just come running out of the traps there and gone straight into the line of sight of those cams and just told Pat it's time to go gunning, and that's exactly what he's done, and he's taken 3 for the pleasure of it. as we come into round number 2, Crazy, I am sure are going to be peeking round those walls before running into open ground. They are going to be checking every window, every door. So no, that's not the sort of start that Demise get away with again, but it is a big start for them in round number 1.
I mean, yes, the first 2 kills for that sense. We saw the third one on screen, obviously, the Deagle pop out and just bam, straight through the window, down he goes, and it was like, ooh, naughty, get myself a free kill off the back of that one. It was a wonder shot for sure, but 2 kills with the P-shoot to the MPX. Definitely not a bad place to be in. We are going back into things, though. Let's see how round 2 progresses. We're under the opinion that Lightning will not strike twice, but the players may yet prove us wrong.
This is it. Crazy need to be very careful that they don't get themselves too far behind. We've spoken a few times now. Demise are a capable team. Make no mistake about it. It's so easy to come into this fixture just thinking that it's Crazies, and that is not the case. People said the same, to a degree about Demise versus Fierce. The expectation was that the number 2 seed would go through. I thought Fierce would at least make more of a game of it than they did. It was 2 close maps, of course, but coming through 2-0, that is a bit of a statement for Demise there. And again, it just shows that growth. Only 2 weeks ago, just before the playoff week, they have come out and they've drawn 6-0 with Fierce. They've then, from that point forward, I think about 10 days later, come back with enough growth to wipe them out of the game 2-0. And that's a big statement from Demise. And I think, Crazy need to sit up and listen here, and they need to make sure that they are getting this round. They don't want to let this game get ahead of them. 2-0, 3-0 starts looking like a bad prospect.
Can't forget what we said earlier on as well about Josh Glitch. 31 kills across 2 maps in the last series. He's having a day so far, and he could yet be a major threat to the side of Crazy. Not least because he's also fragging out, but because in this round in particular, he's playing on a Mozzie. Very often used as a roamer. When he first came out, there were a lot of people who said you can play him as a more supportive role. You steal drones, you sit back on site, you then sit there and start playing more defensively and giving your team intel. Or you play this roam-based game where you're basically denying them being able to drone you out, because if they do so, they're going to lose 2 or 3 drones to your pests. So I think in this case, you're going to see him trying to play from downstairs if he can. I would expect that we're going to see an upstairs assault start coming out of Crazy. Patbull on that sledge just says, you know what, we want to get control of Hooker and Billiards. We want to start smashing that floor to pieces and getting ourselves in a position to start doing work on the downstairs. But to counter that, they've got to deal with these 3 C4s coming out of the side of Demise. We have seen many, many C4 kills so far today. We've seen countless more during the season itself, where a lot of teams haven't bothered to clear both floors. They leave themselves exposed to these kind of things from below. So Crazy, not just compared to last round worrying about where one player might be that can upset you, you've also got to worry about the fact now that there will be C4s sailing your way too, just to give them something else to put on the list.
That's it. That due diligence really does start extending, and you've called it exactly right there, Des. They haven't worried about that C4 quite enough. Dowie coming in. We've seen Dowie so consistent through the finals day so far, and once again stepping up and using that utility for his team fantastically when they need him. And that is the first kill on the board once again. And this time it's Nathan that goes by the wayside. Jackal could be so important. If they realise which operator it is that has actually lost his life, it's time for Demise to get 1 or 2 out there on the roam and really start hassling this Crazy team on the flanks.
A lot of work to be doing around that now, absolutely. They have got a couple of claymores that they put down to deal with these potential rotations, and this is the one thing that's going to hurt them. Let's not forget, it was Crazy that opted to ban Nomad earlier on. Without that option, you might just see Demise trying to do some crazy stuff. They could go on the flank. They've got users on the Jaeger. They've got the Mozzie, as I mentioned earlier on, who can run around the map and cause quite a bit of chaos as well. Right now, they're very uncontested upstairs, but you can see a couple starting to lean towards white stairs here. Jonker's going to find Josh already, though, so that Mozzie is now gone. And they're starting to spread themselves out towards the east, down beyond luggage to know what's going on there. Security, and you can see the pulse sat inside. So they know now that this intel is being fed back to the team. The problem this causes them is at least one person now needs to sit on that flank watch, or at least have a stolen drone sat somewhere, I would hope. Because, of course, with Mozzie dead, you can no longer move them around.
That's it. Time is being wasted. We can see Crazy now have got control of the office area. So when you're attacking this site, generally speaking, you're either going to push from the pool door, which is the top left of your screen as it stands at the minute, or you're going to come from the south side here, try to open up this double wall that's right in front of us. We've got no hard breach at the minute. The thermite hasn't been brought, so instead it's working through that single door. Madman will get in, and I would imagine this plant will be successful because he's got Packle on the support. But how about that from for a kill from Pat, but he does enough to at least slow the push to deny the plant. I'm not sure Demise fully aware that that plant was going down. There comes another from Harris onto Jonker though now. 4 versus 2, 4 versus 3 as Madman will get one back for his team. He needs to get himself into some sort of position of security, but he will die trying. Harris on the shotgun, 1 versus 3 now, and there is a real opportunity here for Demise to get onto that diffuser and try to disable it. There's only Dats remaining, and that is going to be a big ask as he drops. The Claymore gets the kill from Jonker. Harris will finish things off, and he does have, by 2 seconds, enough time to disable this diffuser.
We give it to Harris as well. Last match, we were speaking about him. He had 1 kill on the board. He's just got 3 in 1 round to win that for him. Yes, Harris, I agree. 3 kills is something to be very excited about. Triple your score on the last map. Congratulations, and we are only 2 rounds in. I thought for a second then we might see a clutch come out for Crazy and that come off big for them, but no. The big issue in that round was they had no control of Sunrise. They had very little intel on what was going on inside there. And you saw what happened as soon as the plant went down. They decided to jump straight back out the window and say, right, let's see what we can do with this one. Can we make it work? The answer absolutely was no. So, next time and learnings for them, make sure you've at least got more control on that side of things so you can use the most crucial area in defending that plant once it's gone down, and see if we can make sure we deal with Demise a little bit earlier on, because as you said earlier on, losing the Jackal very early really cost them because they couldn't afford to extend out from where they'd entered inside of Aqua and start looking to make that work for them. They had very little control in that round, was my worry.
Fairly one-dimensional attack as it came down to it. Like you say, they got the control of Office and then just pushed straight in to site. I feel like that was a little bit rushed. I feel like Madman just got in there. It was a good opportunity, and sometimes you've got to take your opportunity. But the plant spot there is not ideal because where can you watch it from? It's tough to watch it from single door, and you saw 2 people lose their life in the area that Alex is actually showing us right now, and that was the outside sort of courtyard area, just outside the single window of Blue Bar. That is where they were then falling back to. Naturally, when you've got that diffuser down, the feeling of safety comes from being outside of the map because the defenders aren't generally going to want to come out and play in that space because they'll be pinged if they do. So they've tried to get outside to defend with the ACOGs from depth, but the man in Sunrise has been absolutely essential there, and they've just wiped them out of that courtyard there and not allowed them to defend the diffuser that they got on the ground. And for that reason, I just feel like Crazy weren't really prepared. And how about this confidence now? That could well hurt them in the long run. I think Demise need to keep their heads here and not get carried away. Pac going for a huge jump out there. He's had success once, but not again. Pac will manages to flick round, only loses half of his life, and I'm sure he will take that trade in the early round to give Crazy the man advantage coming into round number 3.
It's their first opening kill as well, which is never a bad thing to have, I think, given how the first couple of rounds have gone for them. Crazy now in a more commanding position than they have been historically, and even up to still drop away from having those 2 soft breaches on side, gone back to even the Zofia alongside the Ash now. So that Zofia has been traded in place of the Buck, probably because it does help them be able to push into these more challenging positions where you might sometimes find a member of Demise holding down a corner, for example, or sat playing behind an ADS. At least you can burn that out with some of the utility on side. Now, things have slowed down a little bit. 60 seconds in, we did see that jump out, as you said. Packball is down to about half HP. It's not exactly a world ender. Now it's a case of trying to pick out these 1 or 2 members that are sat below. It's only uses by himself playing inside of the main entrance here, but has some very close support from the others playing on site right now. The full expectation would be they'll drop away from the site once the attack starts to come through. One of my favorite sites for demonstrating exactly what a retake strategy looks like inside a siege. As it stands for now, though, they're playing very firm behind all these pests and making sure that the intel isn't available to the attackers. It isn't stopping Dats, though, from finding a second kill into this round. That is the Maestro gone.
There's not much that can stop Dats finding kills, and that would extend to Nathan as well as he steps in and gets a kill onto Users, and that now leaves us in a 5 versus 2. Strong advantage for Crazy here, and we just get a nice little view of the pest inside the door there. I'm not sure whether Nathan has been able to clear it, but yes, he has, and in goes the drone, and this is where it's going to get extremely difficult for Josh and Dowie here as they start getting droned out. Their positions are known. That's when the challengers will come through. Dats aware that there's somebody playing just inside of that kitchen area there. He's not sure if they've moved to Cool Vibe stairs, so he's just being careful in his approach. Jonker will get a kill. Dowie manages to get one for himself, but it's surely a matter of time until Dats finishes him off. The diffuser went down in amongst all that as well. Much better attacking round from Crazy there.
Much, much better indeed. It was just slow and controlled. It's actually what we saw them do in the second round earlier on Consulate. After it didn't go so well against Kavana in round number 1, they were just a little bit too slow, and Kavana were like, look, we can control this. It's ours to deal with. I think that time around from Crazy, they just played things out exactly by the book. Drones in, clearing out utility, dealing with the jump outs, even without having the Nomad on side. Everything just looked very, very clean for them in that round, and that is the kind of play that we've come to expect from them. Going into round number 4, though, I'd still say it's not a bad spot to be in here as a defenders. Demise coming 2-1 out of that first half of the half, so that quarter, I suppose you could say. We'll now probably go back through a full rotation of the sites once more. Back to Hooker and Billiards, where we had Pat kick things off with an incredible play.
We certainly did, and I think, like I said, Demise just need to keep their heads here, don't get carried away, and they just need to play their game, and that is, you know, probably not jumping out on Crazy every round, because we've seen there that they prepare for it. There's nothing wrong with trying it, but we've just got to accept now, right, they've got the message, they know that that's part of the game plan, and we just need to rein that in a bit, because what they don't want is to be playing from behind 5 versus 4 every round, because it's going to be enough of a challenge as it is without that. What I am excited about, what I'm really happy about, is the fact that we've got a game on our hands here. We can see that Demise are up to the challenge of coming in here and making a game of this for Crazy. What I didn't want to see was Crazy coming on the attack. We know that Coastline can at times be attacker-sided. I didn't want them to come in and just go 5-1, 6-0 through their attacking half and us feel like the final was all but done. At this stage, honestly, I think that this first map is anybody's 3 rounds in. It wouldn't surprise me for Demise to get another defensive round or 2. We're back onto the first rotation of sites now, so they can go to Hooker, they can go to Blue Bar, both sites that they defended very well in the first 2 rounds.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
So what more they can carry on doing? Can that form continue for either side? As it stands, no one has been killed just yet. Pat has had quite a bit of chip damage there, so you can see that early aggression still wanted to carry on, but Crazy are having absolutely none of it and making sure that it's being dealt with early on. A very common sort of attack for this site is what we're seeing come through right now, where they're starting out on towards the penthouse and theatre side of the map, getting drones in to deal with the 1 or 2 roamers that you often find on that side of the map, just to make sure it's clear, and then pushing as a unit from east towards west and making sure all your angles are covered on the way through. Often then pinches someone, for example, on towards the billiards door, someone hangs on Hooker window, and before you know it, you've got a number of cross angles set up, and the defenders are very restricted in terms of where they can move. And this is what we often speak about when we say that hard breach isn't really necessary on this map. All the fights come through without the need for reinforcements really being in the way of anything, as Dats is going to evidence with that opening kill onto Dowie.
That was an absolute masterclass of a kill from Dats there, clearing theatre out. Dowie, just, there's nothing that you can do about that. I think just have yourself a break for the rest of this game. He's going to need to catch his breath after those shots from Dats. That now leaves us in a 4 versus 4, though, as Packbull will lose his life and not seeing as much of an impact as we might expect from Packbull normally. Dats, however, is stepping up when his team needs him. Second kill coming in there, and that's onto Harris. So that is the smoke off the board. So there, arguably, we have lost the 2 most important defensive operators in terms of who you want to survive into the late round. Legion and Smoke, both of their utility becoming more and more valuable as the round progresses. Now, we've seen great attacks from Aquarium, from Crazy before, but User steps up and gets a kill onto Madman. Nathan moves in to get into the plant position and suffers to a fantastic C4 from the Cade of Users, and that now leaves us in a 3 versus 2 in yet another swing of man advantage in this map. It is just backwards and forwards at the minute. 3-2 now in favour of Demise. 40 seconds left on the clock, diffuser on the ground, and a lot of work for Crazy.
I think he missed out on that one as well. The Ash Charge not actually destroying anything, as that hole was already pre-existing. Brilliant hold by Demise towards the end there. Playing it by the book, even when the execute came through with the smoke grenades from the gridlock, they just didn't care, sat back, tossed a C4 into the mix and found themselves a kill, and then from there diffuser was down and they knew exactly what had to come next. So great composure from Demise, going up 3-1 after 4 rounds. I don't think anyone would have expected things to go this way as they have so far.
I would completely agree with you, Des. As much as, you know, I always try to play it up that there's 2 teams on the field here and other teams can have an impact and we can see surprise results. You know, ultimately, back to the wall, my prediction is already out there on social media. I was expecting Crazy to come in and dominate this fixture regardless of who they played, whether it be Fierce or Demise. That being said, you know, maybe we're all underestimating the strength and depth in the UK scene here, and it's great to see Demise coming in and making a real go of this. Let's not forget, this is Sternab's swan song. He's, you know, it's already mentioned that he's going to be moving on from Demise after this by the looks of things, so, you know, what a better way to finish than with a tournament win.
Still more to come as well. I mean, looking across the board, I mentioned earlier on that Harris has started things off well. He's carried that on as well with going up to 4 kills now. Admittedly, 3 all coming from 1 round. But something that we normally comment on in the main season when we do see relatively balanced scoreboards is that actually, so far, everyone is contributing towards this game. Yes, you're looking across the 3 to the left-hand side of Crazy, Madman, Packbull, and Nathan. Pretty quiet so far with only a kill apiece. But on the other side, everyone has got their fingers firmly stuck in and making sure this game is moving the way that they want it to, which leads to nothing else to a pretty epic final. If this went all the way to 3 maps, I'd be surprised, but also overjoyed that we get to see potentially the ones that we all saw coming into this. Every single prediction said 2-0 to Crazy. If Demise can win this, that is one hell of a story to go from last chance qualifier, coming in as the 8th seed into this whole tournament, going on to win it. Unbelievable underdog story, and we in the UK love an underdog story.
Could not agree more, Des. I would love to see this go all the way to Consulate. I sort of worry a little bit for Demise if it does get to that point. We've spoken countless times about how good Crazy are on Consulate. But that being said, look at their first game today against Gavarna. That is where they were stretched to breaking point rather than on the second map. So who knows? There might just be ground there for Demise to take if it goes that far. Right now, we need to not get ahead of ourselves. Demise have got another 4 rounds to win yet, and Crazy, as we know, can turn a game on its head at any time. We've got Dowie once again downstairs in office. We've already seen him get that fantastic C4 kill onto the Jackal from this location, and it surprises me that Crazy are not picking up on that, and they are not paying attention to it. They've lost a life once to him down here, and they've lost a life again. Not to Dowie this time, but this time to Pat, and that will be the C4 once again. They're going to continue getting hurt upstairs with the C4s when attacking this site. Crazy, where's your adaptation? Where's your learning? You need to be finding where these C4 operators are downstairs, and you have to be clearing them out, because right now, Demise are taking full advantage.
What hurt me the most about that is they have an IQ on side, and that was a pre-play C4. It was Dowie on the pulse, but it was Pat C4 that got the kill. He wasn't even in the room inside of office, so he'd already placed that earlier on, rotated away, and was waiting for the call from Dowie to pull it. And that's exactly what happened. Why on earth, when you've got an IQ and you're trying to funnel a couple of members upstairs to take control of upstairs before you start looking downstairs, are you not leveraging the IQ? This is exactly why you bring that operator. The answer, it seems, is, of course, at the other end of the map right now, up towards the northwest rather than down towards the south. That's just one of those small mistakes that we speak about, and even Sternar spoke about it in his interview. Demise made a bunch of small mistakes, but those small mistakes do start to add up, and things like that, that's what can cost you when your big fragger is removed right at the round start.
And here goes Pulse using that heart scanner to maximum effect with a kill onto Nathan. Great plays from Dowie there, and that now brings us 5 versus 3, and things are looking bleak for here, for Crazy here in round number 5. As you say, Des, a great pre-play. You know that I love a pre-play C4, and it doesn't come any better. Pat must have been looking at my Twitter, obviously. He must have seen, he must have taken some hints from there. But yeah, what a great play, and it's a simple tactic that, like you say, really shouldn't be working against a team of Crazy's caliber. But Packbull will bring things back to level pegging now, 3 versus 3, but with only 3 seconds on the clock. The diffuser hits the ground with a very important kill from Josh, and I'm sure that that is going to be all as Demise just swarm all over Crazy, and that will be another round going in direction of Demise. 4-1 now.
One of the things that we've always sang about for Crazy most of this season, and they said it themselves an awful lot, is that the addition of Madman and the removal of Drac, unfortunately, did lead to them having the capability to just turn things on and go aggressive. And their old complaint was they were quite static as a team. They had strategies they wanted to run, they would run them, and then if things started going wrong, they'd get a little bit stuck. We're starting to see pre-Madman Crazy once again here, I think. This is now a couple of rounds in a row where they lose someone early on and things just slow right down. Even as the timer hits the final 3 seconds, you see an IQ still stood inside pool entrance with the smoke to the right-hand side of her, waiting with a shotgun for her to try and push into assist the planter. and we saw exactly how things panned out there. They just didn't have enough time. They needed 4 minutes in that round, I think, if they were really going to start finding a couple of frags to enable that to be done in a much more controlled fashion. You cannot afford to be jumping inside a room and going for a plant when there are still 3 enemies left alive, 2 of which are inside the same room as you. So it's a bit panicky. It's a little bit, I don't know, they're a bit unsure right now of themselves in a way. I want to see that composure return that we've seen them hold historically. It is still only 5 rounds in. There's still a lot more to come in this grand final, but that needs to be addressed sooner rather than later. Otherwise, they might find themselves bleeding this first map to demise, and who knows what happens when we get to Cafe.
That's exactly the point. You know, there's only so long that we can say, Crazy could come back into this yet. You know, we're only at round 5, we're only at round 6, we're only at round 7. Well, we're only on match point, you know, and it's how long can we say that for? Crazy, I'm afraid, need to step up now, and they need to start turning the tide and the momentum here. Obviously, the side switch heading onto defence could be a big determining factor for this game, and round 7 and 8 particularly are going to be extremely important rounds. But whatever happens in round number 6 here, Demise are going to feel like they're coming away with a huge victory in this first half. Now, I'm glad to see last time out, Kitchen was the one site that Demise didn't defend successfully. And it was, I'm not saying completely, it wasn't, you know, a big factor in it was Pat jumping out within the first 20 seconds. Sometimes it's worth the risk. He lost his life to Pack Bull. He missed a couple of shots, and I think it just put them on the sort of the wrong foot for the rest of the round. However, Pat this time, again, adapting. He's learnt from that, and he's gone. And look at where the first kill goes, in the opposite direction, and that's Nathan off the board. Gridlock gone, Diffuser on the ground once again, and another message sent to Crazy. Demise this time power themselves into the round, 5 versus 4, and I tell you what, this to me looks like another round that could be heading in that direction in 2 minutes' time.
All the way back in those earlier rounds, I think it was round 2, it was Jackal who died first, Nathan getting picked up, and we said that is going to hurt because they can't deal with the pulsers playing downstairs and the other member that was lurking in main lobby looking towards White Stairs. Who's died this time round? It's the Gridlock. Same sort of role as the Jackal. It's aimed more than anything else at controlling and dealing with roamers. Now that's off the board. They aren't going to have that added security that they've got used to in a couple of the last previous rounds, and things still haven't gone really well for them. This time at least, though, Dats will find out Pat. So a bit of a revenge for last round, should we see. Even compared to what we saw at the very start of the round, mind you, C4 being thrown at a window, we saw a member being brought down very early in the form of Nathan by Harris. These are all kills that are being saw as Crazy are trying to enter the building. So Demise aren't scared of pushing up to windows and stuff and trying to shut them down before they can get established. And we've said this all day long. The best way to disrupt Crazy as a team that is very structured and coordinated is to try and remove that structure early on. So fair play to Demise for playing into that weakness.
And interestingly, Des, you comment on those operators that we're losing there, Gridlock, Jackal, both of them were played by Nathan. So again, you know, we know that he is a player that can absolutely dominate a game. I'm not criticising him as such, but what I am saying is he's struggling to find his feet in this one so far. And right now, Crazy need their big names, their big players to step up and to start contributing. Dats has done a fantastic job so far, gets himself another kill there. Users will trade out with one onto Jonker. Dats is doing the business as we would expect, but Nathan on 1 and 5, that is not the sort of performance we would expect from him. Packbull 2 and 0, Madman only on 1 kill. It's all falling down to Dats and Jonker at this point, and they need those other 3 to find their feet on coastline and to start stepping up.
Still a lot of work being done by Users and Harris on the other side, mind you. Many more getting involved, and here comes that final execute attempt. Users finds himself a triple kill now. There is one left. Will he find the kill? No, he will not, but the time is out. Don't try and push this kill because there is absolutely no need to. Josh makes the right call and runs away, and Demise will end the half at 5 and 1. No one would have predicted that come into this, except for maybe Sternab, but let's ignore that.
Hands up who thought it was going to be 5-1 after the first half. And if there is one hand up in the UK, you're lying, because nobody saw this coming. I'll take that back. If there's 2 hands up, you're lying, because I'll accept Sternab having his hand up right now in his dining room.
You know what I've just realised has happened, basically? You know, Sternab did his very impressive sponsor shout out earlier on. Basically, the founders, I think his name's Joe at Demise, was so impressed that they express shipped a shipment out to the boys and said, boys, get this in your veins now. We've got a game to win. And what can I say? It's working. This is why they've got sponsors, ladies and gents. It's working wonders for them so far. Now things are switching over, though, and the defense, obviously, is now going to be in Crazy's hands. This is going to be a wild one. Coastline is one of those maps, and I know that we often labour the point of a map being attacker or defender sided. It's one of the maps where I think you generally expect things to go even or at least 4-2. For Crazy, a team that has seemed to be leagues above, as we have all said multiple times today, the other teams in this competition, that was not a positive half, and the outlook is now grim now that Demise are the ones in control on the attack. And straight away, my eyes are drawn straight towards the Nook being picked up by Yuzus. For teams that are more coordinated, and Pro League teams will tell you this themselves, they rely so much on intel that when Nook can ignore that intel and completely crawl past it, if a team is relying on a flank drone, if you've got a Mozzie on side or a Valkyrie camera or anything else like that, and they manage to get past you and cause some damage, boy, God, is it going to hurt.
Demise just feel far more confident when we're watching them. They're happy to take that aggressive step and take the gunfight, much more so than the majority of Crazy are right now. And we say this, in Siege, the aggressor often wins, whether that be the entire match, whether that be the gunfight that we're talking about. Generally speaking, the one who steps forward aggressively will win. But how about this from Packbull? He doesn't know there's a man there. He's just holding at the minute. This is like some sort of weird showdown where neither of them know the other is there. If only a shot was taken. In goes the Ash Rush, and Packbull will get himself one kill and a down. Harris will trade that one back out. So we find ourselves 4 versus 3 as Dat steps up and gets a kill onto Dowie. But the aggression continues from Demise. How do you deal with this? Crazy at the minute are just fighting for their lives, and they will lose another one as User sneaks into the back of sight. 1 versus 2 now, and that's been an absolute flurry of kills within the first minute. We are in a strange situation now. Only 3 operators left on the board and 2 minutes left on the clock. There is plenty of time here for Users. So what you're going to see more than likely is Nathan and Jonker just really try to batten down the hatches here. They don't want to give away a cheap kill. For me, what they need to do is get themselves a little bit closer. The problem at the minute is there are opposite sides of the map. So effectively, Users can get a kill here without the other player on Crazy being able to have any real impact on that. And that is something they need to do. They need to be looking at each other as a minimum, Nathan and Jonker, so that when User steps up and has that sort of impact and gets that kill, that first kill, he can be traded straight back out, because what you don't want is a 2v1 to become a 1v1.
You're saying exactly what I'm thinking here as well there, Tim. I think knowing that you're in a 2 versus 1, you can play for a trade here and just win, and you even have the diffuser. So for Users, this probably feels a little bit like mission impossible right now. There is a lot of work to do, and they know where he's pushing from as well. I was going to say the one advantage he's got is he's got 2 frag grenades on side, and look at him here trying to flank his way around the back. They aren't going to see him on a camera right now if there is one set up on the flank. Incoming behind right now. They don't know that he's behind. However, they do see him. He still finds the kill. Users on a triple kill and a massive opportunity to put them at match point right here. Nathan is all alone, and the thing is, he's got the shotgun. Hasn't got the rifle for dealing with this one from the long range if he needs to, so needs to be so wary if he's trying to take these longer range engagements. He still has a drone left in his back pocket here. He has got 35 seconds. It's him versus the wall and the chance to clutch out an absolutely incredible round for his team. No, the grenade looks the wrong way. The final kill goes the way of Crazy, and Nathan, for all his sins that we called him out for earlier on, will save that round for Crazy.
Nathan showing great patience there to just wait for the right moment to show that aggression, step forward and win that 1v1. But Users doing everything that he could to put that one at least in his favour, to give him odds-on opportunity to finish things off for his team there and put them onto match point. Demise won't take that too hard. That's 1 round loss. They're still 5-2 up, and it was a great attempt in what was an absolute bloodbath of a round. But as I say, Users just playing that perfectly, getting down there, taking the first one out, not putting himself into a crossfire, not allowing himself to be traded, and gave himself every opportunity in the 1 versus 1. For me, again, Crazy, I've just got to ask that question. You know, there was an opportunity for Jonker to move back into sight. And I appreciate you don't want to be lining up. You don't want to give him the opportunity to get a kill twice quickly on the back of each other. But I just think that they weren't in a position to impact the kill as it came in. They weren't in the position to trade each other, to have any sort of effect once Users got that first kill. And I think that was the mistake there. For me, get one in either site. You know, get one in the service area, get one in kitchen, hold angle. You've got both entrances covered then, and hopefully if a kill is made, you're within a second or two, you're within touching distance of that other defender, and you can get in there and look to make a challenge, maybe when a reload's happening, maybe, you know, in a disadvantaged sort of situation for the attacker.
Definitely a squeaky bum time moment right there. Even I was nervous when we almost saw it going the wrong way. The grenade, I think, was more being served as a distraction, or so was the intent from Yuzus to then utilize that to rush in to Bathroom itself and try and find the kill from that angle. But the composure being shown by Crazy is enough to delay match point by at least one more round potentially. Now over to Sunra and Blue Bar and Sunrise again. What is it with mixing
I
words
prefer
today? It's incredible.
Sunra. Can we get that renamed?
Sunra. Yeah, I quite like it. Yeah, interesting. That's going to open the scoring though. He finds Harris to clear things off here. And let's hope this round plays out much better than last time round. And yet again, it's an aggressive kill towards the outside of the map, except this time round, it was Dats doing the damage, doing the dirty on him and bringing one down. That looks like more of a drive-by from him as he ran through security there on towards that window where Harris is now dead.
So early round, we are 5 versus 4, this time in favour of Crazy. And that's something that's been going backwards and forwards. But I tell you what, Demise as well are not scared at playing at a man disadvantage. And they're going to have to not be scared now as they find themselves 2 versus 4. Crazy starting to just find their feet a little bit more now that they're on defence. Maybe the attack just wasn't favouring them today and they needed, as we say, Des, they like to play in a structured way. Even with Madman coming in and sort of mixing things up a little bit, they do prefer and they do sort of excel with that structure. And there comes the kill from Users onto Dats, just moving round with the knock there to take the Jaeger off the board. Now 2 versus 3, and once again slowly fighting back. But yeah, as I was saying, really, maybe Crazy are just benefiting from getting into a more structured environment, which the defense generally is.
They've still got at least 3 drones out in the field between these 2 players, plus any of the dead ones that are obviously still on the field. We can't see them under this current UI. Hopefully in future, time will tell. But with 3 out, at least they have options here. And once again, it's a very similar situation to the last round for Usus, where he's got time to play with here. And what I like what they've done here, though, by the looks of it, is get Dowie to be moving with Usus here. He's more of a forward scout for them, as they can't quite get him on any of the cameras or the drones, for example. So he's in a spot here to cause some chaos. The biggest worry is that you've got Jonker on this pulse, and you can't do very much about that. I don't think he knows. In fact, there's this tiny little opening here as well, but spraying the wrong way. The pre-fire was nice. Nathan finds a kill onto Dowie. One more to come against Yuzus here, and in a 3 versus 1, I don't think this goes as pretty as it did last round.
Much better situation from Crazy here. This is exactly what I'm commenting on. You've got 1 in Kitchen there, and straight away 1 in Blue Bar, 1 in Sunrise. So that's what I'm talking about. Users gets his first kill, and there is somebody within 1 or 2 seconds, within touching distance of getting in and challenging him straight away. So you're not giving him time to find his feet. You're not giving him time to reposition. You know exactly where he is at all times. So you're quite happy to take that first loss because it gives you all the information you need to move in and finish things. And that's exactly what Crazy did there. Much better from them. They just need to start, translating that forward now and making sure that they're ironing out those other, potential mistakes that they're making so that they're not there for Demise to take advantage of. But right now, some good momentum for Crazy here. If I were Demise, I'd be thinking this next round is pivotal. They need to get themselves, after a 5-1 start, they need to get themselves onto that match point now. They don't want Crazy 1 round behind them and breathing down their neck, because I tell you what, Crazy have got very, very heavy breath.
That's one way of putting it. I like that. That's a new one. Both of those 2 rounds so far, though, on the defense for Crazy have obviously gone their way, and both times it's come down to Usus being one of the last, if not the last left alive, trying to clutch the round out for them. Look at him right now after 8 rounds on 11 frags. Massive work being done by him, and Dats is even caught up as well, just sat behind him on 10 kills right now. So you can clearly see where the fraggers of the 2 teams sits right now in this game. Got to give a bit of a shout out to Jonker as well, playing Jaeger quite a lot today. We do speak about how he's been in this very supportive role historically. He is having a pretty good set of games today so far on this different role, and it doesn't really seem to be like Crazy are skipping much of a beat. Just a few small mistakes need to clean up on the way through. And now we return back to Hooker and Billiards. We saw how this played out earlier on. It was Crazy trying to assault onto it against Demise with the smoke plant trying to come through, but the instant response out of Demise was chuck C4s everywhere, and there was very little to be done against them from there. I would expect a very similar sort of tactic to come out here on the side of Crazy, given they have both Madman and Nathan playing with the C4s alongside the smoke in this round.
5-3 then in favour of Demise. Not a situation that we thought we would find ourselves in, but the momentum shift has definitely started. Crazy picking up the last 2 rounds to bring themselves back to 5-3. And right now, it looks like they've got some information as to the location of Dats there, and Demise will get himself a great opening kill. And that is, as I've said before, something that Demise do very, very well. Gathering intel and knowing exactly what is going on and who is where, and taking advantage of that.
that. So that is a great start from users there. Puts them at man advantage, removes what could be a very tricky roamer, and I think the top fragger for the moment on Crazy is between, yes, 10 kills for Dats, 7 for Jonker. But as I commented earlier in the round, we can see there Nathan and Packbull getting themselves running 4 and 5 respectively now. And I said that is what Crazy needed. They needed those other players to just be trying to get themselves into the game a little bit more, because 2 versus 5, when that's only the people that are fragging, that's going to be a big ask in any world.
That's exactly it. And I think seeing the start of that round when the 6th pick came through on towards the Nook, I was like, well, it's the war of the invisible right now. Both obviously have the same ability on different sides of the operation, I suppose you could say. One being the attacker, one being the defender. It does give them an advantage, and it's the first time since they've switched half now as well that we're seeing Demise opening things up with an opening kill. So a good start. You can hear that rip of the C4. I don't think it's being thrown out anywhere just yet. Things are going very, very calmly so far. Harris about looking to try and get set up on window. However, the angle was not quite being watched by the looks, but in fact it was just a little bit too late. Jonker's going to find him from Sunrise window, instantly traded out though by Pat.
And that is exactly what Demise need to do. They need to keep the pressure on now. They've got the man advantage. The trades are going to be very important. They can effectively do that for the rest of this round. If every time they lose a man, they take one with them, they will win by war of attrition. That is something Crazy need to avoid. They need somebody to be making a big play here. They need to get themselves a couple of kills and get themselves back into an advantage situation. But let's not forget, the onus is on Demise to do something here. The clock is always working against the attackers. They have to get themselves into a position to think about getting this diffuser down. In comes the utility now. We can see flashbangs left, right and centre. Madman tries to move around and Usus is there ready. Again, great teamwork from Demise, just forcing that movement from Madman right into the line of sight of Usus. But what a great double and well timed there. Nathan and Packbull come in and finish things off. Packbull with a big double, including one on a Toxic Babe canister. And that is going to be another round going in favour of Crazy, and that's going to be a tough one for Demise to take, because I genuinely thought that that was going in their direction then, and I'm sure they probably felt like they were in the ascendancy as well. So that is going to be a big loss, and they still cannot get themselves onto that match point.
I was going to say exactly the same. They were in a commanding position there where they found a couple of kills. They got the trades they wanted. 4 versus 3 at one point for them. And then all of a sudden, 2 kills disappear. There's a bit of panic from the Zofia. Charges in to try and make something happen, and there's just nothing to be found there. So that now makes it 3 rounds in a row that they have lost out. This is looking a little bit sketchy, I think. And all of a sudden, we're seeing back to what we saw from Demise at the start of the day. Are they being haunted by the reverse outcome of their game on Clubhouse against Fierce when they were 5-1 up, and then suddenly, like, everything was being snatched away as Demise fought back to achieve victory? It feels like Crazy are about to repeat exactly that unto Demise.
Round number 10 then, 5-4, and as you say now, Crazy looking to send a message that anything you can do, we can do better. Demise going 5-1 in the first half. Could Crazy come back out with a complete reverse sweep here and go 6-0 and take this one straight up in the normal 12 rounds? We will see over the next couple, but Demise certainly need to be getting one very, very soon to halt the runaway train that Crazy are turning into. It's time to get off the tracks, Demise, because they are coming, and they are coming fast, and they are not going to stop if you are stood in the way.
Attackers are heading out to defuse.
It's definitely some work to do. I think the scariest thing for me now is that we've seen, as I said earlier on, we've seen a quarter or half of this half, whatever you want to call it. The first 3 rounds have been played out now. Both teams seem to be going through the same rotation of, you know, playing blue billiards kitchen, blue billiards kitchen, just keep on rotating through in that sense. We saw it in the first half as well. Some teams like to opt to replay a site if they lose it and give it at least 2 tries before moving on. I believe last year, I think it was a DreamHack Valencia FaZe tried the same site 5 times before finally giving up on it. So most teams will say 2 rotations, or you just keep on going through a same set order of maps that you like to play, just to make sure you're sticking with your flow. Both are going for that so far. But going into a repeat of this, if we see things play out the same way they did in the first quarter of this half, well, suddenly you're staring down the face of 3 more wins for Crazy, and that is enough for them to take this map 7-5. I'd like to think Demise have got the capability to take at least 1 round and potentially force us into overtime, but there's a lot of work to do here and a lot they need to deal with about what's coming out of Crazy.
This is a really interesting round for me, because last time we saw Crazy defending Kitchen, if you remember, we had that sort of risky Demise rush, shall we call it, into service.
Straight into Packbull shotgun, yeah?
Straight into Pack. That'd be the one, Des. That'd be the one. Straight down the barrel of Packbull shotgun. So I almost sort of discount that as not Not that it's not a serious round, but it's maybe not sort of how you would stereotypically play that round. So I'm interested to see Myers coming in with a slower strategy. We're a minute and a half in now. We can see users' progress just being halted there, but Dowie gets himself the opening kill onto Nathan, who continues to struggle here, even into round number 10, which is unusual for him. That is the Ella gone off the board, and 5 versus 4 now in favour of Demise. But as I was saying, this site, we didn't really see it played sort of quote-unquote properly last time out. Demise tried one of those shock and nose tactics of just rushing through the door and see what we can do, see if we can get a few quick kills, and we had an absolute bloodbath. This time, it's being played at a more sedate pace. We're trying to take map control. They're still aware that they've got defenders upstairs. Users struggling again to that Ella, and going to be punished as well as Jonka moves around the corner and finishes him off. And that top floor roam game from Crazy is being extremely successful so far.
They're just dealing with everything that's being thrown at them right here. However, a plant is coming in from Dowie. Really risky. I was going to say no one is watching, but a C4 sails through. They know that 7 seconds is enough time to deal with the threats being faced by them, as Madman will bring down Josh. This now leaves Harris entirely by himself here on the wrong floor without the diffuser, facing off against 4 people. Now, users came pretty close, and Harris has definitely started a recovery so far in this game, but it doesn't half feel like the odds are done. How on earth did he not see him in the corner? He gets picked off by his... That stood in the corner of Courtyard, completely unseen. In fact, it wasn't even him who gets the kill in the end. It was someone else instead. But hey, a strange one to miss, but a very hard round if he was to try and recover it at all. Now we find things evened up entirely. We're sat at 5 apiece, and what a recovery this has been by Crazy so far after being down 5-1 at the half.
It's that famous Siege question, Des. Why was he there? Why is he there? famous question. And that's just in an unusual position there. But we have seen a lot more work in and around that Courtyard lately. Let's not forget Dats's 3K against Team Secret. If you remember, he just dropped straight into Courtyard, and absolute field day as he moved back into the main lobby. So certainly an area of the map that Dats is more than familiar with and more than happy to play in and around. But back to the task at hand. Round number 11 now. Crazy on 4 rounds straight, and it's time for Demise to put the brakes on, because if not, they are going to find themselves 1 map down. And the thing is, for me, I think it will be absolutely crippling for Demise mentally to come out of this one map down, especially if it's in regulation time and Crazy win this 7-5 with 6 straight rounds, because what more can Demise do? How else are you going to beat Crazy? If you can't beat them when you come out and win the first half 5-1, in what world are you going to take a map off them? So then coming into that next map, it's just going to make it all the more difficult.
Something I noticed there is you can actually see the laser pointer. I believe it's of, I want to say the Valkyrie's pistol. You can see it running when she's got it out and she's running around the map on the top floor, and we're seeing the downstairs. You can see the dot on the ceiling. So if you want a rough idea where she is, you'll see it pop out at some point. Right now, of course, no such thing to be worried about. But we've already seen what can be achieved on this map with that deagle by Pat back in round number 1. Still, we're seeing a spread setup coming through once again. It is a Sunrise and Blue Bar defense. Or as the strange word I came with earlier on, very, very different. Madman goes for a jump out, finds one, tries to find a second, but Dowie is ready and waiting. The instant response is there.
Nathan will get one onto Joshua. Madman there just proving once again, anything you can do, we can do better. And jumps out and gets that kill with the Valkyrie using those cams. We can see Users has got himself pinned inside of Kitchen now. 1 on either side of him. He's just looking to see if he can take the head off the Legion, but he will be unsuccessful as Nathan moves in and gets that kill, now leaving them 4 versus 2. And it looks like the match point opportunity is going to be going to Crazy. Almost, and it sounds bizarre to say this, but unexpectedly, if you look at the first half of this match that we saw, but Crazy have done a fantastic job of just saying, that's enough, slow things down, play their game, and they've brought themselves right back into it. If they do win this round, it will be a 5th consecutive round win to get themselves onto that match point. I'm not sure here that Demise are aware of Nathan's location just inside of Kitchen. Harris will get one onto Jonka, looking all the way through towards site, but Nathan, for the time being, is just biding his time on that Legion. He's low health, and he's just hiding himself away, and this is a good strategy from him. But he's going to be drawn out by Harris. He's aware and he looks to step up and make a challenge, but Nathan has managed to get himself out of dodge before he can get shots in. Drone comes back out, and again, Demise showing what they are very good at here, and that is thorough droning and thorough information.
They are making sure they're taking things nice and slow. And Nathan, I've got to give some credit to him as well. A very high risk, high reward play when he flanked in to get behind the attackers there, kill them off inside kitchen, and then plant down another Legion mine inside that ruin, another goo mine inside that kitchen, so that no one else can come jumping in through the window. He actually flanked in through main lobby, came up through bathroom, and got into things that way. That's a very risky place to be in when your team isn't really sat on that side of the map at the time, but he managed to make it work, and now he's rejoined his team once again. You can see the gunshots starting to fly through. Harris and Dowie both almost sub 25 HP. Harris definitely worse for wear. Down goes one as Nathan finds himself a triple kill. You have been redeemed, my son. A wonderful round for him with 3 kills, and Crazy put themselves at 6 and 5, and not dropping a single round so far in this half of Coastline.
Much better on the defense than they were on the attack, but what you can see is the shift here that tends to happen. And in the first half, Demise just seemed to be winning gunfights. They were coming out and they were doing more damage when bullets were exchanged, and then they'd re-peek and they'd get the kill. And now we can see that is firmly in the favour of Crazy. There was a great example towards the end of that round there. We had Dowie and I think it was Harris who were left at the end of that round, and both of them got into sort of small gunfights but took huge damage on the exchangers and didn't really pay much in return. And then it was only 5-10 seconds later that they were repeat and finished off. And that's what tends to happen in Siege. And I said this about the confidence and the aggression. The aggressor generally wins, and we're just seeing Crazy now feel like they've got the foothold in the match, and they're just starting to be the ones who push those gunfights. And when these players feel like they can do that, you're in trouble. We can see now Nathan Packball on 8 and 10 kills, catching up to Jonker and Dats. And this is more the Crazy that we're familiar with if we're looking across the scoreboard.
Absolutely, and even looking at Madman being pretty quiet. I know earlier on a couple of us were saying, oh, well, Prox went 5 and 15. He died every single round, only got 5 kills. It's tough when your team is fragging out this well. Let's not consider the fact here that there are about 40 kills spread across the 11 rounds here, averaging about 4 a round. And given that you've lost 5 of those, I'd say you're in a pretty good spot here as Crazy. So it's going to be hard for everyone to contribute to the same sort of level, especially when you're trying to look towards double digits. And that is totally fine. Everyone knows that it's about the team effort and not about the individual. So they're making sure that at least that Madman's contribution is recognized for that. So we are back into the final site potentially here. Otherwise, we are going into overtime. Hooker and Billiards on the upstairs. Demise are going to have to get creative here. Last time round, things really didn't work out so well as Harris got himself a kill from inside of Sunrise, but instantly was traded out. So everything they tried to do just to try and disrupt Crazy a little bit just really didn't work out too well for them. And I'd like to see it work out a bit better for them just by making sure that they've got those drones in place, as we've spoken about a few times. Make sure the intel is being passed along well between each other so we don't have a repeat of the kind of thing that we saw earlier on in Clubhouse when the call out, as Sternab told us, didn't come through for a plank going down. Small things like that, obviously not the same situation in terms of a plank going down. Just make sure we know who's where and what's going on and how we need to react to deal with them.
How about that for drone work from users there, just dancing in and around the Hooker Lounge there, just feeding that information and escaping with his drone intact as well to be used on another occasion. That is great play from Demise, but
he's a rally driver as well as a head clicker.
He certainly is. At the minute, they're not in a position to do too much with that information. They're having to work their way in from Aquarium instead, and that leaves the Crazy players active in and around Hooker Lounge. We've got one in theatre as well, and this top floor roam clear needs to start picking up a little bit of pace at this stage, because otherwise Demise, even if they are successful in clearing it, are going to find themselves struggling when it comes to getting into the actual Hooker site, because if they don't clear out theatre, they are going to be in trouble.
They've got Dowie downstairs to make sure they can't be C4'd from below. A crucial thing that we saw missed out by Crazy when they were attacking onto this site earlier on. So you would wager they've got all the pieces in place here to make this work, but there are still smoke canisters being brought out. Pat finds himself now down at 25 HP as he eats another one of them. But this is good for Demise. They are drawing out these smoke canisters with over a minute left on the clock. All they've got to do is endure one more of them, and then suddenly we're going to start seeing crazier plays come out of the side of Crazy to try and deal with that. A wonderful grenade comes through for Dowie to find out Packball as Dats will trade one back on towards uses. This plant is going down. They've got to get in here with a C4, but no, they will not have the time. Harris finds out Dats, and overtime may well be where we are headed in the next 35 seconds if Demise can manage to pull this one off. Crazy in a position now where they're going to try and find themselves some kills, but Harris is gatting everyone down with his pistol right now. There's not much more to be said for it. They're still going to be able to rotate their way through. We'll find one. That's the buck taken off the board into a 2 versus 3. Madman is down. This is a 1 versus 3 for Nathan. My man, if you ever want to redeem yourself, now is absolutely the time. 15 seconds to go. They've got to find these kills and get the defuse. And I think we all know the likelihood of this one is very, very low, but he will most certainly make a good attempt. There is one outside. He sees him on here as well. Will not find the kill. Madman nets one. No one else is down. One is behind bar inside of luggage. There comes the final kill. There will not be enough time. Demise will secure round number 12. And we go into overtime, boys, to see how Coastline is going to end. This is what you want from a grand final.
Well, who would have thought it? A great attacking round from Demise there, pulling it out of the bag at the last possible opportunity, the exact moment that they needed it. Josh just taking the opportunity to get in there behind the bomb, and just get that diffuser down in the default spot. And again, with 4 men on the board and no real opportunity for Crazy to challenge them directly, it meant that Demise could get themselves outside and just establish that post-plant hold. And really, it was all she wrote at that point. It was going to be a huge ask for Crazy, and they just weren't able to step up and get that. I honestly thought that round was going to go in the other direction. I just thought Crazy had too much momentum for Demise to stop them there, but they have shown some real unbelievable qualities to get that done. And I don't know, is this a benefit for... Who does this benefit now? You've got Demise have just won an attacking round and remain on the attack. However, you've just got a defensive phase that's gone 5-1 in the favour of Crazy, and they find themselves back on the defence with a choice of sites. So who knows which way this one goes? It could be the toss of a coin now.
Yeah, it's hard because with Crazy starting on the defence, you've seen how well they've done it. I just have the feeling it's going to come all the way down to round number 15 when Crazy go on the defense and choose a site that doesn't necessarily work out the best for them. They are going to start things off on their first choice of Blue Bar and Sunrise. They did not lose this in the second half. Their only losses we just saw a second ago came on Hooker and Billiards. So a sensible call, I think it's pretty fair to say. But it's going to be a stretch, given especially the motivation, no doubt, that Demise have now got after that successful round, knowing that they can definitely break them apart. That's all the motivation they should need.
Certainly is, and this round is now extremely important. If Demise come in and take this here and then get themselves onto the defence, don't underestimate the impact that's going to have mentally for these players, because they're going to feel very confident. However, look at this spot that we've got Pack Bull in here. Could this be any more of a statement of where Crazy feel is the most important point on this defence? They've got ADSs, they've got deployable shields, they've got barbed wire, they've got reinforcements, and they've got smoke playing in there. But how about that? Demise go in there and destroy almost all of that utility very quickly. We see kills going in either direction. Madman gets one for his team onto Josh, but will be traded back out. So that now leaves us 4 versus 4. 2 minutes left on the clock, plenty of time here for Demise, and they are going to be happy that they've got Madman cleared out, and it looks like that is the top floor roam gone as well.
Done enough to bring along the Thatcher here as well. Not something they've done all too commonly across this map, just because they know what the attack is they want to go for. Breach charges, of course, excellent for being able to get your way through this top floor and start chewing it down to be able to see what is going on below. Still, of course, have Dowie on the buck as well, who can do a lot of work for them. And with 1:40 left on the clock, I feel they've made really good progress so far, Demise. They're in a spot where they can start getting to work on the site below. They've got Pat running around on the IQ, making sure all these gadgets are being cleared out and essentially whittling away at all the advantages Crazy assumed that they would have at the very start of this round. So it is smart and patient, even if they've lost one man to it so far.
Every angle looking to be used here as Users gets himself outside the drone hole, just hoping to catch the feet of a defender and get himself a cheap kill inside a bathroom there. But Crazy, they're more experienced and they know much better than that. They're not going to give it up that easily. But we can see now the map is really being worked on. This floor is being opened up, angles are being opened up through walls, and before time is done, things are going to become uncomfortable for Crazy at this rate, because Demise are going to have so many lines of sight into the objective. One thing that could count against Demise here that I'm a little bit concerned about is the clock at this point.
Look at Dats, bless him. He's really trying his best to hold in tight here. You are right. Another minute has passed, and admittedly, no real movement has been made. Just more work being done on the floor to make sure they have these holes open. But Crazy is still firing back up through. They're not really being deterred by the fact that all of their hidey holes have been exposed. Nathan, even so, will take it one step further and find a kill on towards Pat. So Crazy still in the driving seat, despite this feeling like a brilliant round start for Demise. However, they're in a spot now where they can go for a plant. They've forced them away from sight, and a retake will have to be staged if they want to be able to stop this plant going down. Harris was literally a third of a second away from executing that, but Pat Bell gets him with the smoke. That should be the end of this round, and Crazy, the ones in control, trying to do what they can. They're going to be the ones finding all the kills. Nothing more to be said for this one, and Dowie is left cold outside by himself. Will find a kill, but Crazy will take that round. I can't believe we were literally a third of a second away from that being a very different situation towards the end of that round.
You've got to feel for Demise a little bit on that one, as you say. They did manage to get themselves into the plant spot and have the opportunity to get the diffuser down. Harris fractionally close to getting that completed, but Packbull just stepped up when his team needed him. And as I said, that area was obviously so important to Crazy. There was such a focus on that default plant spot with the amount of utility that was deployed there initially, and Packbull basically played the entire round in and around that area, and it was his responsibility to look after it. And boy, did he step up for Crazy when they needed him to, and got the essential kill on that round there. If that diffuser goes down, things could have been different. I mean, obviously Packbull was moving to challenge at that point, so even with the diffuser going down, he probably gets the kill onto Harris anyway, and maybe it goes in the same direction, but who knows. 6-7 now. Demise, they are making a heck of a game of this.
I think both sides are, absolutely. I mean, Crazy, the ones who have come back and, as you say, taken all these rounds in a row to really force it to something. Demise did get that one in the middle just to be able to force it into overtime and tip it just over the edge. But the pressure, no doubt, is on them now, knowing this is potentially the final round, knowing that Crazy have had a wonderful few rounds and have probably had a bit of time to think about what went wrong in the first half and what they can correct. What's the one compliment I've paid to them repeatedly? It's around how adaptive they are and how good they are at dealing with ever-changing situations, whether it's 2 men left alive or 5. They seem to be one of the teams that are the best at dealing with these varying situations. So I do worry now for Demise that the longer this match goes on, only the stronger Crazy are going to become in terms of their adaptation to the situation. That's where some concern comes in, but let's see if users can cause a bit of trouble here by looking for a spawn peak. By the looks of it, the answer is no, as the blue outline to the left is heading a different way entirely.
We've seen this Hooker's defended twice by Demise, successfully both times. The first one with a big 3K from Pat to open things up. The second one, a more sort of standard defense, if you will. But as you said earlier, Des, they had a lot of success with things like C4, as Dowie has taken big damage here. He's going to take even more as he moves away. I'm not sure where that damage exactly was coming in from, but that is going to be big damage taken off him. That is a lot of HP lost. He's down to about 3 or 4 remaining now. He is 1 bullet from any single gun away from death. To be honest, he's probably a frag grenade hitting him away from death at this point. It wouldn't take much more.
It absolutely would not. Interesting how a couple of both teams have made a couple of changes here as well. Nathan playing on things like the gridlock, the jackal as we saw in their first half, opted to completely abandon that. They're about to bring in the double hard breach, and they've got Nathan on the Zofia. So even with the IQ on side, no breaches in this case, it's down to the Claymore. The more soft destruction they've got here currently sits on 4 of their operators. It's pretty ridiculous how much damage they want to be doing to the floor here. So I'm somewhat concerned or somewhat curious to know why they've chosen to do what we've seen them do historically, which is come back to bite them with C4s from below. Why is it they're trying to attack only on the top floor right now? That downstairs player, as we saw for Demise, was absolutely essential. Having Dowie downstairs on the book inside of Office meant they had safe coverage to be able to attack in from Aqua. No such safe coverage has currently been set up by the side of Crazy, and I think that needs to be in place before they can go for an execute.
Users will open things up with a kill onto Nathan, and that is the first signal that we could potentially be heading towards the full 15 rounds here, which I don't think many of us would have expected coming into this match. But 5 versus 4 now. Dowie is on super low health, but we can see Pat just looking to move his way up on the flank. We can see there is a Claymore at the top of the stairs ahead of him, but Dats is led down. If Pat could move quickly enough here, get the kill and clear off the Claymore, he might well just get through. He's not going to need to get through onto Dats as Users gets himself a double. Packbull will get one in the midst of that with a nade, but that is now going to leave us 4 versus 2, and this is a big ask for Madman and Packbull now.
Oh, he's not even trying to check the stairs on the way through. Pat finds him out for free there on the Valkyrie. Now into a 4 versus 1, and Demise will win round number 14. We are going the full distance to see who takes this first round. You wanted a grand final? These teams are most definitely delivering. Wow.
Wow, indeed. 15 rounds on map number 1. I've said it before, Des. I'll say it again. I have a habit of finding these matches, or these matches find me. I don't know who chooses which, but one way or another, it is not uncommon for me to be seeing round 15. I didn't think this was going to be one of those games, but here we are. And I tell you what, coming off the back of this into Cafe, it's anybody's to predict at that point.
They're making the right call, I think, here and going to kitchen and service. As we alluded to, it was Billy's and Hooker, the only site they lost on the defense. And clearly they say, yep, that's the one that maybe we're not so hot on right now. For the longest time, that was the most popular site on this map, hands down. Over 50% pick rate when we were playing on Coastline in Pro League. Now we are seeing a bit more variety. Teams are starting to mix things around a little bit. Some teams are even starting to look towards things like Penthouse and Theatre. Admittedly, it's more rare than it is with any of the other sites still, but I'd wager to say that the pick rate has definitely increased in recent months. But for now, as said, kitchen and service where things are going to kick off.
Kickoff indeed, and this is the final round. If you've joined us somewhere along the way, we are in the UK Premiership final, and this is map number 1 between Crazy and Demise here on Coastline. Map number 2 will be Cafe, and map number 3, if required as a decider, will be Consulate. Obviously, there was quite a favouritism towards Crazy coming into this one. You know, we did expect them to come in and dominate, but that is not what we're seeing here. Demise are making a fantastic game of this and deserve every ounce of credit that they get. Some elements have been mistakes on Crazy's part, but Demise have capitalised on every single one of them almost, and they have even forced them at times, and they really are showing that they are a capable team and one to watch for the future.
They are. Let's see if they can turn this into something else, though. I think both teams here really want to make a name for themselves in terms of standing up and shouting. If nothing else for Demise, coming in 8th place, as said, the 8th seed in a last chance qualifier and storming your way through to the grand final. Beautiful storyline for all of these players and really to make a good name for themselves going forwards. So let's see that if uses with these 16 kills, and now interestingly away from the Nook as well, playing onto the Ash, can make some more damage. If he can get themselves 4 kills in this round, well, suddenly we're looking at a 20 kill map for him, and that would be incredible.
We can see the gridlocks being deployed on the Cool Vibe stairs there. Roaming is not always the easiest job in the world here on Coastline, because obviously there are only 2 stairwells, so moving up and down between the floors can be easily covered. If Harris can get himself over to the white stairs as well, he's going to deploy gridlocks on there as well, and it's going to largely prevent anybody moving back upstairs. And that means once they have that top floor control, if they can get it, which they will not at this point, as Nathan steps out and gets a big kill onto the gridlock. That is exactly what Crazy needed here. They could not lose that top floor roam game and have the stairs closed off as well. At that point, they would have been pinned into sight like rabbits to the slaughter, as Demise would have just opened the floor up and just started to use those vertical angles. We see a quick trade coming through there. Dowie onto Nathan. Packbull gets one back with the C4 toss. Not the first C4 toss that we've seen successfully utilised from Packbull today. And that leaves us now 4 versus 3. 1 minute 10 on the clock. So Demise have plenty of time in their favour, but they have not managed to get top floor control yet. And it doesn't look like it's going to be forthcoming, as Jonker gets himself a double there. Users will get one onto Madman, but it looks like it's surely a matter of time here.
Where have we seen this one before? Madman in a 1 versus 3. Last time round, he couldn't make it work. It turned into a 1 versus 1, but couldn't win it out. Finds himself in a great angle and a very timely drop to the floor here from one of the defenders. A great shot comes through from Users. This is a double kill. I said earlier on, if he can make it 4 kills in this round, it will be a 20 kill map. And currently, that opportunity is all that is left to him. 35 seconds to go, and this is the round to clutch if you're going to clutch any. Drops himself down right here, clutching in. Surely he knows someone's behind that wall. A few shots did land on towards Dats, but no kill came through. 9 down as well, not going to find the shots. Crazy win this one out. What an incredible first map, ending 8-7 to Crazy. The outcome was the expected one, but the journey there, absolutely not.
Absolutely not indeed. I will put money on it that there are some sweaty palms on the side of Crazy nowadays. They know that they're in a game. They know they're in a match. They know that they're not just going to have this final all their own way. Great plays from Demise throughout. They have played their part in what is the start of a great fixture. This one could turn into a classic final.
I'm sure it's not just the players with the sweaty palms, Tim, because even I'm feeling it a bit there. That was a very intense end, and even the very first kill in that round came down to something as simple as a default cam. Goes to show, doesn't need to be any massive expansive tools being used here, doesn't require tons of utility to make it work. Sometimes it just comes down to having a default cam, an operator nearby, someone sat on that camera and making the call. Simple as that.
It really is as simple as that. You can overcomplicate strategies all day long, but ultimately sometimes it does come down to the very, very basics. And both teams have showed a real command of those today.
They have, and no doubt there is plenty more command to come from both sides. We still have another map to come up for you after the break. Let's see how this series carries on. Will it end up here as a 2-0, or will it go to 1-1 and we'll be blessed with a third map between these two teams? Don't go anywhere, because you most definitely don't want to miss this.
Back yourself. You heard me. Don't back a horse. Don't back a stranger. Don't back a man who dresses like a shinobi. Back yourself. You gem. You rock. You star. You train like a pro. You should be paid like a pro.
Parsec lets you play your entire library of games on any device, anywhere, with anyone, at any time. It's easy. Install Parsec and boom, your PC game library is at your fingertips. Are you bored playing solo? Share a link with anyone and go multiplayer. No friends online? Jump into Parsec's arcade and play with people from all around the world. Parsec's available for most things with screens. Download now.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
My least favorite operator is probably Fuse.
Probably Montaigne, because every time I go him, I seem to get knifed in the back.
My least favorite operator to play in Rainbow Six would have to be Castle.
Smoke, which is a bit unlucky because that's who I'm in competitive. Although he's a very important operator to almost every defense, he can also be kind of boring at times.
Probably hard breach, so maybe a Thermite, maybe Habana, depending on, what map.
I think Cowie's the most underrated operator in the game because I don't think people have figured out her true potential yet.
Underrated operator, I would probably say, is Frost. I've seen a number of Frost strats that have gone very, very unnoticed and actually work out quite well. So I think Frost is a very underrated operator, especially in the competitive scene.
I think Ella, her gadget is super, super strong.
I'd say Sophie is always underrated just due to her utility potential.
Callie, she can destroy a lot of utility just by herself, and I think a lot of people are sleeping on her.
Monty, I don't know why, but teams have almost just entirely stopped using him in competitive play.
My goodness. What a ridiculous opening map of the grand finals even that we have just had. It started off with Demise coming out swinging, windmilling like a drunkman coming out of the pub, absolutely bopping everyone in the face. They showed no signs of slowing down. Meanwhile, on the flip side, we had Crazy looking deflated, just seeming like they didn't have much energy. And then out of nowhere, quite zinkiferously, they just step up back to the mark, rejuvenized, and really start to do some damage, boys, dragging it through into overtime, an absolute slog to take it and lock down the first map. Let's recap it, let's guide through it, as what a blunder from Demise to let that one slip away.
I think it was just deja vu from what we had earlier on, the exact same carbon copy, a team looking so dominant on the defensive half, then all of a sudden the attack switches and everything crumbles. One thing that I want to pinpoint that I kind of think it could definitely be rectified for the next map for Demise, and something that cost them, I think, a lot of rounds, especially for their attacking half. We can sit here and speculate as much as we want on the defense, because both teams played, a miraculous defensive side. It's more the attacks that really slipped both of them up. I think Demise were getting caught out on these 1v2s way too many times. I think Usus, as well as what he played, 18 kills for him that match, there was still a lot of moments where he was trying to be, that one-man army and just not working for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Users put in an absolute shift in that game, and it was almost stark contrast because so far today we've been bigging up Josh as the player on Demise to be going out there and getting the kills, but poor old Josh, he only managed 4 kills in the entirety of that map. 15 rounds, it is a lot of time there. I know we had a bit of a rehost at the start, so there may be 1 or 2 that we've missed, but he really didn't have a lot of kills. When he's been going out there and being so effective, it was quite surprising to see the scoreline be as close as it was. 8-7, obviously max overtime. Crazy pulling it out of the bag in the end and really having to dig quite deep into their experience there. You can see the kills for Users. He ended up with 20 kills in that fixture. Josh all the way down there on 4. So a really nice spread. Someone's got to get a low amount of kills because there are plenty spread across the side of Demise, and a very similar story over on the side of Crazy. Ultimately, Crazy had enough in their locker to drag it out and to get that overtime match point, but still a game that could have gone either way.
Yeah, it is quite surprising stuff, obviously, that they were actually able to bring it back from essentially what was the brink of defeat. They would have gone 1 map down, Demise, what an upset it would have been. Obviously, you think of the momentum they would have had off the back of this as well. The hype they could have carried on to our second map in the series, it could have been absolutely resplendent for them. The fact they've fallen short here, Demo, with the reverse sweep coming back out there, how do you think this is going to affect them mentally going forward into the rest of the final?
Well, can we just look at kind of the fierce mentality? I'm sure that's probably the kind of similar thing we're looking at. Crazy literally gave Demise a taste of their own medicine. I think for Demise, they should still be happy with what they've achieved in 8-7. you know, what a scoreline. Came right down to use this in a clutch position. Now we move into the next map. Cafe, looking at it on paper, it should be Crazies. You know, it's a strong map for them. Cafe isn't really in the Demise map pool. You know, typically we're looking more at their border and their coastline, which, as we know, border being that decider as well. If we get to that, it's going to be a tough battle.
Yeah, it doesn't get easier. Anywhere we go from here, it is only going to get harder. Now, it normally takes around 5 years for an oyster to grow a medium-sized pearl, but luckily enough, we've got Tim, and he's been growing his pearl since birth. He has broken down some of Crazy's theory and play, so let's have a look at this amazing video he prepared in partnership with Seagate.
Welcome to the Seagate strategy with me, Ace of Pyrite, and we're going to take a jump into the archives of our hard drives and have a look at Crazy here. And what we're going to focus on particularly is their ability to win when they are at a disadvantage in the man count. We can see here they're against Team Secret, 3 versus 5. So how do they win this so consistently? Nathan hits a great shot there, and then look at the teamwork here. Nathan goes into the default plant spot and he baits the movement out there. He brings Leon into the billiards room to be taken out, and then he moves straight in to get that defuse, and once again forces Fonkers to make a move. And that is a real key factor to how Crazy achieve this, is timing and teamwork. In this round, we find ourselves against Team Secret again, and this time 3 versus 4. Of particular importance here is once again the timing, but this time also the positioning as well as the teamwork of Crazy. So you can see it happen here at the top of your screen. You've got Madman and you've got Dats, and they just move to opposite sides of that pool entrance, and look how they pin Leon Gids to the wall there. He isn't able to move an inch, but at that exact same time, Jonker pushes through Office into Blue Bar and picks himself up a double. He does get traded by Fonkers, but all of a sudden you've had a swing from 3 versus 4 to 2 versus 1, and now Junus is up against it. Now Junus puts in a valiant effort here, but then comes the final element for Crazy, the real nail in the coffin. Once they have managed to swing that manpower and get themselves back on top, you are against some of the highest gun skill that we are currently seeing in the UK game, and Dats proves that when he steps across the double door and finishes off Junus. So even at man disadvantage, Crazy just never give up fighting. And that has been the Seagate strategy, and we'll see you for the next one. Huge thanks to Seagate and CyberPower PC for making this video series possible. It's been an absolute pleasure having a look over all this top quality Siege action.
A beautiful breakdown from a magnificent man there. Thank you so much, Tim. For now, let's get back to what is occurring here in the present, though. Of course, we are now moving into our second map of our best-of-3 grand final to crown our new champion of the Premiership. Crazy. They're one map up. Madman, of course, he took the Premiership win all the way back in Season 1 demo when you were there with a controller in your hand and your Xbox microphone around your head.
A long time ago. A long time ago going back that. But yeah, I think Madman, I think people forget that he did win this tournament way back in the first season, which seems like a millennia ago. It's been, what, 2018? I think March was whenever that tournament happened. So yeah, quite a while ago. But yeah, I think now you look at him on this lineup, he's been around the scene. You know, he was one of the first kind of early people to transfer over to PC and really start that grind. And hey, it's paid off for him. You know, we've seen him in Challenge League before with Game Ward, and now we're going to be seeing him again with Crazy.
Yeah, only more positive as time has gone by, hopefully. And of course, Crazy looking like they might be able to take the tournament undefeated still. They did get hard pushed in the first map, obviously going to overtime, but they've still not dropped a map. X, is there a possibility this is where they close it out? Do you feel like this could be it?
I think the big question at the moment is how much of Demise got left in the tank, because so far they have played a lot of Siege today. All of the games have been pretty hard fought, a lot of them seeing overtime and quite long rounds at that as well. Now, we've not really got any information to go off for Cafe and Demise, but I'm sure that it's a map that they are going to want to be, confident on. They've obviously picked it for a reason in this. Oh, sorry, they've obviously not banned it first for a reason in this fixture. Now we know exactly why they picked Coastline, because they push Crazy the entire distance. Is this where it gets closed out? I'm not sure. One of two things for me are going to happen here. Either Demise are going to come out swinging and they're really going to start to put a shift in and just really build off the performances that they've been putting in so far. Usus is firing on all cylinders now. If Joshua can get himself up there again and they can start working a bit better as a team, we could really see them picking up some rounds here. So I'd still not count them out from this being a close fixture.
Yeah, I would have to say this is still going to be a tough one to call. Obviously, this could be the end point for Demise, however, if they do fall short here. And it seems like we are ready for this. It's going to be a banger. And we've got the boys who bring the thunder, of course. Ace and Des, take it away for what could potentially be the final map of the event.
Thank you very much, Jackie. It's time for us to get things underway. As he says, Cafe about to hit your screens. And as you will have seen if you were particularly attentive to the graphics on the screen, Demise have interestingly chosen to start on attack on this map. Now, Ace, I think before we get into things, it's worth us kind of expanding on that a little bit, because I'd say that's a pretty uncommon thing compared to what we've seen around the world since Cafe had its rework.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I think, ultimately, maybe just trying to shake it up a little bit. Maybe just trying to, do something different, something unexpected. Maybe trying to get it out of the way. Who knows? Maybe it's a plan, or maybe it's just, let's get the suffering done early.
Ironically, as I call it, it is the Crazy strat, because Crazy, or formerly known as Eminem, would say, we like to go on attack because we're confident. If we can win 3 rounds on the attack and go 3-3, we then switch over, and suddenly the opposition are not in a comfortable position in the headspace because they know that they've only taken 3 defensive rounds and they're not very good in attack. So it is a bit of a mind game kind of piece for a number of teams, and maybe it's the same sort of setup here as well. Now, starting off with the ban set, we are going to see Thatcher and Maverick come through. Demise taking away that Maverick for themselves. I think a lot of this will be looking more towards when we see the most common site being the top floor, or even when we're defending on the second floor as well. A lot of work is put into holding up inside a cigar shop, for example, using things like a castle, getting the mute jammers down, ADSs, you name it. Also curious to see if any teams choose to utilize something like a Wamai for this map, because as we've seen on maps earlier on today, an example on Consulate, it's very easy to completely stack certain locations with anti-nade or anti-projectile, and there is very little that an attacking team can do. Capitao is still available, so I'm looking at that and thinking he will be a big part of a lot of these attacks for both teams.
Yeah, more than likely on Cafe, we've seen Capitao's value, particularly from the skylight and with putting the smoke bolts down, using the asphyxiating bolts to move those defenders around, particularly around the east balcony cocktail area, where it can be very difficult to sort of root people out. He can certainly get them moving the feet and trying to push them into lines of sight. So we may well see some Capitao play. We'll see how that one develops. We're going to be heading up to top floor to begin with. We've got Thermite this time around, not somebody that we saw particularly utilised back on Coastline. Less hard breaching required, it is fair to say. I think once or twice maybe it would have been beneficial from what we saw to have him available, but that said, he's going to be here from round number 1 this time around. So we're heading up to the top floor. I honestly think that we've got a bit of a storm brewing here on Cafe Dostoevsky, and I think Demise, they need to be careful they don't get swept away here.
Let's hope not. One thing I instantly drew my attention to then was Nathan swapping away from the castle onto the Kaid. I mentioned earlier on that quite a lot of teams have been looking towards defending Cigar Shop, which is near the top left corner of your screen right now. They drop inside there, they get the castle wall reinforced down to the south, they stack up a couple of deployable shields inside there. Thank you very much, Alex, who's our wonderful observer. That normally this gets very heavily reinforced by teams, but by changing over to the Kaid, I think actually it's more of a bait there and they're just going to try and draw things back. But in my mind, I can't really imagine why they would look at that to be an option, unless they were maybe trying to draw out more soft breach from the attackers to say, oh, got to bring along a potential Ash here as well to deal with those castle walls. But we'll find out as the round progresses how that might yet impact things. As it stands right now with Nathan on that Kaid downstairs, I would expect he'll rotate up and make sure all of these walls facing in towards Piano are electrified, and that is where Crazy will start their defense.
I'd agree. I look at that defense that you're talking about, Des, with the smoking cigar shot possibly, and
as much as I understand it, and I think it's sort of okay, I don't feel like it's necessarily as valuable as we've maybe seen it made to look. It's, you know, it's been brought an awful lot, and I can't say that I've seen it be sort of overly successful too many times. I've seen sort of 2 or 3 times them manage to really delay the push from Red Stairs Hatch particularly, but other than that, generally, as you say, the castle barricade can be cleared off from the piano windows, and at that point you're pretty much having to drop away from sight at that, you know, back onto sight, sorry, as the smoke there. So it's reasonably easy to deal with. It's also can be dealt with from the hatch as well if you can clear out those ADSs. Obviously having Thatcher off the board makes that a little bit more tricky, but you can still get the ash charges in potentially if you use your flash grenades, etc., to burn off those ADSs. Get your ash charge in through the door and you'll clear the majority of the utility that's protecting the smoke anyway.
I think a lot of it just comes down to the burning of utility and drones thanks to the mute jammers that you would normally bring, but in this case you cannot see one on the side of Crazy, so fair to assume, as we said, that's not going to be an option for them. Now, very cleverly what Nathan has done, and I was going to say this is a key thing they need to be able to do, is play on the downstairs and be able to deal with the option that someone might rotate down and be able to destroy that electro core from below. I believe he's got one inside of Reading and maybe one inside of the hallway. That's why he's playing down here, because if they lose those electro cores, suddenly the whole point of this Thatcher ban evaporates and there is literally no benefit being received off the back of it. As it stands so far, I don't think the Demise have fully realized that, as no one has yet gone downstairs to try and challenge that. And of course, with no Thatcher on side, it is not easy to deal with these.
There is the potential not to deal with them at all, though. As we can see, Dowie's just shotgunned out using the skeleton key, the lower half of that wall. The potential here is the danger of Nathan still below, not applying cage charges anymore, but looking to hold an angle up through the hole that's been opened. Dowie will be downed, and that's the book off the board, but they do still potentially have access. I think we've just heard a nitro charge go off there. We can see that Nathan no longer has one in his pocket, so that was unsuccessful, and he is going to hold this angle, and he's going to get the head of Thermite with a wonderful one tap there. So that now leaves us 5 versus 4. Nathan will be traded straight back out though, and that is very important because now Demise have access to the default plant spot and they are in a position to start thinking about getting this diffuser down, and we can see them just moving in there and baiting out utility. Users does get a kill. Unfortunately, Joshua Glitch just can't get inside quite enough, and the toxic canister will down him. He will be killed, as you say, just panicking in amongst that poisonous smog. Madman with a big double there, and time is going to run out as Madman hits a third. The diffuser was going down, but with all those crazy players left on the board, Dowie was fighting against the tide there. Will lose his life, and that'll be round 1 going to Crazy. That could have been very different if Joshua Glitch could have got that diffuser down.
Could have been very different in my opinion as well if they'd managed to get themselves below, contest Nathan and remove those electro claws. It is such a common piece on this map to have that wall electrified, and very often you'll bring something like a Habana or a Thermite to open part of it up so you can stop the defenders from playing in that area. Otherwise they have full control of Freezer, the main part of Freezer itself, Deep Freezer and Toilet. So that's 3 rooms there that you're essentially taking away from them, all of them very, very good for the defenders to rotate and play inside safely. What they did there was kind of siphon the attackers in towards that area that you saw them open up, called bags, going for that default plant spot in the bottom left corner of the bar area. The problem with that was, well, everyone was set up for that. Thank you very much, Alex. This exact spot here, as you can see those bags in the bottom right corner and the trays to the left. The problem here is that you then have the angle set up by the defenders to place someone close inside a Freezer with the shotgun. You have the Maestro playing very, very far back inside a Cocktail with an angle onto it as well. It just becomes very, very uncomfortable, and there are only 2 angles that you can hold as the attackers in order to try and secure that plant. So it was really well played by Crazy to steer Demise the way that they wanted to right there, and this is my fear coming into Cafe with it being Crazy's map pick and seeing that Thatcher ban. Crazy are going to be the ones who direct Demise on here. Demise will have very little free will in terms of how they play these rounds.
I think this round number 2 here, is of particular importance. We're heading to Fireplace and Mining. I would expect Crazy to pick the win up on Kitchen. So if they pick the win up here in round number 2, you're staring down the barrel of 3-0 to Crazy. Not only 3-0 to Crazy, but a completely successful rotation of 3 sites that they can then just rinse and repeat. And all of a sudden, 6-0 starts popping into your head. I'm not shouting that out just yet because it is only 1-0. And, you know, Demise are not out of this by any means, but this round could well be pivotal. We see a big opening kill coming in there from Nathan. He's going to give him the little good night as well. Users taken off the board, but importantly as well, that's the Nomad taken off the board. So now they're not going to be able to shut down any rotations, which means it takes more manpower to have those flank watchers in place and to potentially stop the defenders moving around the map quite so freely.
If you're a fan out there and you want to see the non-stream friendly version of all that kind of conversation, I imagine you can check Twitter after this game and there'll be some comments in terms of how that actually played out. Nathan finding a really cheeky spawn peek there on the Valkyrie of all operators as well. Onto the Nomad does mean now that Crazy have the freedom to do some more rotations, play around these stairs, and don't have to deal about a retribution from an air jab being planted on red stairs, which is a very common spot for them to be placed. As things stand so far, though, we can see Crazy playing around here downstairs, looking to play from below. Ideally, I imagine, with these C4s they've got on side. They have 3 of them and a pulse to feed that intel upstairs too, and also have the air quotes intel coming in from Jonker. Admittedly, nowhere near as strong as it used to be pre-nerf Legion, but it's still something that's going to help them at least slow down the attackers here and, again, control Demise more.
So we are 1 minute 15 nearly remaining. 5 versus 4 in favour of Crazy. Demise have got good top floor control here. You say they need to be very aware that there's 3 C4s being played below them. That's 2 of them that have been used. 2-0 effect. So Demise doing well to avoid those. We have a double drop coming in there, I think. Josh and Harris just dropping in tandem to that mid floor, looking to make a challenge. Nathan will step up and get his second kill on the round. That one going on to Pat this time with a headshot. And that's 3 in the game so far for Nathan, so certainly a better start than we saw him have on Coastline. 5 versus 2 now as Jonker gets the kill onto Joshua Glitch, and this one is going all in the favour of Crazy here. Harris looks to make a challenge. Nathan will get the kill onto Dowie. The Thermite is the last one standing, and Nathan will finishing him off, and that will be a 4K on the round.
4K. Impressive stuff. And I did just see on the replay actually as well with Nathan where he got that kill from. He ran out of Harstairs door, peeks off towards the north side of the map and found that kill on towards Yuzu. So, a brilliant round coming in once again. 2-0 for Crazy. And again, it's the control factor, I think, that is going to be such a massive theme throughout this map. Intel denial, information for themselves, making life difficult and uncomfortable for the attackers. Once again, you can see the kite being brought here for playing downstairs. I would not be surprised to see both the west and the eastern walls electrified, so there is no easy route in towards the site for Demise.
Round number 3 then, as I said, heading into this one. That last round could well prove pivotal. It was a great defense from Crazy. They now head into Kitchen. I would expect them to win this one. That puts them 3-0 up and back onto the same site rotation. Demise need to be very careful here. That choice to attack first could well be backfiring if they are not careful. They might find themselves at a serious disadvantage coming into their half. If this one goes 5-1 or 6-0 to Crazy, my money slides heavily in their direction because they are odds-on favourite at that point to finish things off.
Big game player, Nathan. If you all recall from last season, the game where when they were formerly known as M&M, he really popped off was against none other than Na'Vi. I believe it was 17 kills for him, playing on Villa, crouch walking around the map, they all like to say, as a kind of throwback to history. He's doing it again in this game so far, and we criticised him earlier on as being a little bit quiet, dying early, especially on Coastline. As things have started so far in these 2 rounds, looking wonderful for him. Into this 3rd round, though, we are into the 3rd rotation site for Crazy here, heading downstairs as mentioned. I expected that electrification that I mentioned earlier on onto the east and west walls. Demise have got to start playing vertically, I think, here, if they want to be able to deal with these electro claws and remove that massive advantage that the defenders are having. That is going to be the way to do it. And actually, they haven't opted to electrify that east wall facing in towards White Corridor. What they have instead done is electrify the hatch that goes upstairs instead.
30 seconds into the round then, and we can see an early push into site coming from the north side here. Demise getting themselves in through that main door, losing a man to Packbull there. Josh Glitch will bite the dust. The Alder doing the business, and that puts us 5 versus 4. Dats and Packbull have both taken some damage, but it is not going to matter as Madman moves in with 1. Nathan 2, taking him on to 7 total now in the game, and that now leaves Users in a 1 versus 4 as he gets a kill onto Packbull, but it is going to take more than a couple of bullet holes in a soft wall for Users to be able to do this one, and that is the kill coming in from Dats there, finishing things off. Very quick round. I would say that that is what you would describe as definitive.
Very definitive. Nathan once again having yet another brilliant round. And one thing I've got to kind of look at here, maybe not make a certain solid judgment on, but on Coastline and here now, we've had a good number of rounds where Users is always the last one left alive by himself. His whole team go for a fight. Yes, they lose those fights, but Users is always left out by himself in a 1 versus 3 or a 1 versus 4 without ever really being involved in the initial firefight. I'm wondering why he isn't pushing in at the same time with them to try and make a trade happen or something like that. It is a little bit more passive, and of course, when you're in a spot where you just dropped 20 kills on a map, he did hit 20 because he was 18 at the end of Coastline, but had 2 from before the rehost, making it 20. He's a phenomenal player, but I'm wondering what the impact could be if he was the one finding kills earlier, or at least alongside his teammates.
It is a question that needs to be asked, and obviously we've seen this.
I'm gonna just tease that one out there. I'm not gonna give a judgment or anything. I'm just gonna let it like fester in people's minds for a short while.
We've seen it from a few of the Demise players. Like you say, Users having a fantastic game out on Coastline last map. Josh Glitch having a great game this morning against Fierce, but again, it's just that ability to back it up, to follow it through, to see it again, map after map after map. We talk about consistency so often, and again, that's something, you know, looking towards the future. It's not a criticism of Demise here, it's just looking towards the future and something they need to consider about how can they facilitate those players to do those, you know, to have those big games more often.
It's exactly that. There needs to be more reliance, and we always used to speak in the old days actually about now Na'Vi, back then Eminem. Eminem obviously got a lot of good players going through their rosters. I wonder who the next iteration is going to be. Back when it used to be the boys like Doki and Kendra and Nello, we used to say sometimes, you know, they have 2 fraggers here, which is going to stand up massive for them. It was Doki and Citizen. At the time, we always said on some days, one of your fraggers is going to be quiet. And that's fine as long as someone else is stepping up. The thing for Crazy right now is all of their fraggers are stepping up pretty big. As Harris is going to find one of them, Patball goes down on the smoke. That is a very critical operator to lose this early on. And hopefully, players like Madman, players like Nathan, Jonker compared to last map, can continue fragging out for them in his absence.
Great start for Demise there. That's exactly what they needed coming into round number 4. Was a nice early kill, but such a big one as well onto the smoke. As you say, some vital utility potentially lost there. We saw the last time Bar and Cocktail was defended in round number 1, how important those Toxic Babe canisters were, completely denying Joshua Glitch the opportunity to get in there. That's some very nice Maestro play. Madman just able to defend that camera, not only putting a couple of shocks out, but turning it quickly enough to prevent it being taken out. But the Ash Charge will be used by Users to get that one cleared off the wall and prevent that information being fed in. We can see that piano control has been gained, but when we talk about a Bar and Cocktail take, that is only half or less of the story here. The east side of the map where Madman is located on the Maestro right now, often known as that's Heaven, and then Maestro spot just below it in behind the reinforced wall, is a key area of this defense.
I really don't want to see this attack go the same way, and I'm glad to see they are starting to push their way down, but why would you not look to the left? There is always a rotation hole or an operator in here waiting to play inside of it, and they get themselves picked off on their push through. Users and Josh are done. 2 kills in exchange for the 1 right there. Nathan going down in response. Just a little bit of attentiveness there. Even a drone in there would have given them enough intel to know that you can't just blindly walk past that and keep on looking down white stairs, and they find themselves picked off, and suddenly the whole adaptation to this attack compared to last time round has been shut down. Well responded to by Crazy, but we need to see something else coming out of the Myers here. Now into a 3 versus 2, and the advantage currently sits with Crazy. All down to Pat and Harris to make some magic happen.
As I said, just because Crazy were down a couple of men with Madman, the Alder and Cocktail all still active, this was always going to be still a big ask until he was cleared out from there. As it stands now, 3 versus 2 in favour of Crazy, 3 versus 1, and Harris with a huge task ahead of him. All he can do is try to jump in. He will lose himself again to Madman. Another kill for him. I think that was 3 on the round, if I'm not mistaken. Great plays for him, locking that objective down. As you say, Des, just, you know, a bit of a lack of information gathering there from Demise, and I've been banging on about how that's what they do so well all day, and they have done it well so far today, but it just makes me wonder if the heads are going a little bit there. If Demise are starting to fail gathering that information, that's their big strength. That to me sounds like Crazy have got under their skin a little bit.
Just a little bit. You know what else is getting under their skin here? The choice of site. This is twice today now we're going to have seen Fireplace and Mining. I believe it was Crazy actually who back in the second map of the day were playing it quite a lot against Kavana. Just skimming over that, actually, they played it twice and won those rounds in both instances as well. So a bit of work to do. If you remember, this is where we saw the hero play C4 from Nathan, I believe it was, opening up the floor from below inside of wheel, or mining as some people call it, throwing a C4 through the slats, having it in midair, and killing someone who was planting on top of the metal box. So there's options here, and clearly this is something crazy of prep for. We do not very often see teams playing on this site, if at all.
Round number 5 then, 4-0 Crazy, and this is becoming a landslide in their direction. Let's not get carried away just yet. We saw Demise come out on coastline and take the first half 5-1 when they were defending, and flip that around. Crazy were able to bring that all the way back, and it ultimately went into overtime. So there is nothing to say that once Demise get themselves onto the defense that we won't see a similar set of circumstances. But that said, it doesn't happen every game, it doesn't happen every map, and that's because it is not an easy task. We can see Packbull on the pulse just heading downstairs there. The rotation's been opened up for him, and that is going to put at least one C4 below. We've got Nathan on the Valkyrie as well, going to be challenged early just inside that main door. Will survive, no damage done to either side, but Demise obviously very aware that they need to clear these C4s out from downstairs.
A brief apology as well. It was Packbull earlier on who got that incredible kill. He became the evolved explosive master, I think was our comment that we made earlier on. No longer just grenades, also onto C4s as well. So let's see if it can repeat itself once again. A bit of a slow start this time round. No rats being called out in the chat as no one yet has died to start things off. And look at what's made a return here as well in the form of the Twitch. I think without that Thatcher being on side, Demise are really starting to feel the pain right now. And considering that they need to be getting rid of these gadgets, that feels like their best option. Users will find an opening kill onto Dats, and that is surefire a nice way to start this round out, albeit it is only one kill.
One nitro off the board though, and one potential loss. Josh Glitch will get the kill onto Nathan. That's another. Harris moves in, and this is the quick collapse that we have seen so often from Demise, moving in and getting multiple kills very, very quickly. Jonker will slow their progress though with a kill onto Josh Glitch, taking the Twitch off the board. That now leaves us 4 versus 1 as Dowie steps in and trades that with a very late trade onto Jonker. Out goes the C4 toss, but this time you will not have the same luck, Packbull, as User steps around just in time and gets the kill to defend his teammate there.
I would like to think that was something they acknowledged from the game earlier on. No doubt they watched it to study against what was inevitably going to be their grand final opponents and knew that was the kind of thing that they like to do when they're defending on this site. So, great reaction there. Users actually doing what I commented on earlier on, not really being involved in the thick of things in the middle of the round, but found a kill at the start, found a kill at the end, made himself useful, and that at least gives them something on the board here. Let's not forget that on Coastline, things went 5-1. To the other side before we saw a massive swing back by Crazy. So that may yet be the way that this plays out.
We can see the Cali just being traded out there. Maybe just a little bit of baiting going on to make Crazy just be aware that they might need to be careful of the windows, but ultimately it is the Twitch that's going to be brought. Obviously Cali and Wamai both available for play for the first time here. We haven't actually seen an active Cali brought yet, and we have seen Wamai a couple of times used in conjunction with Jaeger, not generally as a replacement for him. Obviously they do fulfill similar tasks, but also in a very different way, and they do tend to be used to fulfill different roles as well.
Curious to know if the Twitch is really going to make much more of an impact. We spoke about it in the last round a little bit. They haven't yet really found a way to deal with this Kaid that is constantly playing into the setup that Crazy put before them, rather than trying to go through the setup that Crazy prevent back to him. And that's the one change I'd like to see in this final round, just to see if it can work out for them. They've got the tools to make it happen, but it will require getting rid of those Kaid charges earlier on, hopefully with the Twitch drone before it gets picked out by the defenders.
Round number 6 then, we are into the action phase. We can see some serious remodeling still going on upstairs from Nathan. Don't forget, this is a downstairs defense, so Nathan just giving himself options to rotate and play on the top 2 floors as much as possible as the Mozzie there, just to make himself a nuisance, waste that time and force Demise to play for a top-down clearance. We can see a number of the Crazy players in and around the map here. They're certainly not playing an objective-heavy heavy game
Look
at
at
the minute.
sneaky
We've got the
mission.
Twitch drone sneaking all the way in, taking out the Maestro cam, and then
On the
having a look
ceiling.
around to see the electrical. Will get it finally and get that one taken out. There may be another one active. It depends whether DATS can get that applied or not. We can see more work being done by that Twitch drone. Obviously, things have changed for the Twitch drone recently. 3 shots and then they recharge themselves, much like the Echo drone now, rather than having the limit of 5 that we've seen previously. So if they can be hidden, it is a case that they can be put to further use again later on.
Exactly that. It is kind of encouraging to be left out in the field rather than just kind of sacrifice once they have all 5 of those shots fired out. So it does make them more useful, as you say, in the long run as well. As you can see, both are now out in the field. And the fact that that Electroclaw is gone to no resistance from the other side means that they can attack this as they normally would. That's exactly what they're going to do. And yes, it's taken a minute and a half to get to this point, but they have now found themselves an entry at the very least to get a sight line in towards the kitchen area. Nathan is going to open the scoring onto Uzis though. So again, the big fragger is down on the side of Demise.
The big fragger is down indeed, and that is something that Demise have struggled with when they've been losing that talismanic player so far. There's not really been anybody stepping up in his place. DATS gets the kill onto Dowie, and we now find ourselves 5 versus 3 with map control still well and firmly in place for Crazy. Second kill for DATS, and Pat will trade that one out with one of his own onto Madman. Hits a double with a second onto Jonker, and that now leaves us in a 3 versus 2. Out comes the Nitro, I think, to finish. One off there, and in comes the kill from Packbull on the Outer, and that is another round. 5-1 successful defense for Crazy, and we have to ask the question, Demise heading to attack to begin with, was it really the best decision?
Even Pat kind of poking a bit of jest at himself there and saying, yeah, really nice attacks overall, 5-1, starting on the attacking side, not the outcome that you want. Because now all the pressure exists against them. They cannot drop any more than 2 rounds or this game is done. 1 more and they can maybe force it overtime, but with how things have played out so far, I don't see this going 6-0 and it being a clear-cut win over to the side of Demise. There is a lot of work to be done here.
A lot of work indeed, and it needs to begin right now, because let me tell you, this is the most important round of Demise's day. If they want any chance, any opportunity whatsoever to come in and claim the top spot, to claim that prize money, to claim the title of ESL Premiership champion, they have to start working now, because if they allow Crazy to get onto match point with 5 rounds to spare, I'm afraid that that is largely that. I cannot see them fighting back from that point with that mental block of Crazy only needing 1. So this round is essential. I cannot put any more stress on that.
Well, let's look at how this round, if it is so important, what exactly it is they're looking to do here. So the key change you'll notice compared to what Crazy were doing is they're not bringing along the Kai. They clearly don't like the TCSG all that much. That's being dropped in favor of bringing along a Bandit, who can achieve very much the same sort of effect. You just have to consider, obviously, that you cannot be putting the actual Bandit charges anywhere except for on the ground, and you will need all 4 if you're going to cover off that wall. So a bit of a change in there. Still a C4 on side as well. Obviously, a 3-speed does really help Dow if he wants to go out there and start fragging out himself. So far, a relatively muted game for him, though, sat at 1 and 5. As we said so far throughout this whole series, and somewhat earlier today, everything is coming down to users doing work so far.
I think users is hoping to be fed some information potentially from Pat on the Valkyrie cams there, just holding himself inside that main door. You've got to wonder if he's just waiting for the north side rappel that is never going to come by the looks of things. Jonker, Madman, Nathan, that's all playing on the south and west side. Packbull already up on the roof, opening those hatches up. Users is going to look to move back up the main stairs. He can get himself a nice view there over the balcony up towards the new hatch, but he's going to move away. Doesn't want to be challenging that one. It is a tough one, and it is well known and often contested as well. So we have now mounting pressure coming from the roof. We have got a Demise player out on red stairs. Out goes the air jab, and that is going to prevent them pushing any further up, at least without Crazy being aware of it. We can see some very quick progress. Packbull not messing about here, getting himself in towards making challenges in sight. The first kill could be particularly important here. We're still 5 versus 5, and in it comes Madman onto Users again. Vigil losing his life there. Vigil, we talk about being one of these selfish operators, and I don't mean that as a criticism to Users, but he doesn't offer anything to the team, and if you're going to take him, you have to have an impact with him.
And sadly, no impacts to be found as of yet. Now, that is that first kill coming over that we worried we might see coming over for their side. And almost the second one follows through as Patbull and Madman are both down to a slither of HP, but neither will drop. And in fact, it will be Nathan that finds the kill onto Pat. That's the Valkyrie now gone. And C4 removed. Those cameras, if any, are in the back pocket, gone. Nathan's rampage and tyranny through Cafe continues as he goes into a double kill in this round. Someone stop this man.
59 seconds to go, and somebody will stop him as Dowie steps up and takes the head off Nathan, and that now leaves us in a 4 versus 1. Madman with another on the round. Madman having a fantastic match here on Cafe so far. This is all for Dowie to do, and how about that for a wallbang headshot onto Madman? Just got the glimpse, I think, onto him there and hits the shot through the wall, leaves us in a 1 versus 3. Diffuser going down, and that was too much to ask for Dowie. Unfortunately, another round going in favour of Crazy, and this is 6-1 and not looking good for them here.
It is not match point, and there is one hell of a climb, definitely a hill, more of a mountain you might say here for Demise to climb if they want to be able to get anywhere near forcing this into overtime. 5 rounds back to back is all that is acceptable. Nothing less, or nothing more in this case, will change the outcome, unfortunately. So, staking their final claim, Bar and Cocktail once again. Let's see if they can correct the mistakes from last round, because they had a semi-decent idea, I felt, there, at least in trying to deal with that. But the problem was, once they got into a spot to start contesting things, Crazy were all over the bar area. It just didn't matter. They had control of piano, as we saw. They'd rotated through Cigar Shop into the bar itself, was sat inside there very happily. And there was just no comfortable location that any member on Demise could sit without fear of being killed from an alternative angle. So some things to do here around actually slowing Crazy down. We've seen teams do this to them already. And in fact, Demise did it to them on Coastline. They played right up against windows, against doorways, and said, hey, if you want to try and get inside the map, you may well lose a man or two in trying to do so, and it forced Crazy to slow down. But in that last map, it felt like there was nothing that stopped the Crazy train from running through. That needs to change in this round.
First kill or two going to be extremely important here. Demise need it to go in their favour. I don't think, you know, what do you do at this point? Crazy are just on an absolute tear at the minute. Do you take the risk of a jump out, a peek? You know, like you said, Des, what is your next step ultimately? They need to get those opening kills. I don't think they can play too passively here, because right now we've seen that Crazy are just quite happy to take the gunfights. Nathan had a shaky map last time around. He came through in the end, I think, finishing on 11 kills. He's on 11 already here. And Packbull opening up, leading from the front. That's what he's done all day for his team here. He has been a fantastic leader of this team at the finals today and really is powering them forward.
I've seen a kill traded back and forth, so there is 1 for 1 so far, but no deads come through. The C4... What? You usually just tap out that C4?
I think so.
Right.
4 versus 3 as Nathan gets a kill on to Harris, and we try to make sense of the random C4. Dats will get the kill on to Dowie, and that now leaves us in a 4 versus 2, and this is going downhill quickly. Users will fight uphill though and get one onto Dats headshot, and that now leaves us 2 versus 3, but still a big task ahead of Demise if they want to continue competing here today.
Well, he's trying to see what he can here. There's one pushing from window, one from hatch, playing stupidly aggressive right here. We've seen a couple of them do this so far in this round, just to try and hold them at bay, keep pushing them back. That is the attempt to try and go for once again. As we said, try and slow Crazy down to stop them getting inside the building. As it stands, that hasn't been the most successful, but at least 2 members of Crazy are on top of the roof. They haven't yet got inside the building. Only one of them is in, and I believe, obviously, as you can see, that he is now the other side, inside a bathroom. And Josh has got to be so careful right now. Might find himself getting shot in the back if he isn't too mindful. In the middle of enemy territory, runs around the corner and finds one, but a wonderful spin from Jonker to find Josh. Puts us into a 1 versus 3 for probably the 20th time today. Users is in a 1 versus X and has so much to do. He has yet to succeed. Could this be that round? One down towards White Stairs, grenades raining in. He is cornered on all sides. The fire stops at the last second, but they connect, and Crazy will have their dreams come true. They will win the Premiership and go into Challenger League as victors in the UK.
unbelievable day for Crazy, taking the round, the match, and the title of ESL Premiership champion. They have done exactly what they set out to do. They've worked as a team. We've had fantastic leadership from Packbull. We've had frags from Nathan in that last map there. There's been frags across the board. Jonker and Dats also standing out throughout the day. How do you pick a standout player from Crazy? They've all had such a good day today.
That is the hard call. And, you know, I got asked earlier on, you know, who do you think's been the standout player of the finals so far? And I was like, it's so hard to call. Like, looking across that whole roster, who can you point at and say they didn't pull their weight in some way, shape, or form for the side of Crazy? Because, yeah, okay, Madman didn't have the best coastline. Like I said at the time, he was on 4 or 5 kills, for example, but the rest of his team was fragging out. There are times when you're not going to get kills, but your contribution is still felt. It felt like that today for a good number of players on that team. We'll talk more about that when it comes around to it. Ridiculously impressive close for them overall. And I think at the end of the day, we all predicted 2-2-0s to come through for Crazy. It's exactly how it came out in the end.
But it's not necessarily a bad thing. We've seen it happen before. Eminem, now Na'Vi, you know, we saw them come through and really dominate the Premiership, and all that did was create a team like Crazy. All it does is drive others to succeed. I've said it countless times, a rising tide raises all ships, and hopefully that's what we're going to see from teams like Demise, teams like Kavana, Fierce will now up their game once again. They'll take another step, take it to another level, and push the UK game forward once again.
I'm sure there is much more to come in future seasons. This has been one of the best finals in terms of quality of play that we have ever seen in the UK, and I have no doubt that the rest of the year will continue to elevate us all to new highs. But let's get back over to the desk so they can give you some of their thoughts on the outcome of that game.
Goodness. Undefeated season. They've come, they've absolutely conquered throughout the entirety of the spring season, boys. Crazy. They don't drop a single map. Madman, another win under his belt in the Prem. They've got an absolute blaze of glory. It's just ridiculous, isn't it? They have dominated throughout the entire tournament. They've done it again here in the finals. What's next for Crazy?
Challenger League, it has to be. That's the only thing that they have yet on their plate. They managed to qualify a good couple of weeks ago, and now coming off the back of this win, I'm sure that that is going to put them in a nice position to do so. The Premiership is really where they've been cutting the teeth, and you can see that in their gameplay.
Yeah, just I think one small step in terms of the bigger picture that they're trying to achieve, of course, inside of Challenger League. That's the next step to see if they can push themselves into Pro League. But it's going to be, I think, a little bit more tougher than what the Prem could probably offer them, because there you're going against, you know, really top-tier teams all across Europe. But yeah, I think Crazy... undefeated. I don't think that comes to a surprise to many people. I think well-deserved throughout the course of the season. You know, the past 4-5 months for this team has been phenomenal.
Yeah, and it seems like the upward trajectory is only going to go on from here. You know, we were talking earlier about the fact that the level of play they were debuting throughout the Prem was really getting to the point where it was above what we have here with the UK, and it was getting to the point that potentially this is where they can go toe-to-toe in Challenger. Obviously, from that point, it's anyone's game of where they might end up in the future, but they are looking damn good. They're looking refined, and Crazy have walked away as our champions. We do have the post-series breakdown as well. We can look into the actual map stats here. What do we think of this one so far? Obviously, quite a dominant performance even in the last map.
Yeah, I mean, we can just see that Demise have just struggled to get themselves into the game on Cafe. Very low scoring game from a lot of the guys there. Users doing his best once again, leading that charge in the kills, but it just wasn't enough. Crazy are just too good on that map, and a lot of the gunfights that were coming out were going untraded. That's something that you can't afford to do against a team like Crazy. You need to be trying to set up for those trades, because as soon as they start getting a little sniff of a man advantage, they're going to be all over you, and that's exactly what we saw here on Cafe.
Yeah, I agree. I think the trades from Demise just weren't there. Kind of going back into that same playstyle having Coastline, you know, one man trying to fight everybody. Overall, I think their attacking side really needs to be looked at. I think, you know, some of the defensive rounds we've seen were excellent. It's just that attacking that Demise struggle with. But overall, I think most teams kind of struggled with the attacking phase today. I think it's kind of just what UK Prem is, still going with that face checking where you don't drone, you just try and go for it. The only person who was really successful with that playstyle was Usus. So overall, I think if Demise can take away anything, it's they have a phenomenal player in Usus, for my eyes anyway.
Well, talking of players, Demo, let's actually start to choose who we believe is our player of the series. Everyone can get involved with this over on Twitter, of course, as well, as we do have a couple of choices that have been put forward. Who would you pick out of our available three? Would you agree with these?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, for me, I'd have to put Packbull in there. He had a huge cafe, and I think that he's got to get an honourable mention in there at some point. I certainly agree with Usus. I agree with all three, to be fair, but yeah, I think for me, I'd like to see Packbull in there.
We didn't have the space to fit a fourth name on. We would have, X. Just for
so
you.
Happens, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's the thing. Character limits. It's ridiculous. But let us know. Head on over to Twitter and, of course, vote for who you thought was the player of the series. Now, you did mention Packbull. We are going to try and get a bit of an interview going with him in a few moments as well. So we'll still have our time to let him speak his piece and delve into his mind. He'll still get some stream time. Don't you worry, mate. We are just waiting for him to get ready. For now, though, let's have a little bit of a general discussion about this. Crazy. They've dominated here. They looked so good the entire time. Undefeated. We kind of spoke about the idea that there was potential for maybe a map win to be taken from Demise coming into it. They couldn't do that. They had a ridiculously tight run on the first map. Do we feel like that was what it was, more of a mentality that broke them down going into the second map demo, or that in the end of the day, it was just Crazy were a cut above?
Well, we need to look at Coastline. That's Demise's best map. So it's not as if we're taking anything away from Demise. That's still one of their fortresses, that strong point for them. I think for Crazy, what they've shown, even throughout the course of the season, is just how I think Pro League ready they are. They haven't even got the Challenger League yet, but I think everybody agree, especially from the talent side, this is definitely ringing some bells of what Navi were once. So it's kind of deja vu for me anyway.
Absolutely, it really is reminiscent of the story and the sort of journey that we saw the Navi guys going on. Started out on M&M, then went over to Navi, got themselves in CL, got in Spain. Yep. It's a very similar story for the guys here on Crazy. They're making the same sort of moves, they're doing it in the same league, and it really is just, the Premiership is just a breeding ground for that top tier talent, and you do get players that go on to be inside of the Pro League. That's what makes it so great.
The goat farm.
I think for Crazy, that's really somewhere where they can be contending now.
Yeah, just getting even more people added to the UK Massive. Well, it looks like Packbull's ready, so let's head on over and have a chat with the man, the myth, the legend from Crazy that has now got another championship title under his belt. Here he is, Packbull. First and foremost, how you feeling, mate? You've been able to smash your way through the whole season, undefeated. You must be over the moon.
Yeah, I mean, it's always good to be undefeated, especially if it's in a tournament, which is as important to us as the Premiership. Obviously, this was the first big league that we competed in, and it's good to finally have the win.
Now, moving on from this as well, obviously with Challenger League coming up, what's the mindset going into that? Do you really feel like this is where it all starts now, as sort of a leaping ground and a platform for you to really show how good you guys are?
Yeah, I mean, you saw in the past, teams like Navi, they came in, they won Premiership, they then went on Challenger League, won that, and then on the Pro League and doing really well in it as well. And that is definitely something that we're hoping to repeat. I've said in the past that seems almost like a trend that's just recurring over and over again. Teams like Empire, BDS are doing really well now as well, and Navi, of course, like I said. So we hope to be the next team to do that.
Hopefully going to be the next UK team to join that ever-growing list of absolute talent that keeps on going. For the rest of the boys, though, and for you as well, obviously, a massive win here today. Is there anyone you want to give your thanks to based off of this incredible performance you've had, or, sort of how are you feeling?
Of course, maybe our coach, Arkath, who, as a coach, a lot of coaches don't really get the recognition that they deserve. They put in just as much work as any of the players, as well as Crazy as an organization, who they supported us a lot recently, especially things like we had a boot camp last month, which just a week-long boot camp before CL quals, which helped us a lot more than even we expected. So mainly just our coach, Arkath, and Crazy as an organization.
Is that something potentially you could be looking to try and do more as well on the build up into going into CL with a boot camp, if that felt like it had quite a big impact throughout the Prem season?
I mean, we had some boot camps which were like in the talks, especially like over summer, and we were maybe planning on having one before the Prem, but with coronavirus, I don't think it's really likely to happen anytime soon.
No, it makes sense. Stay at home, keep those Jimmy Jams on, and keep hydrated, mate. Congratulations, though. You've absolutely smashed it. All of you have done fantastically. Of course, just congratulations on being our 2020 Spring Premiership champions.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for the casting and the hosting.
Cheers, mate. Oh, well, there we go. Obviously, back into the mind of Pack Ball. There we have it, boys. What a good day. What a good day.
It's been a cracking day of Siege. I've really enjoyed myself.
I think it's different because it's like the first time, well, for me anyway, that I've done like supposedly live finals online. I'm sure probably a lot of people in the industry right now are kind of doing that thing, and I think we have to give a big shout out to what production have done. I think overall the fact that they've managed to make this show pretty much toe for toe what actually happens at a real finals, I think a big round of applause for them.
No, yeah, the Wizards at ESL UK that have managed to pull this off. Of course, we do have to say just how magnificent they've been able to do with such a good job here for our finals we've been able to have. Of course, something else that is magnificent as well is the fact we did get those votes coming through for our player of the series. We now know who it is. And of course, it seems like everyone has decided to go for your main man. There he is, a dominant performance the entire time. His name has been said millions of times throughout the day, mostly by Dez, and he has smashed it. Look at those stats, boys.
Wow.
Incredible statistics, and the stats never lie. That's one of the reasons why I do like the numbers so much, is you really do get a good read on how somebody is playing. You can't hide away from that KD ratio, all the kills per round, and Users has put a shift in today. Very well deserved.
Yeah, I think there'll be big things in this man's future. Just depends if he wants to go for it.
Yeah, of obviously where he wants to go next on his journey. Demise, I mean, it's still got to be said, right? I mean, shout out to just the sheer performance they've been able to have over the course of the event here, as we can see on screen. It was a big 2-0 versus Fierce. I think all of us kind of assumed that would be a 2-1 series.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100%. I think we all said 2-1. Either which way, it was up for debate, but we all thought going straight to the finish line of that series. But no, still, I don't think a 2-0 really represents that. I think it certainly was. It felt like a full series. Like that clubhouse, probably for me, I think the match of the entire day.
Yeah, absolutely. The clubhouse was incredible. It felt long, and the games this afternoon, certainly the two that we saw between Fierce and Demise, and that first one between Crazy and Demise, they really did go the distance. We've seen a heck of a lead today, make no mistake, and those Demise guys are going to be resting easy tonight, knowing that they've given it their absolute all. But unfortunately for them, on the night, it just wasn't quite enough.
Moving on from that as well, something a little bit more spicy. We have whipped our way around. We've picked your boys' brains a little bit more. Unfortunately, Fluke had disappeared, so we didn't quite get his info. But it seems like the general consensus has been that out of all of us, Packball was our man of the Prem. He was our finals king, you can say. He came, he saw, he conquered, he left a lasting impression in all of our hearts, and his stats are now up on screen.
I voted for User, so I think this is rigged.
Well, mate, I've got the numbers. All right, I've got the numbers. All right, we had 2 votes for Packball, so don't you start.
I know Ollie was one of them.
He was indeed, and Ace.
Oh, and Ace.
Because we know what we're talking
about.
about.
Who did Dez vote for?
Dez went for Jonker.
And who'd you go for?
I didn't get to vote. I wasn't allowed. But you know what, Demo, just to really annoy you, I'll go for an extra vote onto Packball. So he's won there with a commanding victory of 3 votes.
Damn it.
I know, unfortunate stuff. But let's not make this about us, eh? Let's make it about Crazy. They've absolutely dominated. Again, it's got to be said, it's got to be stressed just how ridiculous they looked throughout the day. And if you want to try and look somewhere as ridiculous as that and pull off some crazy plays inside of Siege, you can. We do have the Open Cups, a platform for you to grow and, of course, just have some fun with it. If you're feeling like you want to expand out of your comfort zone inside of Ranked, head on over. They're available on Tuesdays on esl.im/R6. You can compete on both PC and Xbox One. Demo, I know you'll be picking up your pad later to take part.
Hey, I don't play on the Xbox no more, but I do know that that Mr. Leon Gids played in that cup on Tuesday, the last one. So if you want to go and play against Leon Gids, go ahead. Boy, Secret must have been really downhill if he's playing in the Open Cups now.
Well, of course, we also have our giveaway. If you haven't got into it yet, now is your last chance to do so, so you might as well try. Of course, we're giving away 2 AOC gaming monitors and a Razer Kraken headset, which you're going to want to win, right? Come on, boys, surely they should be getting involved with this giveaway.
Absolutely. So why not?
Exactly. There is no downsides, only positives, much like the positive people that make the Prem happen. Without them, none of this would have been possible. AOC Gaming, Razer, Parsec, Stakester, and of course, we have been powered this entire time by Intel. Those are the magnificent companies that have allowed us to put on this really quite flamboyant broadcast. It's been a great day. I think it's been a great season overall. And what are your final thoughts on this one, lads?
I think my overriding thought from today in particular is just what a fantastic job everyone's done. I know Demo said it before, but it really can't be stressed enough. Everybody from the guys that have been playing at home, getting the banner set up, making sure that the cameras are looking great, it's all been spot on. The players sticking it out for as long as they have. I know Demise, we've joked about it, they've had an extremely long day today, but they fought tooth and nail right up until the end, and I think the deserved team got the victory on the day, but just real warm feelings toward the Prem tonight.
Yeah, I just reiterate what Ollie said, and that's final number 6 down, 6 seasons in, and hopefully the UK is only getting started, and we can push forward and keep up that competition. I think over many seasons we've been growing, and yeah, hashtag UK massive.
Wow. We've also got 2 other people, of course, the other faces that were here with us. Ace and Des are still on the sidelines. There they are. Give us a wave, boys. Hey, thank you so much, lads, for guiding us through that fantastic final. It was wonderful to have the Floral boys back on the scene. But that is it. We are done. We are dusted. It is all concluded. Crazy have won the spring season of the Prem. They looked dashing inside and outside of the server. Thank you so much for tuning in. Of course, as Demo said earlier, thank you again so much to ESL UK that put on this magnificent broadcast. And thank you to the viewers at home. You're the real winners here, guys. I hope you've enjoyed the show. If you have, let us know on social, hashtag ESL Prem. But that is it. It's all over. Grab some water, hydrate yourself after that game. I'm sure it took the wind out of you. And we will see you next time.
Left. Drop the bomb. Attackers activating the Attackers are activating the Attackers need to protect the diffuser. Position up. Defenders have located the diffuser. Bomb located by attackers. Attackers bomb diffuser has been dropped. Attackers recover the bomb diffuser. 2 seconds remaining. 5 seconds to go. Attackers recover the bomb diffuser. 10 seconds remaining. Attackers activating the user.
Setting C4. Detonate.
Drop the bomb. drop the diffuser.
That's why you don't with the big dog. Now listen here, you tired of spanking your mates week in, week out? Come on! This sad little loser online from Albuquerque, New Mexico, without any rewards other than glory? Try Stakester now. Start using your legendary skills and making some real motherfucking money. Go on. Press it.
Parsec lets you play your entire library of games on any device, anywhere, with anyone, at any time. It's easy. Install Parsec and boom, your PC game library is at your fingertips. Are you bored playing solo? Share a link with anyone and go multiplayer. No friends online? Jump into Parsec's arcade and play with people from all around the world. Parsec's available for most things with screens. Download now.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, Stream without compromise.
Thank you.